wherein students have to leave their home, they have to stay there and study. All right. Education, boarding, lodging means rehna, khana, everything was free of cost over there. Now, one very important thing was, now it was free for students, but there has to be some source of revenue. So this source of revenue used to come from different rulers, जिनके अंडर में अलग अलग गांव हुआ करते थे. As you guys know that the tax was 1/6 of the produce. So through those taxes, all right, the funding or sponsorship for the university was happening. All right. As I told you, this was a Mahayana university, a Mahayana university thi, but still Vedas were also taught over here. Hinayan doctrine was also taught. Yoga philosophies was also taught. So this was a very secular university where different things were taught. All right. Saying it as a secular university will be wrong. All right. Secular is not the right word to it. You can say this was a university which was liberal towards the other sections of the society and other religions. All right. Various subjects like grammar, astronomy, medicines, arts were taught. Very important thing was getting admission into this university was very difficult. All right. And it is said that the selection rate was only 30%. So those students who used to appear into a written examination here, only 30% used to get passed. All right. So though the Nalanda University was destroyed, but still we come to know about a lot of ruins also. और जो Chinese pilgrims Yong Sang आए थे, उनके written accounts के through भी हमको इस बारे में पता चलता है. So overall, what happened was this became a center of attraction for the entire world, and this became a center of advanced learning and research. Hope this point is clear. All right. Now, as we have studied this, so it's time to practice a question. A few students were saying कि अगर आप मेंस का क्वेश्चन हिंदी में भी लिख देंगे, so it will be easy for us because some students are writing answers in Hindi, some students are writing answer in English. So it will be helpful for both of you. So I have written down the question. So this has not been asked in previous year. I have framed this question myself. मैंने खुद ही question any previous year question so far. It's not that the question would not have come. I don't know to find, or maybe I have not spent enough time to search the question. Alright, the question is, Nalanda University attracted scholars from various parts of the globe during Harsha's reign. Harsha के जो नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटीज थी वहाँ पे स्कॉलर्स अलग अलग पार्ट ऑफ द ग्लोब यानी दुनिया के अलग अलग कोर्स आते थे. ऐसा क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ, वो आप इसको एक्सप्लेन करें. नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय ने शासन काल के दौरान विश्व के विभिन्न हिस्सों के विद्वानों को आकर्षित किया. इसको स्पष्ट किया 150 शब्दों में. Now let's have a look at questions. So the question is, consider the following statements. Harshvardhana was also known as Silagupta. This point I have not told you, but just now I am telling you this right now. He was also known as Silagupta. Harshvardhana defeated Pulakeshin II, the Chalukya king of Badavi. Bharavardhana was the contemporary of Harshvardhana. Which of the following statements are right? You can pause this video and then you can play it. All right. So the right answer is 1 and 3. He was known as Silagupta. Just now I told this. Bharavardhana, he was a court poet and obviously he will become a contemporary of Harshvardhana. Contemporary means जो एक ही समय पर एक साथ exist करते हैं. Harshvardhana defeated Pulakeshin II. No. Pulakeshin can't you see? I ain't got no fortune, no family, but I'm a consider the following statements. The Anglo inscription mentions the war between Harshvardhana and Shishupal. You sang in the period of Harshvardhana. You can pause this video and write the answer. Alright. So the correct answer is yes, we all saw that you sang it during the reign of Harshvardhana, but the Anglo inscription does not mention about the war between Harshana and Shashanka. It mentions between the war of Harshvardhana and Pulakeshin. Alright, this point is clear. Very important, please don't come and ask about Telegram. We don't use it. Alright, we stopped it. Alright, don't come and ask about Facebook. I have stopped this page. You can get connected on Instagram if you want to get updates about what is happening or completing the next course of action on our YouTube channel. If you know your friends जो कोचिंग की सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते और जो तैयारी करना चाहते हैं, our UPSC digital library is a completely free platform where we will teach all subjects whatever we have put in our Yes, you can. And this is my dream, that coaching or this money should not become a barrier in your success. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. एंशंट इंडियन हिस्ट्री के कंप्लीट कोर्स में आप सभी का स्वागत है। In this chapter 11, we are going to talk about an important South Indian kingdom, that is Pallavas. इस 11वें चैप्टर में हम पल्लवास जो कि एक साउथ इंडियन किंगडम है उसके बारे में हम डिस्कस करेंगे। So let's get started. Now first of all, we all have already studied about the संगम एज। हम सभी लोगों ने संगम एज के बारे में पहले ही पढ़ा था, जिसमें हम लोगों ने चेरास, चोलास एंड पांड्यास के बारे में पढ़ा था। और मैंने ये बताया था कि काल भरस के रूल के समय में ये तीनों डायनेस्टीज डिक्लाइन होनी शुरू हो गई थी और फिर काल भरस ने वहां पर राज किया। आफ्टर चेरास, चोलास एंड पांड्यास, ड्यूरिंग द डिक्लाइन ऑफ द संगम एज, द काल भरस रूल स्टार्टेड। All right, and they ruled for almost about 250 years. करीब लगभग 250 सालों तक काल भरस का साम्राज्य वहां पर स्थापित था। Now after that, what happened was that the Pallavas, they established their kingdom in Mandala, which is in Tamil Nadu region, and Kanchipuram was their capital. That day it was known as Kanchi. उस समय उसको कांची बोला जाता था, जो आज के समय में कांचीपुरम है। Now this is the Tamil Nadu region where the Pallavas, they established their kingdom. But from where have these Pallavas come from? क्योंकि संगम एज में तो हमने चोलास, चेलास और पंड्यास के बारे में पढ़ा था। जो वो संगम एज थी, उसके बाद काल भरस रूल आ गया था और उसके बाद भी पल्लवास ने आकर यहाँ पर रूल करना शुरू कर दिया। सो देन व्हाट इज द ओरिजिन ऑफ दीस पल्लवास? ये पल्लवास का ओरिजिन क्या है वो अभी हम आगे देखते हैं। और नाउ यू गाइस मस्ट नो, आपको ये बात पता होनी चाहिए कि ये जो पल्लवास थे, ये एक्चुअली में दीज वेर फ्यूडिटरीज टू सतवाहानास। जो सतवाहानास थे वो आंध्रा रीजन में रूल करते थे। अब आंध्रा रीजन में रूल करने के बाद, now during their time when these Satavahanas, when they expanded their kingdom, these Pallavas were feudatories to them. ये जो सतवाहानास, ये जो आंध्रा से लेकर नीचे तमिलनाडु रीजन तक रूल करते करते पहुंच गए थे, उनके ही एक फ्यूडिटरीज, उनके ही एक सबऑर्डिनेट थे पल्लवास। मगर बाद में क्या होता है, जब सतवाहानास डिक्लाइन होने लगते, now later on when these Satavahanas, their rule declined, then obviously as we have seen in the other kingdom also, जैसे हमने बाकी किंगडम्स में भी देखा है, जब किसी किंगडम का साम्राज्य गिरने लग जाता है, when any kingdom starts falling, so the feudatories start declaring themselves as independent. इस सतवाहाना के डिक्लाइन होने के बाद these Pallavas, they declared themselves as independent and they started ruling themselves from Tamil Nadu, these Kanchi region. इन्होंने अपने आप को कांची रीजन यानी कांचीपुरम तमिलनाडु से रूल करना शुरू कर दिया। I am talking about the Pallavas. Hope this point is clear. Now this is the reality about Pallavas. ये सच्चाई है पल्लवास की, जो वो सतवाहानास के फ्यूडिटरी थे। Later on they became independent and started ruling from about 3rd century AD from Kanchipuram region in Tamil Nadu. There are some other theories also mentioned about Pallavas. Pallavas के बारे में और भी बहुत सारी views हैं. Like for example, they were told to be a branch of Vaktakas in the Deccan. At the same time, they were being told as a descendant of the Chola prince and Naga princess who ruled from Manipalva. Now, but we do not have much evidences which prove these points. That is why the theory which says that they were the feudatories to Satavahanas, which established their independent rule, this is widely accepted. Hope this point is clear. And if I talk about their decline, अगर अभी हम लोग पल्लवा के origins के बारे में पढ़ रहे हैं और अगर मैं उनके decline के बारे में ही बात करूं, then you guys should know that later on when the imperial Cholas will again establish their rule, उस समय पल्लवास decline हो जाते हैं। Like you see over here, लगभग 10th century AD के आसपास again the imperial Cholas where annex this kingdom and they will take over the Pallavas. So this point is clear. Do not get confused between the old Cholas of the Sangam period and the later Cholas, the imperial Cholas, जो आएंगे 10th century AD में, both are different. Hope this point is clear. All right, let's start understanding about their political history, about the Pallavas. Now, initially, they ruled from 250 AD to 350 AD, and then again they ruled from 350 AD to 550 AD. Now, initially when they ruled, जब उन्होंने शुरुआत में rule किया था, उनके जितने भी administrative decisions या जितने भी charter pass होते थे, that were in Prakrit language. और उनमें जो important rulers थे, they were Sivaskandavarman, Vijayaskandavarman. Alright, these were the important rulers of the early Pallava kingdoms. इसके बाद 350 AD से 550 AD में, now in between 350 AD to 550 AD, they started issuing their charters in Sanskrit. That means the first line of rulers ruled from 250 AD to 350 AD, and the second line of rulers they ruled from 350 AD to 550 AD, and they started issuing their charters in Sanskrit. अब इसमें Vishnugupta was the most important ruler, and he was contemporary to the Gupta period. The Gupta period का contemporary था, and he was defeated by Samudragupta. जब वो साउथ इंडियन एक्सपीडिशंस में आए थे, उन्होंने विष्णुगुप्ता को हरा दिया. Now, this was about the first line of rulers. This was about the second line of rulers. 575 AD से third line of rulers शुरू हो जाते हैं. जो first line of rulers थे, उन्होंने प्राकृत में अपने चार्टर्स इशू किए थे. Second line of rulers ने संस्कृत में, and third line of rulers they issued their charters in Sanskrit and Tamil. And Simha Vishnu was the first ruler of this line. And if you guys remember, I told you that the Sangam age was overthrown by the Kalharas who ruled there, and after that the Pallavas were the feudatories to the Satavahanas. Now if I talk about Simha Vishnu, जो third line के first ruler थे, was the first ruler of the third line, which started from 575. Now remember, he firmly destroyed the Kalharas. जो कालभरस का रूल था, उसको firmly पूरे तरीके से समाप्त करके complete rule was established of the Pallavas in
Marry him or marry me. David Montgomery is kicking ass. I ain't got no future or family tree, but I might have the most amount of points this year. I might have the most amount of points this year. 91%. Anybody comment? No. Not even in quote. Ain't nobody close. Ain't nobody close to touch me. No, I marry him. I marry me. I ain't the better man. I'm gonna get to see. I ain't got no
in which I'm talking about Simha Vishnu. Now over here, there will be some other important rulers also, like Mahendra Varman I, Narasimha Varman I, Narasimha Varman II, and some other rulers also, which we will see. So let us now look at these other important rulers of the third line of the Pallava rule. इनके बारे में हम देखते हैं. First comes Mahendra Varman I, which ruled from 600 to 630. Now, this is important because there was a long battle between Pallavas and the Chalukyas. चालुक्य और पल्लवा के बीच में काफी लंबा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट था और महेंद्र वर्मन he fought against Pulakeshin II.
At what percentage are we, folks? Folks, no, I'm here. 10%?
Now, it is
500%?
That
I'm marrying him.
the Mahendra Varman I, he fought against
can't
the
you see? I ain't got no fortune. I ain't got no family tree, but
what happened was that the Chalukya, they defeated Pallavas. Later on, Mahendra Varman was able to defeat Chalukya. मतलब बाद में जो पल्लवा के राजा महेंद्र वर्मन थे, उन्होंने चालुक्य के पुलकेशिन को हरा दिया था. मगर जो भी टेरिटरी उन्होंने पहली लड़ाई में हारने के बाद जो गवा दी थी, whatever territory Mahendra Varman lost, he was not able to recover that lost territory. Example, let's say Mahendra Varman
I ain't got no
fought
fortune.
against
I ain't got no
Pulakesin.
family tree, but I ain't got
So
a
initially Pulakesin II defeated Mahendra Varman. Later on, Mahendra Varman defeated Pulakesin II, but he was not able to regain the lost territory to Pulakesin II. Hope this point should be clear to all of you. And initially, he was a follower of Jainism. Mahendra Varman I was a follower of Jainism. Later on, under a saint, Apar, he converts to Saivism. Matlab he becomes a devotee of Lord Shiva. And he assumed a lot of titles. This you guys can read. This is not very important. Now understand here, this chapter is about South Indian kingdoms. But not everything is important from the UPSC's point of view. So whatever point I would be emphasizing, वो point जिन पर मैं emphasize ज़्यादा करूँगा, that is important for UPSC's point of view. Alright. Now he is considered to be a great builder of cave temples. मतलब ये गुफाओं में rock cut temples बहुत बनाते थे. This anyways we'll look into in detail later on in this chapter. उन्होंने एक शिवा टेम्पल बनाया था at Tirupati. This is an important point. What you guys can see. Now this point, don't get confused with this point that he constructed Shiva temples without the use of bricks, timbers, metal, mortar, because he used to make rock cut temples. वो पत्थरों गुफाओं में तोड़ कर मंदिर बनाते थे. And thus the bricks, metal, mortar, this was not used. All right. Hope this makes sense. महेंद्र वर्मन वन के बाद उनके बेटे आते हैं नरसिम्हन वर्मन वन और he is very important because he was a great wrestler. He was also known as Mamalla, जिसका मतलब होता है great पहलवान. Alright. Now if you guys remember, अभी मैंने पहले बताया था कि जो महेंद्र वर्मन वन थे उन्होंने चालुक्यन रूलर पुलकेशिन द्वितीय के अगेंस्ट युद्ध लड़ा था. He fought against Mahendra Varman I, the father of Narsimha Varman I. He fought against Pulakesin II, and he was not able to regain the lost territory. And his son Narsimhan Varman I, जो उनके बेटे थे, he helped to regain the lost territory of his father. And this was the title that he assumed. Alright, hope this makes sense. Another important thing was he had many navy expeditions to Sri Lanka. Alright, even though he defeated the Sri Lankan prince, but he restored the throne. मतलब श्रीलंकन प्रिंस को हराने के बाद उन्होंने उनका सिंहासन वापस कर दिया. And if you guys remember, we studied about King Sang. He was a Chinese who came to India. वो इन्हीं नरसिंह वर्मन वन के ही समय में पल्लवा की जो कैपिटल कांचीपुरम थी वहां पर आए थे. So this makes sense. So Hyung Sang was a contemporary to Narsimha Varman I, who was a Pallava king. All right. Now Narsimha Varman I is also described to make this beautiful city of Kanchi Varman. मतलब कांची वर्मन को beautifully बनाने में नरसिम्हा वर्मन का बहुत अहम रोल है. Now it is being told that he made various monasteries, almost 100 monasteries where almost 1,000 Buddhist monks used to stay. Alright. Now one more important thing is Narsimha Varman I is also considered to be the founder of Mamallapuram. और बाद में हम देखेंगे कि मोनोलिथिक रथ भी इन्होंने ममल्लापुरम में बनाए थे. ये भी हम लोग आगे डायग्राम्स के थ्रू हम लोग उसकी फोटोज के थ्रू समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि in what ways how these rock cut temple architecture have evolved during the Pallavas. ये हम आगे देखेंगे. Now what happened was नरसिम्हा वर्मन वन के बाद महेंद्र वर्मन द्वितीय आते हैं. याद कीजिए हमने महेंद्र वर्मन वन पढ़ा था, उसके बाद नरसिम्हा वर्मन वन पढ़ा था. After that came Mahendra Varman II, and then came Parmesh Varman I, and then came Narsimha Varman II, जिसके बारे में हम इस स्लाइड में देखेंगे. Now he was also known as Ras Simha. Alright, and he was very important ruler of the Pallava kingdom. ये पल्लवा किंगडम के बहुत important ruler थे. South Indian art and architecture को डेवलप करने में नरसिम्हा या फिर नरसिम्हा वर्मन टू का बहुत अहम भूमिका है. Now, Rajsimha has played a very important role in the development of art and architecture. These great and historic temples, Shore Temple and Kailashnath Temple at Kanchipuram, they were built during his reign, during his kingdom. Alright. Now, apart from that, there are some other facts also mentioned that Sanskrit scholar is said to have adorned his court. मतलब इनके राज में दान दिन आए थे जो एक संस्कृत स्कॉलर थे, इन्होंने चाइनीज एम्बेसीज को भी भेजा था. Alright, these all are important things, but not very important. Alright, and one more important thing is जो पल्लवा रूल था वो ऑलमोस्ट 9th-10th सेंचुरी एडी तक था, क्योंकि उस समय मैंने आपको बताया था कि जो इंपीरियर चोला जो बाद में आए थे, the Aditya I, who was an imperial Chola king, he defeated the last Pallava ruler Aparajita, and then he seized the Kanchi region. और इस तरीके से Pallava rule came to an end. So if I have to talk about Rajsimha or Narsimha Dvitiya, important thing is that he has contributed a lot to the development of art and architecture. The Shore Temple, the Kailashnath Temple, they are the beautiful example of the Dravidian style of temples, which anyways we are very soon going to discuss. Hope this makes sense. Now, one more important thing before I proceed further. आप ये chronology हमेशा याद रखना that first we were talking about Mahendra Varman I, then we were talking about Narsim Varman I, then came Mahendra Varman II, and then Parmeshwaram I, and then came this important king Mahendra Varman II, who was also known as Narsimha. And last ruler, alright, the last important ruler, alright, Aditya I of Chola king, he defeated the last Pallava ruler, Aparajita. So if it comes sometimes in the exam that who was the last Pallava ruler, so the answer has to be Aparajita, who was defeated by Aditya I, and then the Kanchi region, that is the Kanchipuram region, was seized, and thus came the end of the Pallava dynasty. Hope this makes sense. अगर हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात करें, if we talk about the administration of the Pallavas, अब इनके समय में कोटाम्स, यानी कि इनकी स्टेट अलग अलग कोटाम्स में डिवाइड होती है. The state was divided into different कोटाम्स, and the king had appointed various officials for these quotams to administer that. Alright, not much detail is mentioned over there, but one more important thing over here is that the kings were very liberal and they used to give a lot of land for the construction of temples. मतलब मंदिरों के बनने के लिए बहुत सारे लैंड दिए जाते थे, जिसको देवधना बोलते थे. So when the land is being given for the construction of temples, it is known as devdhana. And when the land and money is being given to Brahmins, it is known as Brahmadeva. Hope this point is clear. और अगर हम इसके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की और बात करें, ये जो पल्लवा किंग थे, इन्होंने ना सिर्फ बहुत सारे मंदिरों का निर्माण किया है, not just the Pallava kings have constructed a lot of temples, they have also constructed a lot of irrigation tanks, which was very important for the irrigation facilities of the land, which in turn will be very important for agriculture. Alright. And through these Pallavas inscriptions, we come to know a lot about their detailed tax system also. Brahmadeya, Devdhana, I have already explained you. Land tax, as in any other case of the ruling government, जो जमीन से टैक्स मिलता था, that was the primary source of the government revenue, and there were lot of occupation done by the people, और बहुत सारे टैक्सेस भी लगाए जाते थे. कारपेंटर्स के जो काम होते थे उस पर भी टैक्स था, गोल्डस्मिथ पर भी, वॉशरमैन जो ऑयल प्रेसिंग करते थे, जो कि एग्रीकल्चर से वहां से निकाल के ऑयल प्रेसिंग करके ऑयल बनाएंगे, जो भी वीवर्स थे उन सब पर भी टैक्स लगाया जाता था. ऑलराइट. एंड विलेज लेवल पर देयर वाज land record that was being maintained by the local officials, and it was also ensured कि जो भी जमीन टेम्पल के लिए दी जाती थी, whatever land was given as devdhana for the construction and maintenance of temple, that was also being recorded for future purpose. Hope this makes sense. Now, if I talk about society, now the society started becoming more and more rigid. If you guys remember, I was talking about this Pallavas, जिसमें Hyun Sang आते हैं, and it was a contemporary of the Gupta period. यहाँ पर कास्ट सिस्टम बहुत रिजिड होने लग जाता है, ब्राह्मण्स की पोजीशन बहुत हाई हो जाती है, द कास्ट सिस्टम बिकम्स रिजिड. Tamil society have seen a lot of changes over here. Lot of land grants are being given by the kings for the temple construction for the Brahmins, and thus Brahmins occupied a very important place. Moreover, here you will see that Nayanmars and Alvars will occupy an important place. अब ये जो Nayanmars हैं, इनको हम लोग नयनार्स भी बोलते हैं, और Alvars जो शिव की वर्शिप करते थे, those who used to worship Lord Shiva, those devotees were known as Nayanars or Nayammars. And those who used to worship Lord Vishnu, they were known as Alvars. तो इस टाइम पर बहुत ज्यादा भक्ति भी हमको देखने के लिए मिलती है, क्योंकि शिव की भक्ति, विष्णु की भक्ति, construction of temples, all these things have occupied a very important place. Alright, and there were a lot of films that were constructed in the Tamil language. Hope this makes sense. If I talk about education and literature, all these points are not very important for UPSC's point of view. Let me emphasize on the important points here. यहाँ पे जो important point है वो मैं आपको बता दूंगा. जो इनकी कैपिटल सिटी थी कांची, वो एक इम्पोर्टेंट लर्निंग सेंटर बन जाता है. और कांची में एक जगह थी घटिका. नाउ यू गाइस मस्ट बी थिंकिंग, सर ये घटिका क्या होता है? व्हाट इज दिस घटिका? नाउ घटिका इज अ प्लेस, इट इज अ संस्कृत वर्ड व्हिच मींस a place for learning and excelling center. इस जगह पर अलग अलग जगह से स्टूडेंट्स आते थे. स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द प्लेस यूज्ड टू कम ओवर हियर, and over here they used to come for higher excellence and higher learning. All right. Now it is also being said that जो कदम्बाई डायनेस्टी थी, उसके जो एक फाउंडर थे, वो भी वेद पढ़ने के लिए कांची ही आए थे. Now one more important thing. You guys remember we studied about Nalanda University long back? Now when we were studying about Nalanda University, जो वहां के हेड बनते हैं धर्मपाला, we have already discussed this. He also belonged to Kachi. So this is also one very important thing. All right, this is very important. और बहुत म्यूजिक और डांस का भी डेवलपमेंट होता है इस पीरियड में. So this also plays a very important thing. And ये जो नयन आर्ट्स और अलवर्स के बारे में मैं बात करता हूँ, now this art and culture, this education, all these have developed a lot during these Pallavas. अब हम इनके थोड़ा सा आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर को देखेंगे. we'll try to look at the art and architecture of the Pallavas. Now if you guys remember the Dravidian style of temple, जिसके बारे में हमने पहले की स्लाइड्स में डिस्कस किया था कि how are Dravidian style of temple different from the North Indian style of temple. Dravidian style में मैंने आपको बताया था कि ये पिरामिड शेप में होते हैं. Now if I have to give credit towards the development of Dravidian style of temple, अगर मुझे कहीं से ये कहना है कि Dravidian style of temple की शुरुआत कैसे हुई, so I can say it formally, मैं बहुत proudly कह सकता हूँ, it has come from the Pallava. सबसे पहले गुफाओं को तोड़ तोड़ कर बनाया जाता था, फिर धीरे धीरे मोनोलिथिक रथ बनाए गए छोटे छोटे, और फिर धीरे धीरे स्ट्रक्चरल टेम्पल बनते हैं. फ्रॉम केव टेम्पल्स टू these monolithic रथ्स and then to the structural temples. So one by one there are 4 stages of the development of the temples during these Pallavas, and which showcase about this Dravidian style of temple. इस Dravidian style of temple की 4 stages हैं. एक ही बार में इतने ब्यूटीफुल टेम्पल नहीं बन गए थे, इनकी स्टेजेस हैं. So let us look at these stages one by one. This is the first stage. अगर आपको याद होगा महेंद्र वर्मन वन, जिनके बारे में मैं बोलता था कि वो रॉक कट टेम्पल उन्होंने बनाए थे. महेंद्र वर्मन वन, he introduced these kind of rock cut temples in which the caves were cut out and these temples were made. And these are some of the examples. Hope this makes sense. In the second stage, what happens is the monolithic ruts came up. And this above picture, what you see, this is an example of Mamalapuram. Mamalapuram का ये एक example है. Here you guys can see monolithic. Monolithic मतलब जिसको एक ही stone से बनाया जाता है. So let's say there are different stones kept up over there. So they will break up these stones and they will try to make such kind of beautiful temples. Alright, these kind of ruts, these kind of beautiful architecture, what you see, this showcases about the second stage of development during the Pallavas. ये जो हुआ था काम, ये नरसिंह वर्मन वन के टाइम पर हुआ था. नरसिम्हा वर्मन वन के टाइम पे, महेंद्र वर्मन वन के टाइम पर रॉक कट टेम्पल शुरू हुए थे, और नरसिम्हा वर्मन वन के टाइम पर आपको ऐसे मोनोलिथिक रथ देखने के लिए मिलते. आफ्टर दैट राजसिम्हा, जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पल्लव रूलर है, राजसिम्हा, अबाउट whom I have already told you, He introduced such structural temple. अभी तक stones को हम लोग caves को तोड़ कर बना रहे थे. Here these temples were made from soft sand rocks, which is very very important. Kailash Nath temple at Kanchi, what you see over here at Kanchipuram. Shore temple at Mamallapuram, what you see over here. These are the finest examples of these structural temples. अब आप देखिए, these are the examples of Dravidian style of temple, जिनके बारे में हमने पिछले वीडियोस में पढ़ा था. Such beautiful. Look at the architecture over here. Brilliant architecture. This is the third stage of the Dravidian architecture. This development what we are seeing over here. All right. All right. This is the fourth stage. जो later पल्लवा रूलर थे, उन्होंने ऐसे beautiful temples बनाए थे. Matakeshwara temple, Mukteshwara temple. Alright, these are the temples from the fourth stage. So you guys can see that these Dravidian style of temples in the four stages. First of all, they were cut into caves, then monolithic ruts were made, and then these structural temples came into existence. And later on, how these Pallavas were replaced, the Pallavas कैसे replaced हो जाते हैं? After later Cholas came and then they overruled. कांची को वो ओवरटेक कर लेते हैं और पल्लवास कैप्चर कर लेते हैं. All right. Now, apart from the temples, what we see, apart from this temple architecture, what we see, you guys can also find about the beauty of this art and architecture in the open art gallery, which is in Mamallapuram. Yani here you guys can see about the descendant of Gangas or Dinesh of Arjuna. ये जो आपको ऊपर दिखाई दे रहा है. In these kind of inscriptions, sculptures, you guys can see the detailed work what has been done here. यहाँ पर आपको elephants, monkeys, इतनी detailing आपको यहाँ पर देखने के लिए मिलेगी. Such a beautiful art and architecture was present during the Pallavas. Hope this makes sense. Now, if I talk about these fine arts, ये हमने जितने भी हम लोगों ने ये यहाँ पर जितने भी हम लोगों ने ये temples देखे हैं या ये जो हमने architectures देखे हैं, ये कुडुम मनाई मलाई इंस्क्रिप्शन की अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पर म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स और नोट्स को भी मेंशन किया गया, यानी कि they used to take a keen interest in music also. All right. And Siktana Vasal painting also, which is very very important, it has been asked at times in exam, belongs to the Pallava region. So music, dance and painting also was developed a lot during the Pallavas region. All right. Hope this makes sense. And obviously it is important because अगर आप लोग को Gupta period याद हो, which is being called as the golden age, in South India these Pallavas also have played a very very important role for the development of art and architecture, music, dance and paintings. Alright. And anyways, these Alvars who were the devotee of Lord Vishnu, members of Lord Shiva, they also have composed various hymns in various musical notes. Alright. So one question is here for your practice. You guys can write your answer in the comment section in the YouTube. That the Pallavas era, it has witnessed a transition from rock cut temple stage 1 to freestanding Dravidian style temple stage 4. So how this transition would have happened, you guys have to comment in around 250 words. चलिए हम कुछ prelims based MCQ questions भी देख लेते हैं. Which of the following was popularly known as a great wrestler, Mammalan, which we have already discussed. Alright. और इन्हीं के नाम पर महाबलीपुरम, Mamallapuram भी पड़ा. Alright. You guys have to give the answer. So the right answer is Narasimha Varman I. Very easy question. Alright. The earliest example of Pallava construction are brick wells, brick temples, palaces, rock cut temples. You guys can give your answer. And the right answer is rock cut temples. ये हमने देखा ये Pallava construction के stage 1 में they have cut out the rocks and they have constructed these temples. Hope this makes sense. So please don't ask about Telegram. Alright, you guys can get connected to us on Instagram. Keep learning, keep watching, guys. I'm sorry for the delay in the videos. My health is not going well. Alright, so it will be fine. The biggest reason is because I had undergone a big surgery and I have overcome depression, so my immunity has gone down. But still, I'm trying my level best to bring out the videos. And some people were complaining our history, geography, साथ में पढ़ा no. They've already covered ancient Indian history. कुछ videos बचे थे that we are trying to cover up right now. 3-4 small chapters are left. And physical geography is going on. Hopefully today or max by tomorrow I will upload that video also. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. Ancient Indian history के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. So after a long break, we are going to resume our chapters, and just 3 chapters are left: chapter 12, 13, and 14, and then we will finish this complete course on ancient history. इस chapter में हम बात करेंगे चालुक्यास और राष्ट्रकूटास की. In this chapter, we are going to talk about Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas. Now, this is a very interesting chapter and very important chapter from UPSC's point of view. So, let's get started. Now, before I start explaining you all these things, let me show you a map. Now, in the last chapter, we had discussed about Pallavas. पिछले chapter में हमने पल्लवास के बारे में पढ़ा. And if you guys remember, there used to be a Chalukya king, Pulakesin II. एक पुलकेशी द्वितीय एक राजा थे जो चालुक्य के राजा थे और जो पल्लवास के साथ लड़ाई लड़ते रहते थे. So in this chapter, we are going to discuss about those Chalukyas itself who used to fight with the Pallavas and the later Cholas which will come later on. अब एक बात जो आपको यहाँ समझनी है कि इस चैप्टर में हम चालुक्यास और राष्ट्रकूटास दोनों के बारे में पढ़ेंगे. It is because initially this Deccan part was ruled by Chalukyas. ये जो डेक्कन में हिस्सा है ये चालुक्यास के द्वारा रूल किया जाता है. Later on, Rashtrakutas will overtake the Chalukyas and then they will start ruling it. और राष्ट्रकूटास का बहुत बड़ा एम्पायर था, बहुत मेजर कंट्रीब्यूशन था उनका आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर में, तो उसको भी हम समझेंगे. Now let us get back to this slide and now let us try understanding. Again, remember this guys, that Pallavas and Chalukyas were contemporary to each other. Contemporary means they used to exist at the same time. दोनों एक ही समय पर एग्जिस्ट करते थे, both Pallavas and Chalukyas. And that is what has been mentioned up here also, that besides the Pallavas के अलावा ये जो वेस्टर्न चालुक्यास थे और राष्ट्रकूटास थे, इन्होंने डेक्कन में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉलिटिकल फोर्स एस्टैब्लिश की. Now, if I talk about the enemies or the rivals of Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas, obviously they have to be Pallavas and the later Cholas. Later Cholas we are going to study in our next chapter, that is chapter number 13. Now, this chapter would also be very, very important. Alright. Now, if I talk about the significance of art and culture की भी अगर मैं बात करूं, so Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas have contributed a lot in the Deccan towards the art and culture, which very soon you guys will understand. बहुत जल्द आप लोगों को ये पता चल जाएगा कि Chalukyas और Rashtrakutas ने किस हद तक contribute किया था art and culture में. But once again, guys, I'm telling you, जो चैप्टर हमने पहले पढ़ा था पल्लवास, ये उसी के कंटेम्परेरी में अभी हम चालुक्यास से इस चैप्टर की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं. ये वही चालुक्यास हैं जो पल्लवास के साथ लड़ते हैं. These are the same Chalukyas, that is one of the most important king, Pulakesin II, who used to fight with Pallavas. Hope this point is clear. So now let us continue this. Now, these Chalukyas, now why they are said Western? Because obviously when you look at the map of India, अगर आप हमारे भारत के मैप को देखेंगे, so this is where the Chalukyas were ruling. If this is the map of India, so obviously this is the western Deccan side of our nation, and that is why in the Deccan they were known as the Western Chalukyas, and they ruled for about 200 years. As you can see over here, उन्होंने 200 सालों तक राज किया था. उसके बाद राष्ट्रकूटास पावरफुल हो गए थे. They overthrown the Chalukyas, which we will look into later on. अब ऐसा बोला जाता है कि ये जो वेस्टर्न चालुक्यास हैं, ये भी उसी तरीके से रूल कर रहे थे जैसे ईस्टर्न चालुक्यास वेंगी के रूल कर रहे थे और कल्याणी के चालुक्यास. If I talk about the founder of Chalukya dynasty, the founder of Chalukya dynasty was Pulakesin I. Remember, the Pulakesin king who used to fight a lot with the Pallavas was Pulakesin II. Alright, we will come to this king later on. अगर मैं Pulakesin I की बात करूं, if I talk about the founder of the Chalukya dynasty, he established a small kingdom with Badami as its capital. अगर मैं यहाँ पीछे आने की कोशिश करूं, so initially you guys can see over here, this used to be the initial small area of Chalukyas with Badami as its capital. Hope this makes sense. Now, as I told you before, जैसा कि मैंने आप लोगों को पहले बताया था कि इस डायनेस्टी के सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रूलर थे पुलकेशिन II. Pulakeshin II was the most important ruler of this dynasty. And अगर आपने पल्लवास का वीडियो देखा है, if you guys have watched the previous video on Pallavas, I have already mentioned that in the AEOL description, it is mentioned about him. In the AEOL description, even this inscription has also been shown in the previous video. If you have not watched, you guys can. I would always recommend that you always watch history video in the chronology and not randomly, so that you understand the story. आप उसको हमेशा सीक्वेंस में वीडियोस को देखें. अब इन्होंने बनावासी के कदम्बास के साथ भी लड़ाई की थी, गंगास ऑफ मैसूर, और अपना वर्चस्व, अपनी सुप्रीमेसी एस्टैब्लिश करी थी. ही एस्टैब्लिश्ड हिज सुप्रीमेसी. ऑलराइट, वन मोर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज, if you guys remember, हर्षवर्धन was a great emperor. हर्षवर्धन एक बहुत ही महान राजा थे, and his vision of going into the further south, जो भी उनके एक्सपेडिशंस थे, हर्षवर्धन जब साउथ में आना चाहते थे, तब उनको नर्मदा नदी के पास में हरा दिया गया था. हर्षवर्धन was defeated near the river Narmada, from where the Deccan Tract starts. He was defeated by Pulakeshin II, and thus Harsha's ambition of conquering the south was put to a check, or he was not able to fulfill that. One more thing is, this we have already discussed in the previous video. हमने पिछले वीडियो में भी डिस्कस किया था कि पुलकेशिन II ने जब पल्लवास के साथ लड़ाई की थी, initially he became victorious, but later on when Narasimhavarman he fought against Pulakeshin II near Kanchi, that time Narasimhavarman stood out as victorious. उस समय नरसिम्हावर्मन जीत गए. और जब नरसिम्हावर्मन ने कांची के पास लड़ाई करके पुलकेशिन II को हरा दिया था, when he defeated Pulakeshin II, then the Chalukya's capital Vatapi was captured and destroyed by the Pallavas. ये भी हम लोगों ने पिछले चैप्टर में डिस्कस किया. Now, very important event, एक बहुत important event जो पुलकेशिन II के टाइम पर हुई थी, was the visit of Yung San, the Chinese pilgrim who visited India to learn a lot about our art and culture, about our nation. The important thing was he visited the court of Pulakeshin II. And if you guys would have watched the previous videos, this point was also covered. Now, the successor of Pulakeshin II was Vikramaditya. अब आपको एक बात याद होगी, that the Pallavas in the second expedition they defeated Pulakeshin II and took over the capital of Badami. But later on, Vikramaditya being a Chalukya king, he fought against the Pallavas and he tried to consolidate the power that was scattered. जो भी पल्लवास के साथ लड़ते वक्त चालुक्यास की पावर स्कैटर हो गई थी, अलग अलग साम्राज्य कैप्चर हो गए थे, वो विक्रमादित्य ने दोबारा एकजुट करने की, कंसोलिडेट करने की पूरी कोशिश की थी. And thus he was being successful in taking the revenge of his father's defeat. याद कीजिए, ये जो युद्ध मैंने आपको बताया है, when I was talking about the war which happened near Kanchi, in which Narasimhavarman I defeated Pulakeshin II. In this, Pulakeshin II dies in this war and he lost the war. And then later on, Vikramaditya took revenge of it. Now, if I talk about the last rulers of the Chalukya, one of the important last rulers was Kirtivarman II. Kirtivarman II last के important ruler थे, जिनको दंती दुर्गा ने हरा दिया था. Now, Danti Durga defeated Kirtivarman II and then he established राष्ट्रकूटा डायनेस्टी. और इसी के साथ शुरू होगी राष्ट्रकूटा डायनेस्टी और चालुक्यास के 200 सालों का राज अब खत्म हो जाएगा. And through this, the 200 years of reign of Chalukyas comes to an end when Danti Durga defeated Kirtivarman II and established the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Before we immediately switch to Rashtrakuta dynasty, इससे पहले कि हम immediately Rashtrakuta dynasty को पढ़ना शुरू करें, let us try to read a few more facts about the Chalukyas. Now, if I talk about the administration and social life of Chalukyas, now unlike the Pallavas and the Cholas, remember these are the later Cholas. We are not talking about the Pandyas, Cheras, and Cholas. These are the later Cholas, which we will study in the next chapter. So don't get confused between both the Cholas. One important thing over here, that unlike these Pallavas and Cholas, who were having decentralization administration, मतलब इनकी administration में power grassroots level पर दी गई थी. In the Chalukya, the administration was highly centralized. मतलब अगर कोई इनके पूरे साम्राज्य में कोई एक administration है, all the powers were towards the center. Now the same thing we had also seen during the rule of the East India Company. Alright, when we'll study modern history, a similar phase you guys will observe. जब हम modern history पढ़ेंगे, उस समय भी हमें देखने के लिए मिलेगा कि धीरे धीरे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने कैसे तीनों गवर्नर जनरल के बाद बंगाल को तीनों यहाँ पर इन्होंने वाइस रॉय बना दिया था बंगाल के गवर्नर जनरल को. All the powers were given to the Bengal governor general, and later on the decentralization happened, जो बाद में हुआ. But initially this was the strategy of East India Company. They wanted to assume all the powers of all the parts of the nation. Same way चालुक्य में भी जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था वो हाईली सेंट्रलाइज था. वो सेंट्रल रूलर्स के हाथ में ही वो सारी पावर थी. एंड देन इट इज क्वाइट ऑब्वियस, बहुत ही आम बात है, बिल्कुल सही बात है, दैट विलेज ऑटोनॉमी वाज एब्सेंट. विलेज में ऐसे लोगों के पास पावर्स नहीं थी क्योंकि वो हाईली सेंट्रलाइज थे. Chalukyas had a great maritime power, obviously because ये south में है and we have seas all around the corner. And Pulakesin too had around 100 ships and they had a small standing army as well. Army was smaller compared to the navy if I talk about the Chalukyas. अब ये Badami Chalukyas के ऊपर, why I am saying Badami Chalukyas, because Badami was the capital of Chalukyas. They were Brahmin Hindus, but they used to give respect to other religions also. Vedic ritual rites were given importance. And if you guys remember, Pulakesin I was the founder of this dynasty. He used to perform Ashwamedh sacrifice, which gives a direct indication that he was a firm believer of Brahminical Hindu. Now, in the honor of Lord Vishnu, Shiva and other gods, many temples were also built. Also, one important thing, if you guys remember, Yun Sang, he visited India to understand the art and culture, to understand about Buddhism. He also mentions about the decline of Buddhism in the Western Deccan. क्योंकि यहाँ पर ब्राह्मणिज्म को बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा था. Here the Chalukyas were followers of Brahmanism, so the Buddhism was declining. But it is being said that the Chalukyas used to give respect to the other religions. But one important thing over here is in the Western Deccan. Now, if this is the Indian map, this is the Western Deccan. In the Western Deccan, though the impact of Buddhism was reducing, the impact of Jainism was fine. There was a steady growth in the progress of Jainism. जो रवि कीर्ति थी, रवि कीर्ति was a court poet of Pulakesin who had composed the annual inscription as well. He was a Jain. So this gives a clear-cut indication that Jainism was going fine at that time. If I talk about the art and architecture, as I have already told you, they have built many temples. And they have developed Vesara styles in the building of structural temples. Now, you guys must be aware about what is Vesara style, what is Dravidian style, what is Nagsena, what is Vesara. If not, in the previous video, what is the temple architecture, this has already been covered, so you guys can go back and anytime revise that. अगर आपको नहीं मालूम है कि ये विसारा स्टाइल आर्किटेक्चर क्या होता है, तो पिछले वीडियो में जा सकते हैं. मेरे ख्याल से किसी एक टाइटल में भी इट इज डायरेक्टली मेंशन्ड द टेंपल आर्किटेक्चर. यू गाइस कैन वॉच दैट टू अंडरस्टैंड. ऑलराइट, अब अगर मैं स्ट्रक्चरल टेंपल्स की बात करूं तो ये एयूल में भी थे, बदामी में भी थे और पत्तादकल में भी. And even cave temple architecture was famous under the Chalukyas. Alright. And various cave temples have been found at Ajanta, Ellora, Nasik. And this is something that you can read. Again, there's nothing much to explain over here. Alright. So again, you guys can see over here how these cave temples have made a remarkable change in the Indian art and architecture. अब आप लोगों को यहाँ पर ये जो दोनों आपको ये केव्स दिखाई दे रही हैं, बादामी केव्स, अजंता केव्स, यही मैं आपको यहाँ दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. दिस इज दी बादामी केव्स एंड दिस आर दी अजंता केव्स. और इसी वीडियो को आने में, इस वीडियो को बनाने में इसलिए डिले हो गया. व्हाई दिस वीडियो इज डिलेड बाय 1 day बिकॉज़ आई वाज गेटिंग सम कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक इन दी बादामी photo, so I had to replace it with some other photo which I took it from the internet. Obviously, I have not visited Badami, तो मेरे लिए खुद की फोटो डालना तो पॉसिबल नहीं था. And most of the photos are copyright on internet. So कई लोग जो है अपनी फोटोज restrict करके रखते हैं. They do not want anybody else to use their photos in the video, even for educational purpose. So sometimes it becomes challenging for me to show you these pictures so that you guys can visualize it. Alright. अब अगर मैं इनके टेम्पल के आर्किटेक्चर की बात करूं तो ये 2 स्टेजेस में है. सबसे पहले तो ये होल बादामी में ये इनके फर्स्ट स्टेज के टेम्पल थे. सेकंड स्टेज में पट्टाडकल के इनके टेम्पल्स थे. And if I'm not wrong, in Tamil Nadu textbook, I think a picture should also be mentioned about the second stage. If not, you guys can do comment and let me know. In the next video, we'll try to add some pictures of these temples so you guys can visualize, or you guys can simply Google that. अगर मैं Eihole के temples की बात करूं, if I talk about the Eihole temples, there are 70 temples, 70 मंदिर हैं वहाँ पर. Out of them, these are the important temples. और अगर मैं बादामी के टेम्पल्स की बात करूं तो मुक्तेश्वरा और मेलगुट्टी शिवालय, these are important temples of Badami. और रॉक कट टेम्पल्स भी वहाँ पर काफी ज्यादा फेमस है, in which you guys will also find high pillars and you guys will find beautiful images of gods and humans, very beautifully that has been designed. Alright. और वो तो फर्स्ट स्टेज की बात हो गई. If you guys see over here, first stage Eihole in Badami, and Pattadakal is the second stage of temples. यहाँ पर 10 important temples हैं, in which 4 of them is made in the Northern style and 6 of them is made in the Dravidian style. Remember, this Chalukya dynasty was in the western Deccan side, so there was some impact of North India as well as impact of South India as well. So obviously you guys will see both kind of temples over here. Now here even it's mentioned also, अगर मैं Northern style के temple की बात करूँ तो Papanath temple, और अगर मैं Dravidian style की temple की बात करूँ तो आपको संगमेश्वरा temple और विरूपक्ष temple के ये कुछ examples आपको मिल जाएंगे. जो कांचीपुरम में कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल है उसी के मॉडल पे बेस है ये विरूपक्ष टेम्पल. ऑलराइट, सो दिस इज द टेम्पल व्हाट यू गाइस कैन सी ओवर हियर. सो ओके, आई एम गिविंग यू गाइस अ क्वेश्चन. लेट्स सी हु विल राइट द करेक्ट आंसर इन द कमेंट बॉक्स. हु विल टेल मी व्हिच टेम्पल इज दिस फ्रॉम द चालुक्य डायनेस्टी. ठीक है, देखते हैं कि कौन मुझे बताएगा ये चालुक्य डायनेस्टी का कौन सा टेम्पल है. रिमेंबर, बिफोर यू आंसर, लुक एट द आर्किटेक्चर केयरफुली, लुक एट हाउ द पेंटिंग्स और दीस पिलर्स हैव बीन ड्रॉन. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड ये स्टेज 1 का पिलर होगा, ये स्टेज 2 का पिलर होगा, whether it is a stage 1 pillar or stage 2 pillar. Think about it. If you are not able to find, best what you can do is you can search all the temples in Google. Then obviously you guys will be able to identify. So it's a homework for you. You guys can comment what is the name of this temple. All right. Now we will start about Rashtrakutas. If you guys remember, I told you that the Rashtrakutas, they overthrew the Chalukyas and then they started ruling. This is also known as the early medieval time. ये जो टाइम फ्रेम है इसको अर्ली मेडिवियल टाइम भी बोलते हैं. Now if you guys see, ये चालुक्यास रूल कर रहे थे, यहाँ पर ये पल्लवास थे. बाद में ये राष्ट्रकूटास ने ओवरटेक करके इस पूरे एरिया को कैप्चर कर लिया. They used to rule over this big area. Now one very important thing is, ये जो राष्ट्रकूटास के जो राजा थे, the rulers of these Rashtrakutas, they were of Kannada origin. These rulers were of Kannada origin and they used to speak Kannada language, which was their mother tongue. Danti Durga was the founder of this dynasty. Remember this, that Danti Durga was the founder of Rashtrakuta dynasties. Now one more thing. What are these गुर्जारास, ये गुर्जारस कौन है जिनको इन्होंने हराकर मालवा को कैप्चर कर लिया था? You guys might be confused now. Don't worry, I will explain you this, and this is very very important also. And as I have already told you that उन्होंने कीर्तिवर्मन II को हराकर चालुक्य किंगडम को अपने अंडर में ले लिया था, and they overtook, and then they replaced the Chalukyas, and the Rashtrakuta, the big paramount power in the empire in the Deccan, was established. Now these are the Gurjaras which I was talking about. Now see over here. Now if you look at this shape, okay, this shape looks that of a triangle. ये triangle की तरह shape बनती है, and that is why इसको triparity triangle भी बोलते हैं. This is very very important. Here three great powers, Rashtrakutas, Gurjara Pratiharas, which got their name from this Gujarat, and Pallas in the eastern part, they used to fight with one another. ये एक दूसरे से लड़ते ही रहते थे. They used to fight to establish their supremacy. One very very important thing was all three of them used to fight for Kannauj. ये कनौज के लिए लड़ते रहते थे, which was considered as a political, very important political position in the history of India. मतलब जिसने कनौज को जीत लिया, मतलब वो जो है भारत का राजा अपने आप को मानने लग जाता था, चक्रवर्ती राजा. चक्रवर्ती means who is ruling in all directions. So Rashtrakutas, they used to always try, they always tried their level best to capture Kannauj, so which you guys can see over here. So remember this. This is the triparity triangle what you see between these three, Pallas, Gujara Pratiharas, and Rashtrakutas, and they used to fight for Kannauj. Now, if you guys remember over here, the first founder, Danti Durga, this we have already discussed. His successor, Krishna I, was also a great conqueror. He defeated the eastern Chalukyas of Vengi also. He built magnificent rock-cut monolithic Kailash temple at Ellora. Can anybody tell me what is monolithic temple? This we have already discussed in the previous videos. Lithic means stone, mono means single. जब किसी एक बड़े पत्थर को तोड़ तोड़कर उसी में से एक मंदिर बनाया जाए, उसमें अलग अलग पत्थरों को जोड़ा ना जाए, when different pieces of rocks and stones are not joined together, instead a big rock is broken down and out of it a temple is being carved out. It is known as monolithic. All right. And next important king of this dynasty was Govinda III, and he also achieved various victories in the North Indian kingdoms. And obviously, you guys remember Gurjara Pratiharas, Palas. With them also, the Rashtrakutas used to fight a lot. After him came Amogh Varsha I, and then he ruled for a long, massive period of 64 years. But then he started losing his control over the Malwa region and Gangawani. Malwa region, if you guys remember, let me show it back to you. This is the Malwa region. Rashtrakutas, why you guys will see double line over here? Because there was a time when Rashtrakutas were able to capture up to that area. So under him, they lost the Malwa region. All right. And his reign, इनका शासन भी बहुत पॉपुलर फॉर द कल्चरल डेवलपमेंट. ही वाज अ फॉलोअर ऑफ जैनिज्म. Jinasena was his chief. Okay. Now, very very important thing was he himself was a patron of letters, and he used to write various things in the Kannada literature. As you guys know, these Rashtrakutas were from Kannada origin. Kavi Raj Marga, all right, he has written this work, Amogh Varsha I. All right, remember this. This is important. One more important thing is Malkhed. He also built the Rashtrakuta capital. All right, this also is a very important fact for the prelims point of view. Now, after Amogh Varsha I, Krishna III came, and he was famous for his expeditions. He used to march against the Cholas. Again, if you are worried about these later Cholas, we are going to study in the next chapter. And he even defeated them at Dakolam. He even marched further south and tried to capture the Tanjore also. Up to Rameshwaram he went. He tried to occupy it for some time. कुछ समय तक occupy भी किया था. He built various temples. We'll look into it, the art and culture later on. But after the death of Amogh Varsha I, Rashtrakuta started declining. If I talk about the administration of Rashtrakutas, it was divided into various provinces. If I talk about the entire empire, अगर मैं पूरे empire की बात करूं, it had various provinces All right. And each province was called as Rashtra, which was under the direct control of Rashtrapatis. All right. Even right now, also to the president, we call him as Rashtrapati because Rashtra means nation. And here also, in the provinces, they used to call them as Rashtra because an emperor is one who is ruling over various kings. एक empire का राज बहुत बड़ा होता है. And if I talk about districts within the province, there will be various districts also, which were known as Vishyas, which were governed by Vishyapatis. Vishyapatis district को govern करते थे. जैसे आज के समय में हमारे पास DM होता है, district magistrate होता है. Now, in each district, there will be various villages, and Bhukti was next subdivision. Bhukti subdivision, you can consider it as a tehsil. All right, as a tehsil, which consisted of many villages. And जो तहसीलदार था उस टाइम का, जो भुक्ति को कंट्रोल करता था, who used to control भुक्ति, such officer was known as Bhogpatis. All right, and these officers were directly appointed by the central government. So the Bhogpatis were directly appointed by them. And village headmen, as the name itself suggests, ये सरपंच टाइप के लोग थे जो एक एक विलेज को एडमिनिस्टर करते थे. And here also village assemblies used to play a very significant role. If you guys remember, Chalukyas were highly centralized, and in Rashtrakutas, you guys can see the power was decentralized. Hope this makes sense. Now, let's have a look at the society and economy as well. राष्ट्रकूटास की society और उनकी economy के बारे में भी समझ लेते हैं. वैष्णविज्म, शैविज्म, ये क्या है, ये सब आपको अभी तक पता हो जाना चाहिए था. This flourished a lot during the period of राष्ट्रकूटास. मगर इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि जो चालुक्यस के टाइम में जैनिज्म ग्रो हो रहा था, ड्यूरिंग द चालुक्यस टाइम द जैनिज्म वाज ग्रोइंग, इट वाज हैम्पर्ड ड्यूरिंग द राष्ट्रकूटास रूल. नो, जैनिज्म वाज स्टिल गोइंग फाइन. In fact, 1/3 of the population of Deccan were Jains. Remember, see this beautiful fact over here. So that means there was no problem that was being faced by the Jain people. There were various Buddhist settlements also, like Kanheri, Solapur, Dharwar, and there was harmony among various religions. मतलब काफी peaceful समय ये चल रहा था. और जो अभी का बीजापुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहां पर एक सालागोटी एक कॉलेज भी था, जहां पर उनके एजुकेशन सेंटर से रिलेटेड एक इंस्क्रिप्शन भी मिला है. And over here, festivals में, functions में, they used to collect amount during festivals, functions, and various rich people also used to donate, which used to act as a source of fund for such education centers. Even the economy was fine. When the people were staying so happily, obviously the economy has to be good. There was an active commerce between the Deccan and the Arab people. And as the commerce was going fine, the Rashtrakuta kings, he promoted the Arab trade by maintaining friendly relations with them. क्योंकि डेक्कन के ये राजा हमारे जो राष्ट्रकूटास थे, उनका अरब के साथ अच्छा कॉमर्स चल रहा था, इन दोनों की दोस्ती भी बहुत अच्छी चल रही थी. Now, here also, guys, if you see that Vaishnavism and Shaivism was flourishing, in the Rashtrakuta, they have patronized a lot on the Sanskrit literature. Even in their courts also, you guys will find that various good poet quotes were mentioned. You guys can read about it. Even the Jain literature have flourished. अमोघ वर्षा जो थे, उन्होंने जैन को काफी पैट्रोनाइज किया था. ये हमने भी पीछे भी देखा था. जो उनके टीचर थे, जिन सेना, जो उनके ही कोर्ट में प्रेजेंट थे, he composed Parskabhudya, which is a biography of Parswa in verses. All right. So if you guys do not know about Parswa, do comment and let me know whether you know or you don't know. At the same time, those who know, please do comment. I will explain this to you about what is Parswa. All right. Important thing was, सक्तन ने जो था, उन्होंने एक ग्रामर वर्क लिखा था जिसको अमोघ वृत्ति नाम दिया गया था. Now, obviously, it's related to the king also. So, in the praise of the king, this grammar work was also written. Vicharya was a great mathematician. अब कन्नड़ा लिटरेचर की भी इस टाइम पे बहुत ग्रोथ हुई थी because these were Kannadiga people and they laid a lot of emphasis on the development of the Kannada literature, which is very good. And Kavi Raj Marga was the first poet who has worked in the Kannada language. This also becomes a very important question if, let's say, you are appearing in the Kannada PSC exam, KPSC exam, or other South Indian examinations. So, all right, again, these are simple facts, not very important for me to explain the same. Here comes the important point, the art and architecture. राष्ट्रकूटास के टाइम पे एलोरा में, एलिफेंटा में, we find a beautiful art and architecture. Kailash temple at Ellora is very remarkable temple, and it was excavated during the reigns of the Krishna month. अब ये जो कैलाश टेम्पल भी एलोरा का, जिसके बारे में मैं आपको मोनोलिथिक बता रहा था, इट्स अ मोनोलिथिक टेम्पल. Now look at the size of the rock that they have used to carve out this big temple. Anyway, I will show you this temple. And these are the main parts of this temple which you guys can read. Okay. And this is the height of this temple, 25 feet height, which is very good. And the central face of this plinth, which is 25 feet high, you guys will see very imposing figures. You guys will see a lot of imposing figures of elephants and lions, जो इस स्ट्रक्चर को एक बहुत ब्यूटीफुल डिजाइन प्रोवाइड करते हैं. उसमें एक 3 टायर्ड शिकारा या टावर भी है जो ममल्लापुरम के रथ को भी काफी हद तक मैच करता है. अब इसके अंदर भी 16 स्क्वायर पिलर्स भी हैं, इसके अंदर एक बिग हॉल भी है. सो ओवरऑल इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल आर्किटेक्चर. वन मोर इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग इज, यहाँ पर एक स्कल्पचर भी है गॉडेस दुर्गा का, जिसमें वो एक बफेलो डीमन को मार रही है. और एक और स्कल्पचर, ये दोनों स्कल्पचर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं, इन विच रावण इज ट्राइंग टू अटेम्प्ट टू लिफ्ट माउंट कैलाश. ऑलराइट, this anyways I will show this to you also. And even the scenes of Ramayana are being shown in the walls of this temple. So if I talk about the characteristics of this Kailash temple, they are more of Dravidian type. Alright, इनके characteristics Dravidian type है. हमने जब चालुक्यास के बारे में देखा था, they were more of Visara style. Okay, so this is the temple that I was talking about. Elephants, lions, इनके आपको figures दिखेंगे. उसके बाद अंदर hall भी है जिसमें बहुत सारे. If you guys look over here, इसमें अलग-अलग stones का use नहीं हुआ है. Different stones are not being used here. It has been carved out of a single stone. Alright, so you guys can imagine the size of this stone. How difficult it would have been to make this. Such a great, remarkable work which was being done. Okay, over here you guys can see Ravana. You guys can see his heads also. He's trying to lift the Kailash. Okay, Mount Kailash. He's trying to lift it. Alright. Okay. And if I talk about Elephanta, it's an island near Bombay. It was originally called Sripuri, and after when the Portuguese captured those parts, they changed the name to it to Elephanta. And here also, you guys will see a beautiful art and architecture that have taken place. यहाँ पर भी जो टेम्पल है उसमें आपको बहुत बारीकी से क्राफ्टमैनशिप देखने के लिए मिलेगी. There are huge figures of द्वारका पालिकास जो उनके एंट्रेंस है वहां पर. Alright, and then again these are some of the trivial facts which you guys can read over here. But one important thing over here is यहाँ पर एक important sculpture है which is known as Trimurti. Now, in this Trimurti, they are trying to show the 3 aspects of Lord Shiva. That he is not just the creator, he is not just the preserver, but he is also the destroyer. उन्होंने दुनिया को बनाया है, वो उसको बचाते भी और उसको destroy भी कर सकते हैं. In the Trimurti, they are showing the 3 aspects of Lord Shiva. Here, you guys can see. These are the 3 phases of this Lord Shiva: creator, the destroyer, and the protector. Hope this makes sense to all of you. So this is a question for me. I request all of you to write your answer in the comment section. One very important thing, guys, is in the geography के वीडियो में I have clearly told, first of all, we do not charge any fees. कोई fees charge नहीं करते हैं. What only I am requesting you is to like the video and comment below the video. I request all of you to at least give 500 likes in each of the geography video, or else I will not complete this video series. मैं ये यूपीएससी डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट इसीलिए पढ़ा रहा हूं ताकि मैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों की मदद कर सकूं. अब आप लोग से मैं सिर्फ एक ही मदद चाहता हूं कि आप इसको जितना लाइक और कमेंट करेंगे, ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक वीडियो रेकमेंड होगा, एंड वी विल टुगेदर बी एबल टू हेल्प मैक्सिमम पीपल. एटलीस्ट दिस इज द स्मॉल थिंग, गाइस, दैट यू गाइस कैन हेल्प मी. Please help me with this. Once we will receive 500 likes, we will continue our geography videos. Critically evaluate the contribution of Rashtrakutas in art and architecture, and this is very important also. Write in about 250 words. You guys can anyways go back read the content again, read the books, and then try to attempt this answer in the comment section. Let's practice some questions from MCQ's point of view also for UPSC prelims. Which of the following statement are correct regarding Amog Varsha? He built the city of Mankhed. He composed Kaviraj Marg, a Kannada composition of poets. He built the Kailash temple. Which of the following is correct? You can pause the video and write your answer. The right answer is 1 and 2. He has not built the Kailash temple of Ellora. Who has built the Kailash temple of Ellora? I have already explained this in the video. You can comment and tell your answer. Alright. This is the second video. The three parity struggle between Pratiharas, Palas and Rashtrakutas. यानी कि जो three parity struggle थी इन तीनों के बीच में था. Fight was to acquire supremacy over Kannauj, a symbol of prestige in Indian politics. Which of the above is correct of the early medieval India? Only one, only two, both 1 and 2, neither 1 and 2. You can pause the video and attempt the answer. All right. So the right answer is both 1 and 2. ये मैंने आपको बताया भी था, ये जो ट्राइंगल बनता है जहां पर ये तीनों लड़ते हैं, they are fighting for Kannauj. So both 1 and 2 are the right answer over here. Thank you everybody for watching. We do not have Telegram channel. आप Telegram channel के लिए नहीं पूछे. You guys can connect to us on Instagram and Facebook. I do not teach from some unknown sources. मैं तमिलनाडु textbook से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. You guys can anywhere find it in Google. If you are not able to find it, let me know. I will help you to get the PDF of this book. So again, we will come back again. We'll discuss about the later Cholas, and then just this chapter 13 and 14 are left, and then we'll finish the ancient history. We will continue with the medieval Indian history. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि मैं geography के videos को continue करूं, I request all of you, not just in geography, in all the videos, this is the least you guys can do. अगर आपको वीडियो पसंद आ रहा है तो आप लाइक करें. अगर आपको वीडियो नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है, आप कमेंट करके बताएं what you don't like, so that we guys can reach maximum people. This is the least you guys can do for me if you guys wish so. Or else even I have multiple works to do. I will start going to villages and start teaching poor people instead of teaching on YouTube then. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Now, after a long break, we are going to resume our chapters, and today we'll talk about chapter 13, that is Imperial Cholas. काफी समय के गैप के बाद आज हम अपने वीडियोस को रिज्यूम करेंगे और आज हम 13वें चैप्टर इंपीरियल चोलास के बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे. Before we go ahead, let me tell you something. Those who don't read history, they don't create history. जो इतिहास नहीं पढ़ता है, वो कभी इतिहास नहीं बनाता है. Now, going forward, I will try my level best to upload the videos on weekends. मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि मैं सैटरडे संडे को वीडियोस अपलोड करूं, because as I had already told you before, जैसा कि मैंने आप लोगों को पहले बताया था, weekdays में now I am doing something else in which I am trying my level best to teach maximum people who are really serious about the examination. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि it will be a huge loss to you. Please be sincere on weekends. If I will feel, अगर मुझे लगेगा कि आप वीकेंड्स पर बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ रहे हैं, तो I will start uploading videos all 7 days a week. अब this update is, let's say, आप वीडियोस तो देखते हैं मगर आपने चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है. So in that case, हमारे यूपीएससी डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी के कम्युनिटी सेक्शन पे जब भी मैं कोई पोस्ट अपलोड करूंगा या कोई अपडेट नए वीडियो की, या लेट्स से मैं कोई शॉर्ट नोट्स देता हूं which might be important for prelims or mains point of view, that will be visible only to those aspirants who have subscribed to this channel. तो यानी कि अगर आपने इस चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है और आप सिर्फ वीडियोस को देखते हैं, तो आपको आने वाली कोई नई पोस्ट या अपडेट के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं मिलेगी. So please, if you have not subscribed to this channel, please do, and please do start liking the videos that I upload and start commenting below the video, so that जो YouTube का algorithm है वो हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाएगा, and we can help those real people who otherwise could not afford coaching. Another update is, let's say अगर आपको कोई डाउट है, तो अगर आपको कोई डाउट है, you can ask your doubt below the video in the comment section. आप comment section में वीडियो के नीचे अपना डाउट पूछ सकते हैं. और let's say it is not related to that topic, वो उस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड नहीं है, You have any specific doubt related to the strategy, related to the examination, or you need any counseling, you are confused about something. So there's a change of the Instagram ID. This is my personal Instagram account. ये मेरा personal Instagram account है, Abhijit Singh Arora. I request all of you to please follow me over here, because on the other Instagram account UPSC Digital Library, that is right now dormant, usko मैं use नहीं कर रहा हूँ. So I request that you follow me over here. You can send me a message, you can ask me your specific doubt, and I will try my level best to get back to you as soon as possible. So without further discussions, let's start a chapter on Imperial Cholas. संगम पीरियड जिसके बारे में हम लोगों ने पहले डिस्कस किया था, जिसमें हमने चेरा, चोला और पांड्या के बारे में डिस्कस किया था. After the decline of the Sangam period, which we had already studied, the Cholas became feudatories in Urayur. ये तो हमने पहले पढ़ दिया था. Now later on, again in the 9th century, they became a prominent power in the South India, in the southern India. Again in the 9th century, they became a prominent power. But remember one thing, don't get confused between the old Cholas, what we have studied, and the imperial Cholas, what we are going to study right now. These two are completely different. They again emerged after a long period of time, after a long gap. And over here, obviously, the kings and rulers are going to follow a different strategy from the previous Chola rulers. तो पुराने चोला रूलर्स जो थे वो एक छोटे रीजन पे रूल करते थे, लेकिन बाद में ये जो अर्ली मेडिवियल के टाइम पर जो इंपीरियर चोलाज आएंगे, they are going to rule over a very large area of land, which very soon we are going to see. Now, the capital of imperial Cholas was Tanjore. इंपीरियर चोलास की कैपिटल तांजोर थी. सिर्फ साउथ इंडिया में ही नहीं, not just in South India, they had their rule in Sri Lanka as well as in Malay Peninsula. Now, if you guys are getting confused what this Malay Peninsula is, don't worry, I will show you that. It because they had a vast region under their control, क्योंकि इनके अंडर में एक बहुत बड़ा एम्पायर था. They were also called as the imperial Cholas. तो इस चैप्टर का जो नाम है वो इसलिए था because they used to rule over a vast ruler. There are various inscriptions जिनके थ्रू हमको इनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के बारे में पता चलेगा, इनके टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में पता चलेगा. We'll come to know about the various rulers of the imperial Cholas. So now over here you guys can see. So the blue region what you see, okay, this is Ceylon, which is the present day Sri Lanka. These all part where the prominent place from where the imperial Cholas used to rule. ये वो region है जहां से Cholas rule करते थे. और बाकी आपको ये जो some people will call it pink or whatever it is, ठीक है, the exact color doesn't matter. ये जो region आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, these were the places which were subordinate to the imperial Cholas. ये वो region थे जिन्होंने imperial Cholas की supremacy को accept कर लिया था. Now over here also you guys will see, okay, so this peninsula. Now here if you guys want to know about the exact countries, let me show you over here. All right. So here you guys can see that the southern tip of Myanmar, the southern portion of Thailand, and then the Malaysia, and even this Singapore, all these were a part of the imperial Cholas, where the impact was prominent, जहां पर उनका impact था. So hope this makes sense. And you all know this is the Malacca Strait. Okay, what does a strait means? Okay, even like let's say here we have Park Strait. इनका मतलब क्या है ये हम ज्योग्राफी की क्लास में डिस्कस करेंगे, बट फॉर नाउ यू गाइस कैन अंडरस्टैंड अ स्मॉल वाटर बॉडी व्हिच डिफरेंशिएट्स टू लार्ज वाटर बॉडी. यहाँ पे भी आप देख सकते हैं देयर इज अ स्मॉल वाटर बॉडी व्हिच डिफरेंशिएट्स टू लार्ज वाटर बॉडीज. ऑलराइट, सो हियर वी हैव बे ऑफ बंगाल, आई एम सो सॉरी, हियर वी हैव बे ऑफ बंगाल, and here we have the Arabian Sea, and in this portion we have the Indian Ocean. So two large water bodies is being separated by a small water body. So that is the meaning of strait. Okay, so same way we will also have a look at the word isthmus. That also we'll look into in the geography videos. All right. Okay. So now the founder of the imperial Chola was Vijayalaya. All right, and he captured Tanjore in 1850 AD और वहां पर उन्होंने एक दुर्गा का टेम्पल भी बनाया था। और इन्हीं के जो बेटे थे आदित्य, उन्होंने पल्लवा के किंगडम को भी लगभग समाप्त कर दिया था। हिज सन ऑफ विजयलया, Aditya, he almost put an end to the Pallava kingdom by defeating Aparajita and he annexed टोंडाई मंडलम। उन्होंने टोंडाई मंडलम को अपने रीजन में एनेक्स कर लिया था या जोड़ लिया था। नाउ इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द अर्ली चोला रूलर्स, उसमें परांतका वन वाज आल्सो वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर। उन्होंने पंड्यास को भी हराया था, पांड्यास को भी, और सेइलोन के रूलर को भी हराया था। सेइलोन मींस श्रीलंका। होप दिस मेक्स सेंस। बट द परंतका वन, ही सफर्ड अ डिफीट। उनको एक हार का सामना भी करना पड़ा था राष्ट्रकूटा से। और ये भी एक बहुत अच्छे राजा थे जिन्होंने कई बड़े बड़े मंदिर बनाए थे। लाइक ही इज आल्सो फेमस फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग द विमाना। ओके, सो विमाना इज एन elevated structure over the temples, okay, of the famous Nataraj temple, and this is something that you can read, fine. और कई इंस्क्रिप्शंस के थ्रू हमको ये भी पता चलता है कि अंडर हिज रूल, अंडर द चोलास रूल, हाउ द विलेज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वाज टेकिंग प्लेस। Now, as I told you, that he suffered a defeat under the hands of Rashtrakutas. Parantaka I, who was an important early Chola rulers, he had a defeat under the hands of Rashtrakutas. तो लगभग 30 साल के एक गैप के बाद फिर से चोला उभर कर आते हैं। They emerged out again and they regained their supremacy under the King Raja Rajavan, who is one of the most important ruler of imperial Chola, जो कि बहुत important ruler थे। अब राजा राजावन और उनके बेटे राजेंद्र वन, ये दोनों ही बहुत महान राजा थे। और इन दोनों के साम्राज्य के टाइम अंडर द रूल ऑफ राजा राजावन एंड राजेंद्र वन, द चोला पावर रीच्ड इट्स जेनिथ। वो अपने ऑलमोस्ट पीक पर पहुंच गई थी। There are various military conquests that they did. Example, they defeated the Chera ruler also. They had a naval battle with them. Navy से उनकी लड़ाई हुई थी. And they almost defeated the complete Chera navy. उन्होंने ध्वस्त कर दिया था पूरी Chera की navy को. If you guys are thinking about this Chera, we have already discussed that long back. लेकिन फिर भी ये जो Chera region है, ये केरला का region है. This is the Kerala region. उन्होंने पांड्या रूलर को भी हरा दिया था और चोला की जो अथॉरिटी या सुप्रीमेसी थी वो पांड्या रीजन पर भी इस्टेब्लिश हो गई। उसके अलावा दे आल्सो हैड कॉन्क्वेस्ट इन द मैसूर रीजन एंड देन दे डिफीटेड। एंड इनके जो बेटे थे राजेंद्र वन, हिज सन राजेंद्र वन, ही वाज गिवन द रिस्पांसिबिलिटी टू इन्वेड सेइलोन, व्हिच इज श्रीलंका। And under Rajendra I, who was the son of Raja Raja I, he defeated Sri Lankan king Mahendra V, who ran away from Sri Lanka. And under Rajendra I, the Cholas were able to capture, let's say this is the Sri Lanka, they were able to capture the northern part of Sri Lanka. तो इस तरीके से northern part of Sri Lanka भी राजा राजा वन के बेटे राजेंद्र वन के रूल में चोला एम्पायर के अंडर में आ गया था। एंड लेटर ऑन व्हाट हैपेंड वाज, जो कैपिटल थी उसको भी चेंज कर दिया था सेइलोन में, श्रीलंका में, वेयर शिवा टेंपल वाज आल्सो बिल्ट। होप दिस मेक्स सेंस। अब जो ये चोला की विक्ट्री थी, द विक्ट्री ऑफ द चोला वाज ग्रोइंग डे बाय डे एंड लेटर ऑन they even tried to capture the western Chalukya of Kalyani. कल्याणी के वेस्टर्न चालुक्यास के साथ भी उन्होंने लड़ने की कोशिश की थी। And here also राजा राजावन, he captured the रायचूर दाव। अगर आप लोगों को रायचूर दाव के बारे में नहीं पता, I think then you have not watched the previous videos. Daub is a region between two rivers, which is very very fertile and generally which is being fought between two great rulers. क्योंकि it becomes it becomes very very important to capture that. ये strategy point of view से भी important है. It is very fertile also, and then obviously as it is very fertile here, the population of the people will be more, so it is very productive for a king to capture this region. All right. तो इस तरीके से जो चोला पावर थी, the Chola power, they extended up to the river Tungabhadra. All right. अब this is also not very important. They even defeated the Telugu region, and then they even Raja gave his daughter over there to Vimaladatta, and then he tried to maintain cordial relations with the Telugu rulers. Fine. His last military conquest was a naval expedition, जो कि एक नेवी की एक रिसर्च थी जिसमें he was trying to capture the other parts. He fought against the Maldives island and he conquered them also. तो मालदीव्स के जो आइलैंड थे उनको भी राजा ने conquer कर लिया था. So as you see, much of the great powers, Pandyas, Cheras, and then Thondai Mandalam, जो तमिलनाडु के थे, all of them, even the Telugu part, even the Sri Lankan part, even the Maldives island, which were even beyond India, they came under the rule of Imperial Cholas. These were some of the titles which Raja got after having so many successful conquests. He was a follower of Shaivism. वो Lord Shiva को बहुत मानते थे, and he also helped in the construction of the famous Raja Rajeshwari temple, जिसको Bridheshwara temple भी कहते हैं in Tanjore, and this is the year which is specified over here. But he was a liberal king. He was very compassionate towards the other religions. वो दूसरे religions के लिए compassionate थे. उन्होंने बुद्धिस्ट monastery को भी construct करने में मदद कराई थी in Nagapattinam, which you can see over here. अब जो उनके बेटे थे Rajendra I, which I told you, who was taking care of the northern Ceylon or the northern Sri Lanka. Now he was also following the aggressive expansion policy. वो भी aggressive expansion policy को follow करते थे. जैसे कि मैंने पहले बता दिया थी, conquered the northern Sri Lanka, and then he also was able to reassert the authority over the Cheras and the Pandyas. So Chola, among all three, became one of the most important the ruling power in the southern India. उन्होंने वेस्टर्न चालुक्यास को भी हरा दिया था. they even went up to Tungabhadra, जहां से चालुक्यास और चोलास की एक बाउंड्री एस्टैब्लिश हो गई थी. So that was also something very big that happened during that time. Not just the South India, सिर्फ South India ही नहीं, Rajendra I even tried to go up to North India, and he even crossed the Ganga river, and he tried to defeat a lot of rulers, and he was successful in doing so also. Like for one of them, you guys can see that Gangai Konda Cholapuram. So this was one of the city which he established already, and over there also Rajeshwaram temple was created over there. वहाँ पे irrigation tanks भी बनाए थे. He created irrigation tanks also, जो western side of the city में थे. Fine. इसके अलावा वो कई naval expeditions भी करते थे. And it is not like that the place that was annexed under Rajendra I was permanent. ऐसा नहीं था, because they used to again face a lot of retaliation from different subordinates. मतलब अगर suppose उन्होंने 3 से 4 जगह जीत ली है, if Rajendra I has captured 3 to 4 places, now there used to be retaliation. वहां की जो feudatories थी वो भी attack back कर, जब उनको लगता था कि राजेंद्र I थोड़े कमजोर पड़ रहे हैं, they used to fight back and try to capture back their lost territory. All right, and this was the title which Rajendra I won. So, but he was a great leader, and he had put down all the rebellions, and he ensured that he had kept his empire intact. Hope this makes sense. Now, even after his death, also the Chola Empire was doing well. All right, even after his death, what happened was there were various things that happened. Like for example, जो तुंगाभद्रा की बाउंड्री थी वो अभी भी कंटिन्यूड रही नदन बाउंड्री में, और जो केरला, पांड्या और मैसूर रीजन थे श्रीलंका, वो तो वैसे भी उसका हिस्सा थे. इनकी जो बेटी थी उनको वेंगी चालुक्य प्रिंस के साथ शादी करा दी, which I told you that with them they created a very cordial relations. Even with the Telugu they had a very cordial relations. There were various titles which the Rajendra one he had done. और राजा वन की तरह उनके जो बेटे राजेंद्र वन थे, he was also a devotee of Lord Shiva and he also built a lot of temples. ये तो मैंने बता ही दिया था, जो सिटी उन्होंने गंगा नदी क्रॉस करके वहां पे जो हरा के उन्होंने एक एस्टेब्लिश की थी, that was also happened. He was also tolerant towards Vaishnavism and Buddhism, or he even let the Buddhists establish their monasteries and other teaching places. राजेंद्र वन के बाद जो राजा आए थे, जैसे कोलुटुंगा वन, कोलुटुंगा थ्री, जो कोलुटुंगा वन थे, बेसिकली लेट्स से राजा राजेंद्र वन, उनकी जो बेटी थी, उनके बेटे थे कोलुटुंगा वन. Alright, knowing this is it's not important for UPSC's point of view, it's not important still. तो वो जो कोलुटुंगा वन थे, वो उनके नाती थे. Alright, so he was the grandson of Rajendra one. And during his reign, what happened that Sri Lanka became independent. और बाद में later on क्या होगा कि पूरे श्रीलंका को भी कैप्चर किया गया था. Anyway, so important thing about here was that थोड़ा नुकसान तो हुआ imperial Cholas को when the Rajendra one lost. Though a lot of things were preserved by these rulers, but they were not as effective as their grandfather and great grandfather. जो कोलुटुंगा वन थे, उन्होंने अपनी लार्ज एम्बेसी जो थी मर्चेंट्स की, उनको चाइना भेजा था और उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट रिलेशंस भी बनाए थे. जो श्री विजया थे, ये इंडोनेशिया में रूल करते थे. सो इंडोनेशिया के साथ भी इन्होंने कोऑर्डिनेट रिलेशंस बनाए थे. और जब कोलुटुंगा 3 आ गए थे, तब सेंट्रल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वीक होता गया था. एंड देन क्वाइट ऑब्वियसली देन द इंपीरियल चोलास विल नॉट बी एज स्ट्रांग एज दे यूज्ड टू बी बिफोर. राजेंद्र वन की अगर मैं बात करूं, तो वो लास्ट चोला किंग थे जिनको फिर हरा दिया गया था. एंड देन द चोला किंगडम वाज एब्सॉर्ब्ड इनटू द पांड्या एम्पायर. तो इफ आई टेल यू व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम इंपीरियल चोलास, so then Raja one and Rajendra one, these are the imperial the important rulers which had played a very important role in establishing the imperial Cholas. So this is something which is important. अगर हम इनके administration की बात करें, if we talk about the administration, they had excellent administration. The emperor or the king was at the top, and then there was obviously the powers were also divided while going down, which I will show you very soon. उनके रॉयल टूर्स भी होते थे ताकि वो अलग अलग प्लेसेस के साथ अपने कोऑर्डिनेट रिलेशंस बनाते थे. दे वांटेड टू हैव कोऑर्डिनेट रिलेशंस विद डिफरेंट प्लेसेस. एंड इवन इन बिग सिटीज लाइक तांजोर, और जो गंगा नदी क्रॉस करने के बाद दे एस्टैब्लिश्ड द सिटी, देयर रॉयल कोर्ट्स वर आल्सो एस्टैब्लिश्ड. इवन द टेंपल वर आल्सो कंस्ट्रक्टेड ओवर देयर. देयर वाज एन एक्सटेंसिव एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सेटअप जहां पर कई ऑफिशियल्स, लाइक यू गाइस कैन सी Perundalam, Sirundanam. So these were the name of the various officials which were assisting the king or the emperor for the effective administration which was happening through the king. अब अगर मैं रेवेन्यू की बात करूं, तो obviously अगर देश चलाना है, if somebody has to run the country, they must have a source of income. So various kinds of taxes were levied. अगर किसी की marriage भी है, so there also dues were levied. Professional taxes were also levied. On agriculture also, judicial fine, somebody has done a crime, so on that also the taxes were levied. But let's say on the temples, temple के जो लैंड थे उसके ऊपर टैक्सेस नहीं लेते थे. दैट वाज अ मैटर व्हिच वाज वेरी प्रेस्टिजियस टू देम, व्हिच वाज वेरी क्लोज टू देम. वो टेंपल के जो जमीन थी उस पर कर यानी टैक्स नहीं लेते थे. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, इवन ऑन द रेसिडेंशियल पोर्शन वेयर द पीपल वेर स्टेइंग आल्सो, देयर आल्सो द टैक्सेस यूज्ड टू टेक प्लेस. नाउ they had a very good well defined revenue department. All right, what you can see over here. Now the कोलुटुंगा वन, जिसके बारे में हमने पिछली स्लाइड में देखा था, एंड कोलुटुंगा 3, कोलुटुंगा 1 के रूल में क्या हुआ था, he was a very kind hearted king. इन्होंने क्या किया था, जब मुश्किल का दौर आता था, let's say the agriculture is not going well, or the people are having some kind of health problems in which the people are not able to cope up to their own बेसिक डेली नीड्स. वो अपनी डेली की ही रोजमर्रा जिंदगी में उतने पैसे नहीं जुटा पा रहे हैं. तो जो कोलुटुंगा 1 थे, वो टैक्स को कम भी कर देते और कई कई बार रिमिशन मतलब माफ भी कर दिया जाता था. So that is why he earned this title. So this title you guys can remember that which was the king who earned this title. और जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि जो taxes collect होंगे, obviously there are various expenditures also. King will also need to have his own expenses, his courtmen also, the army also, the navy also. There was a big army in the navy that was maintained. There has to be road construction, irrigation tanks and canals. So काफी काम है जो राजाओं को करने पड़ते हैं. For that the taxes were levied. If I talk about the military administration, they had a big standing army in which they had elephants, cavalry, ghursavar, infantry, that means foot soldiers, and the navy. So it is said from the inscriptions that they almost had 70 regiments. So that's a very, very big army. 70 regiments, that means in one regiment itself, there will be a big unit of the army. So 70 regiments, that means they were very, very big. And then there were proper attention was given that the proper training to the army was given so that they are always ready to fight a war, always ready to fight with the different territories or whenever they go for a conquest, they are always ready to win the war for the imperial cholas. इसी के साथ even military cantonments also used to exist. Military cantonment is a place where the army barracks exist. जो army की unit है जहाँ पर रहती है, that's the cantonment area. And they even not just the army, they used to place special attention to the navy also. And it is even said that during their time the navy reached to its zenith. जो मालाबार के coast है, कोरोमंडल coast है, they were under the direct control of the imperial chulas. और Bay of Bengal के भी जो coastal areas at time they were also under the administration of the chula. So they had a great military power both in terms of the army and the navy. For those of you who might have just thought about the Air Force, come on, the Indian Air Force came just now, almost 100 years back. So how can the Air Force be present over there? You guys should think about it. Now, अगर इनके provincial administration की भी बात करें, तो जो इनका empire था, जो राजा के अंदर में था, empire में, वो मंडलम में divided था, फिर मंडलम वालानाडूज में divided थे, फिर वालानाडूज नाडूज में, और नाडूज के अंदर में भी कई autonomous villages आते थे. तो जो मंडलम्स थे, they were generally under the direct control of royal prince. राजा के ही prince देख लेते थे, या big officials used to take place. जो वालानाडूज थे, they were under the control of पेरिया नट्टर, और जो नाडू थे वो नट्टर के अंडर में कंट्रोल में थी. और even the towns were also known as nagaram, and Nagarattar was a council in which various administrative officials used to take care of the nagaram or the town. Fine. If I talk about the village assemblies, now we get to know a lot about their village administration in the cholas. और अगर हम पूरे एक administrative setup की बात करें तो हमको बहुत डिटेल में यहाँ पर पता चलता है. Like for example, let's take an example of a village. तो almost 30 wards में वो divided था, और हर वार्ड से भी एक एक वार्ड मेंबर इलेक्ट होता था, और फिर विलेज का एक सरपंच तो होगा ही. देयर यूज्ड टू बी various ward members and then a village headman like sarpanch. So if you guys have not watched the video of class 6 NCRT, which it's in Hindi by the way, it's not in English and Hindi bilingual language, you guys can do watch if you understand Hindi. Over there I have very briefly explained about the village administration, the municipal corporation, so that will be an added advantage to you if you guys have watched that. Now one beautiful thing which you will see over here about the eligibility criteria to become a ward member. अगर आपको ward member बनना है तो उसकी qualification भी थी कि आपके पास 1/4 valley was a unit of land. तो एटलीस्ट इतना लैंड तो आपके पास होनी चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि आप लैंडलेस हो, तो आप वहीं के रेसिडेंट होना चाहिए. इट शुड नॉट हैपन दैट यू माइग्रेट टू one of the village under imperial chola के किसी village में आकर रहने लग गए, and then you say I want to become just how we have right now, so that you should be a citizen of India if you have to fight an election. And आपकी एज 30 ईयर से ज्यादा होनी चाहिए, 70 से कम, because they need some experience. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई immature individual should come up and then make some silly decisions which could prove out to be fatal for their village. They should have knowledge about Vedas. So Vedas की knowledge होनी चाहिए थी. Hinduism was almost at its zenith peak, so that was also very important. Or there were certain norms of disqualification also. So let's say if you have been a member of the committee from past 3 years, so you cannot contest elections again because they have to give opportunities to the new people. In India, it doesn't happen. So this is something which we can learn from the Chola administration. And let's say there's any case going on in the judicial places, उन्होंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया, कोई गलती कर दी है, they have done a mistake, so then they are not eligible to stand for the ward member. And let's say there's, because उनके पास खुद की एक property होनी चाहिए, 1/4 of Veli. So let's say if they have stolen it from somebody and if they are caught, then also they are not eligible to stand for the elections of the, I will not say elections because it's a kind of nomination that used to take place. They were not direct elections क्योंकि 30 wards में से जो लोग भी अपना नाम देते थे, फिर एक छोटे बच्चे को बोलते थे इसमें पर्चियां डाल दो, तो जिस पर्ची में जिसका नाम आता था, that person used to be the nominated member from that ward. So it was not a kind of election where everybody would vote. There were a criteria. If you meet those criteria, you can request to be elected for that ward member. और आपकी पर्ची डाली जाएगी एक पॉट में, and then a small boy will pick up a chit. जिसका नाम आ जाएगा, that individual will get nominated as a ward member from that ward. Hope this makes sense. ठीक है, generally now this is simple things. They used to meet under the tree, pass the resolutions. और कितनी committees होंगी, like you guys will see the name of few committees. Not important to remember. It's not required unless you are preparing for your Tamil Nadu state board examinations. So how many committees will be there, how many ward members will be there in a particular village, it depends from village to village. Hope this makes sense. If I talk about their social and economic life, the caste system was prevalent because Hinduism was at its zenith. So the Brahmins and Kshatris were enjoying the special privileges which were not available to Vaishyas and Shudras. और ये जो division है about the caste, so this also is mentioned in the inscriptions. Alright, these you can read the name. Alright, hope about these caste divisions what were there. Alright, even caste के अंदर subcaste भी होती थी. The position of women was not much good. Even the sati system was prevalent. Even in the royal families, they had a sense of insecurity that once the male member has died, so it should not have been that somebody should abduct their wife, and so sati system was prevalent. Now, near to the temple, this dancing girl system started emerging, Devdasi system. अब देव की दासी. Now this Devdasi means मतलब वो भगवान की भक्ति में dance हो रहा है. So it's not like it's a kind of entertainment taking place. It's a dance devoted to the god. So such kind of things also started emerging out. Both Shiv ki bhakti, Shaivism and Vaishnavism were flourishing, and even they were liberal, so Buddhism and other religions were also doing fine. Now, for economic activity, temple were the kind of centers where people used to go donate money, or temple land के ऊपर तो tax लगता नहीं था, that I have already explained you. And the Chola kings and queens, they used to build a lot of temples. The agriculture and industries were also flourishing. Forest land was also going well. Irrigation tanks were constructed so that people should not face in agriculture. Weaving industry, silk weaving industry, जो कांचीपुरम की साड़ियाँ, you might have heard about it. So that also flourished a lot. And even utensils, all those things, metal work, everything was going fine. So there were a lot of coins of gold, silver and copper. Gold, silver, copper, इनके बहुत coins issue होते थे. And they had a good contacts with the China, Sumatra, Java Islands, Arabian people. यहाँ तक कि अरेबिया से तो वो घोड़े भी import करवाते थे, because in the Arabia the horses were having better strength compared to the Indian horses, and they provided a much better strength to the cavalry, which was a part of the army. So इनकी army को strong करने में भी the Arabian horses played a very important role. If I talk about education, education was also going very, very fine. Apart from the Vedas and the epics, even mathematics, medicine was also taught. And as you guys can see over here, that क्योंकि जो चोला एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था वो तमिल लिटरेचर से, the foundation is from the Tamil. So the Tamil literature almost reached to its peak during the Chola administration. So that was also something. So यहाँ की एक रामायणा थी जो कंबान ने लिखी हुई थी, and then you can read about these other masterpiece of this age also which was done. So these are some of the works which you guys can read. Not very important from UPSC's point of view. Maybe if let's say a mains question comes, so at least you should be able to pick up 1-2 important points. आपको सोशल लाइफ के बारे में बहुत अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए. आपको यहाँ के टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, about the art and culture के बारे में बहुत अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए. If you have a rough idea about it, fair enough. All right, nobody will be able to retain so many things about the Chola. All right, because the names are also very tough. The people from the south may be able to remember, but it's not very easy for everybody to remember these names. But there are a few important things which obviously you guys should know. टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में मैंने आप लोगों को पहले भी समझाया था. So if you guys are wondering what this Dravidian style is, Dravidian means South Indian style के जो temples हैं, I have already explained the difference in the previous video. It almost reached its perfection. Beautiful Dravidian style temples were made during the rule of the Chola rulers. और इनमें फिमान जो एक मैंने आपको बताया वो भी एक chief feature था. Or these are the name of various temples. What you can read over here, it's very easy. You guys can read the important temples that were developed. Like let's say Rajendra 1189 पे शिव टेम्पल का निर्माण किया गया था. So these all things you guys can read over here. Nothing much to explain. Look at the masterpiece. Look at how beautifully these temples have been constructed. So a quick homework. Let's see who will tell me what is the name of this temple and what is the name of this temple. You can comment below. And one more thing, let's say if you guys have doubt related to ancient history, मैंने देखा था पिछले videos में भी कुछ लोगों ने doubt पूछे थे. A few students have asked out in the previous video also. So don't worry, once this ancient history, one more chapter is left, chapter 14. After that I will make a dedicated video in which from all the videos whatever doubts have been asked by various students, even personally to me also, वो सारे doubts को collect करके मैं एक doubt का video बना दूंगा, so that it should not happen that somebody has asked a doubt, so that doubt may be your doubt also. जो doubt कोई एक student पूछ रहा है वो आपके भी doubt हो सकते हैं, तो सबके लिए वो एक answer का काम करेगा. So I will make a dedicated video, and then I will also make one dedicated MCQ video also for the complete ancient history, so that it आपको पता चल जाएगा where do you stand after this course is finished. So apart from the temple also sculptures भी बहुत अच्छे बने. ये तो मेरे ख्याल से आप सभी लोगों ने कहीं ना कहीं किसी न किसी बुक में, ये किसी पोस्टर में, कहीं ना कहीं ये लॉर्ड शिवा की जो एक नटराज की डांसिंग ब्रॉन्ज की स्टैचू ये जरूर देखी होगी. I am damn sure about it. And most of you, if not all, so this was also done during the imperial Cholas. Like, so the bronze statues of this Nataraj or dancing Shiva are the masterpieces. These are world famous. Right? So even the Chola paintings are found in the Tanjore temples, in the Narsamalai temple. So this is also something about it. So one main question, you guys can write your answer in English or Hindi. You guys can comment in around 250 words. जो Chola state थी, the Chola state during the imperial period was marked for its uniqueness and innovativeness. सोचिए, it's a tricky question. Okay, अब इसमें आपको सब कुछ नहीं बताना है about that. Or a small correction. Okay, I forgot to update this here. This is the imperial Chola. Right? So this is not updated. Fine, nothing to worry about. So this question is from imperial Chola. So I will not give you much hint right now. Let's see after writing the answer, how many of you have actually understood what is the demand of this question. उसके बाद मैं बताऊंगा कि ये question क्या पूछ रहा है. So one prelims based MCQ for you. You guys can pause the video and attempt the answer. All right. So right answer is very simple. Raja 1, Chola 1. So very easy. I think in बाकी राजाओं के बारे में तो मैंने आपको ज़्यादा बताया भी नहीं है, because these are not important, because you don't have to do PhD. All right, you guys don't have to do PhD when you are studying ancient history. Whatever is strictly important from PSC's mains point of view and prelims point of view, सिर्फ आपको वही पढ़ना है. If you guys are still worried about what is the syllabus of prelims and mains, आपने शायद पहला वीडियो introduction to ancient history नहीं देखा है. That's why you guys have this doubt. And we don't have Telegram channel. Don't ask about it. आप update about Telegram channel का वीडियो भी देख सकते हैं. Now I don't use this Instagram page. You guys can follow me on Abhijit Singh Arora, which is my personal Instagram account. Please do follow me over there. You guys can even ask me questions related to your specific dog. कोई general query है, let's say about this topic itself, that you can ask below the video in the comment section. Facebook ups and downs, कभी आपको दिखाई देगा, कभी नहीं देगा. If you see it, like it. If you don't see, then fine. On Abhijit Singh Arora on my Instagram channel, you guys will get all the updates. Please do share about our YouTube channel to maximum aspirants. One very important thing, please वीडियो को आप पूरा देखें. मैं 40 मिनट्स तक आपको चैप्टर एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ. 3 to 4 minutes वीडियो देख के भाग जाते हैं. So if you guys don't have time, tell me. I will make crash course rather than going for full course. Full course में इसलिए बना रहा हूँ, crash course तो आपको सब जगह मिल जाएंगे. पूरा कोर्स कोई नहीं पढ़ाता. Nobody teaches full course. I'm trying to teach you everything in detail so that those who can't afford coaching, they can be benefited over here. So I will try to come up with next video on next weekend. Weekdays I will be occupied. So slow and steady, we will try to cover up whatever maximum we can cover before your examination approaches. आप भी अपने साइड से efforts लगाते रहें, पढ़ते रहें. These videos will be an added advantage to you. UPSC Digital Library is not the only place. आप और जो भी आपको जहाँ से जो वीडियोस अच्छे लगते हैं देख सकते हैं. जो वीडियो आपको हमारे चैनल पे अच्छे लगते हैं, you guys can watch from here. Alright. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone, welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Today we'll talk about the last chapter of this course. आज हम इस कोर्स के आखिरी चैप्टर को डिस्कस करेंगे, which is the spread of Indian culture in other Asian countries. इस चैप्टर में हम इस बात को समझेंगे कि हमारे भारत का जो कल्चर है, जो रहन सहन का तरीका है, जो रिलीजियस एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, वो बाकी के एशियन कंट्रीज में कब पहुंचे थे, कैसे पहुंचे थे और उनका क्या इम्पैक्ट हुआ था. तो आइए इस चैप्टर को हम शुरू करते हैं. Now, first of all, we need to understand about the introduction aspect of the Indian culture which had gone into the other Asian countries. सबसे पहले हम एक छोटा सा एक इंट्रोडक्शन ले लेते हैं और ये समझते हैं कि हमारे भारत देश का कल्चर बाकी एशियन कंट्रीज में कैसे. अब सबसे बड़ी बात जो हमको समझनी है वो ये कि शुरू से ही हमारे देश ने कमर्शियल कॉन्टैक्ट्स रखे थे बाकी देशों के साथ. India had established its commercial contacts. The import and export used to take place with the other countries, even during the earlier times also. हमने इतने सारे lessons में इस बात को समझा कि कोई भी देश या कोई भी प्रोविंस अगर अच्छा कर रही थी, फल फूल रही थी, if any province or nation was doing good, it was because it used to maintain cordial relations with the other countries and used to have good commercial contacts, good import and export with the other countries. और जब हमारे देश ने कमर्शियल कॉन्टैक्ट दूसरे देशों के साथ बनाए तो सिर्फ पैसों का ही इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट नहीं हुआ था, उसके साथ साथ हमारे देश की लैंग्वेजेस, हमारे धर्म, हमारा आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर, हमारा बिलीफ सिस्टम, हमारे कस्टम्स, हमारा रहन सहन का तरीका भी दूसरे देशों तक पहुंचा था और वहां से भी हम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ सीखा था. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, when the commercial contact used to take place with the other countries during the ancient Indian civilizations, during that time, our languages, our religion, our art and architecture, our belief system, the way how we think, our customs, everything was spread to the other Asian countries. And you will see, I will tell you about the Central Asia, I will tell you about China, Tibet, and other Southeast Asian countries, the prominent ones, where you guys will see जहाँ पर हमारा culture पहुँचा. So let's get started. आपको ये बात तो समझ में आई गई होगी. So in a nutshell, if I have to tell you, हमारे trade relation के कारण, due to our trade relation with the other countries, due to our friendly cordial relations with the other countries, जाने अनजाने में हम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ exchange कर लिया. Now, before I start telling you about our culture that was spread to the Central Asia, you guys should have a rough idea that what are the countries which are present in the Central Asia. So Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, here you see the Caspian Sea, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. So these are the countries what you see over here, which is surrounded by Russia on the north, China on the eastern side, and then southeastern side you have Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then on the southwestern side you see Iran. So this way you guys should have a rough idea of Central Asia. So in the next slide we are going to have a short explanation on सेंट्रल एशिया. हम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में सेंट्रल एशिया में हमारे भारत का कल्चर किस तरह से पहुंचा था उसको हम शॉर्टली देखेंगे. एंड वन मोर इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग गाइस, दैट दिस चैप्टर is directly not related to your UPSC examination. ये चैप्टर डायरेक्टली इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, but indirectly, if you guys understand this chapter, this has a direct relation to all the other chapters that you have studied. आपसे ऐसा कभी भी नहीं पूछा जाएगा कि हमारे इंडियन कल्चर के बाकी कंट्रीज के साथ क्या शेयर है. ये तो वो चीजें जो आपको पता होनी चाहिए. This is not going to be asked in the examination. So you can sit back, relax और सिर्फ एक ओवरव्यू समझने की कोशिश कीजिए. अगर हम सेंट्रल एशिया की ही बात करें तो हमारा इंडियन कल्चर वहां बहुत समय से पहुंच रहा था और कई मॉन्यूमेंट्स भी हमको मिलते हैं अफगानिस्तान में, जिससे हमको पता चलता है कि हमारे भारत से वहां पर कल्चर, आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर पहुंचा. कोतान, कश्कर जो है ये मेसोपोटामिया में है, तो वहां पर भी हमारा इंडियन कल्चर बहुत हद तक पहुंचा था. द इंडियन कल्चर had spread to कश्कर, खोतान as well. And in the Central Asia, various Sanskrit texts, कई संस्कृत की किताबें, and even the monasteries of Buddhism was also found, which tells us that our Indian culture was spread to Central Asia. और almost 8th century तक तो भारत के कल्चर का इन्फ्लुएंस था ही. After that, anyways, you guys will study during the medieval period. That उसके बाद तो सेंट्रल एशिया से ही उन्होंने भारत पर आकर एक बहुत बड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस क्रिएट किया था. एंड इट इज नॉट जस्ट इन दी सेंट्रल एशिया. सिर्फ सेंट्रल एशिया में ही नहीं, हमारे भारत देश का जो कल्चर है वो तिब्बत और चाइना में भी पहुंचा था सेंट्रल एशिया के थ्रू. बिकॉज चाइना का आप लोगों ने आजकल न्यूज में सिल्क रूट के बारे में पढ़ते होंगे, वन बेल्ट वन रोड इनिशिएटिव के बारे में पढ़ते होंगे. तो जो चीन है, जो चाइना है, वो सेंट्रल एशिया से उसका एक बहुत पुराना नाता रहा है. सो एनीवेज, जब हम सेंट्रल एशिया के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता कि हमारे देश का इन्फ्लुएंस, हमारे देश का कल्चर चाइना और तिब्बत में ना पहुंचा. So this is our country India and this is China. और इस चाइना में अगर मैं इस बीच के पार्ट की बात करूं तो ये हमारा तिब्बत वाला पोर्शन है. So हम अब चीन और तिब्बत के साथ भी हमारे देश के कल्चरल टाइज को समझने की कुछ हद तक कोशिश करेंगे. So first let's start with China. And चाइना जो है वो सेंट्रल एशिया में जब उसने अपने पासेस वहां पर जाना शुरू किया था अपने कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस के लिए, ट्रेड रिलेशन के लिए, तो वो भारत से ही होकर गुजरता था. और यहाँ तक कि हमारे देश में से जब अगर हम लोग सी रूट के थ्रू भी चाइना जाते थे तो हम बर्मा के थ्रू जाते थे. बर्मा इज म्यांमार, जिसको आज हम म्यांमार कहते हैं. एंड बिलीव इट और नॉट, आज चीन में जो बुद्धिज्म है वो हमारे देश से ही पहुंचा है ड्यूरिंग द फर्स्ट सेंचुरी AD. अगर आप लोगों ने पुराने वीडियोस नहीं देखे, if you guys have not watched the previous videos, please do watch them. We already discussed about Fahim, we already discussed about Wing San, who visited India. Their Chinese pilgrims came here, stayed here for a long time, who read the Indian art and architecture, our culture, who took with them Buddhism to China. And on the other side, there were various Buddhist monks from India also, like Vajrabodhi, Dharmadeva, Dharmagupta, Gunabhadra, जिन्होंने चीन को विजिट किया था और वहां पर भी हमारे कल्चर को स्प्रेड करने में बहुत योगदान दिया. So these are those Buddhist monks from India who had in the past visited China and helped a lot in spreading the Indian culture into the China territory. अब कई चाइनीज एम्परर की रिक्वेस्ट पर हमारे ही देश के कई स्कॉलर्स ने कई संस्कृत वर्क को भी उनकी भाषा में ट्रांसलेट किया था. Many Indian scholars had earlier translated many Indian texts into Chinese on the request of their emperors. बहुत अच्छी बात है. हमारे देश के अगर आप टेक्स्ट को चाइनीज उनकी भाषा में अगर आप कन्वर्ट कर रहे हो तो हमारे देश का ही कल्चर उनके देश तक पहुंच रहा है. ये जो लैंग्वेज का एक बैरियर है वो खत्म हो जाएगा और हमारा जो टेक्स्ट है, हमारे जो ग्रंथ है वो उन तक पहुंच जाएंगे. 13th सेंचुरी तक, यहाँ तक कि जब मंगोल ने भी वहां पर अपना एक एम्पायर सेटअप करने की कोशिश की थी, उस समय तक भी हमारे देश के बहुत अच्छे कल्चरल कॉन्टैक्ट्स रहे. और इवन आज भी, अभी तो आज थोड़ा समय खराब है, चाइना के साथ बहुत ही उथल पुथल का माहौल है, लेकिन चाइना के साथ हमारा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक एक रिलेशन रहा. And it is not just that the Indian culture had played a magnificent role on the Chinese culture, even the Chinese culture, the Chinese art, that also, अगर उनके हम स्पेसिफिक आर्ट की भी बात करें, वो भी हमारे इंडियन आर्ट से बहुत हद तक इन्फ्लुएंस हुआ है और हमारे इंडिया में भी वहां से इन्फ्लुएंस आया है हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में. होप दिस मेक सेंस. अब जैसा कि मैं आपको बता रहा था कि हमारा चाइना है और बीच में हमारे पास तिब्बत है. Here we have Tibet, and which is surrounded by People's Republic of China. So now let us have a look at the Indian cultural traits and the relation that we had established with Tibet also. 7th सेंचुरी के आसपास से भारत और तिब्बत के बीच में बहुत अच्छे रिलेशंस रहे हैं और वहां पर जो लहासा की सिटी फाउंड की गई थी वो बुद्धिस्ट किंग ने ही फाउंड की थी, गाम्पो ने. और ये जो गाम्पो थे उन्होंने ही वहां पर बुद्धिज्म को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था. बुद्धिज्म कहाँ से आया था? हमारे देश में ही तो बुद्धिज्म बना था जो बाद में इन सारे देशों तक पहुंचा था. जो तिब्बत का अल्फाबेट्स है, ठीक है, वो भी हमारे इंडियन स्कॉलर्स ने ही मदद करके एस्टैब्लिश करने में मदद की थी. And these are some of the facts जो आप पढ़ सकते हैं. वो ये कि 11th सेंचुरी के आसपास जो पाला डायनेस्टी थी उनकी भी बहुत क्लोज रिलेशन थे तिब्बत के साथ. और यहाँ तक कि जब मुस्लिम रूलर्स, यानी मेडिवल हिस्ट्री की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जब वेस्ट बंगाल पर अटैक हुआ था, हमारे बंगाल पर अटैक हुआ था, वेस्ट बंगाल तो बाद में बना था, वैसे तो एक पूरा एक बंगाल था जिसका बांग्लादेश भी एक हिस्सा होता था. तो जब बंगाल पर अटैक हुआ था तो कई जो बुद्धिस्ट मॉन्क्स थे उन्होंने तिब्बत में जाकर शरण ली थी. तो यानी कि कहीं ना कहीं तिब्बत का एक इतिहास बंगाल से होकर भी बहुत हद तक जुड़ा हुआ है. So you can see how you have to connect the dots into various directions. There are various permutations and combinations. आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारे देश का रिलेशन कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स पर, ट्रेड एस्पेक्ट्स पर, आर्किटेक्चर एस्पेक्ट पर कितने पैरामीटर्स पर जुड़ा हुआ है. अब अगर मैं साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की बात करूं, अगर मैं ये म्यांमार जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जिसको पहले बर्मा बोलते थे, then we have Laos here, we have Thailand over here, we have Vietnam, ये है कंबोडिया, ठीक है, जिसको कंबोज बोलते थे पहले. ये मलेशिया आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा. कंबोडिया का कुछ हिस्सा यहाँ पर भी है. ये फिलीपींस है, इंडोनेशिया है. उसके बाद जावा सुमात्रा के आइलैंड्स वगैरह भी है. तो अब हम एक एक करके कुछ साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट्स को भी देखना शुरू करते हैं. तो इस मैप को आप याद कर लें. आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि हमारे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में थाईलैंड के साथ कौन कौन से कंट्रीज की बाउंड्री लगती है, कंबोडिया के साथ किस किस की लगती है, और ये इक्वेटर है. तो आपको ये भी, ये अगर आपने मेरे ज्योग्राफी का वीडियो देखा होगा तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि इक्वेटर के से कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर से कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न से कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं. ये कुछ बेसिक जनरल नॉलेज के फैक्ट्स हैं जो आपको पता होना चाहिए. ऑलराइट, अगर हम साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की बात करें, नाउ इट्स अ क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ यू, इस मलय आर्चिपेलागो, ये मैंने आप लोगों को पिछले वीडियो में बताया था, ये आप लोगों को पता होना चाहिए. ऑलराइट, सो हमारा ये जो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के साथ एक जो रिलेशन रहा है वो बहुत समय से रहा है, क्योंकि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की जो सरजमी है वो बहुत ही फर्टाइल है, उसमें बहुत मिनरल्स हैं. तो हमारे इंडियन रूलर्स बहुत अट्रैक्टेड होते रहे हैं और वहां पर गोल्ड भी बहुत हद तक पाया गया है। गुप्ता पीरियड में भी वहां पर कोलोनाइज करने की कोशिश की गई थी। पल्लवास के टाइम पर भी वहां पर काफी अच्छे रिलेशंस रहे हैं। और इवन जो मैंने आपको चोला के बारे में, एम्पायर के बारे में बताया था, लेटर चोलास के बारे में, उसमें भी आपने देखा होगा कि किस तरीके से श्रीलंका में, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में भी हमारे भारत का इम्पैक्ट रहा। अब हम बात करते हैं कंबोडिया की, कंबोज की। तो लगभग फर्स्ट सेंचुरी से ही वहां पर इंडियन रूलर्स कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने इन्फ्लुएंस किया हुआ है। और वहां पर भी हिंदुओं की एक बड़ी अच्छी तादाद है जो वहां लोग रहते हैं। सो लॉट ऑफ हिंदूज आल्सो स्टे इन कंबोडिया एंड कंबोज, एंड देयर आल्सो यू विल फाइंड शैविज्म एंड वैष्णविज्म व्हिच हैड मेड स्टडी प्रोग्रेस। तो आपको कई हिंदू टेम्पल्स भी वहां पर मिल जाएंगे। कई हमारे जो लिटरेरी वर्क जैसे वेदास, रामायण, महाभारत है, वो वहां के लोगों को मालूम है। द पीपल ऑफ कंबोडिया आर अवेयर अबाउट इवन द पनीनीज ग्रामर वर्क, जो तमिल वर्क था। So that means a lot of Indian art and architecture, the culture had spread to Cambodia. And these are some of the facts which you guys can read. So, and overall, you guys might have got an idea. और वहाँ पे जो temples हैं, the temple architecture, if you guys will visit Cambodia or if you guys will try to Google, so they are southern style temples, जिनको हम लोग Deccan style temples या फिर Dravidian style temples भी बोलते हैं। वो आपको वहां पर दिखाई देंगे, जिन टेम्पल्स में आपको रामायण की कुछ केसेस दिखेंगे, महाभारत के कुछ इंसिडेंट्स। सो द टेम्पल इन द कम्बोडिया यू गाइस विल फाइंड इज ऑफ द्रविडियन स्टाइल, एंड दिस इज लाइक Angkor Wat temple, so which is popular over there, and uh, which is on top of a hill. So this temple is on top of a hill, and then various other sculptures also you guys will find over here. अब जो वहां पर हमारे हिंदुओं का शासन कह लें या इन्फ्लुएंस था, वो ऑलमोस्ट 15th सेंचुरी तक चला, जिसके बाद वो डिक्लाइन होना शुरू हो गया था। सो यू विल फाइंड लॉट ऑफ संस्कृत इंस्क्रिप्शंस, और मैंने रामायण महाभारत और इस बारे में तो बात करी ही। ओके, सो if you guys do not know where Champa is, so let me show you where Champa is. Okay, so this is Cambodia, and on the eastern side of Cambodia, you guys will find Vietnam. So ये जो सेंट्रल वियतनाम और सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ वियतनाम है, यही चंपा है। उसका नाम ही पहले चंपा होता था। So hope this makes sense. वहां भी कई संस्कृत के इंस्क्रिप्शंस मिले हैं, और फर्स्ट हिंदू डायनेस्टी थी जो श्री मारा के अंडर में 2nd सेंचुरी एडी में एस्टेब्लिश हुई थी, which is very great thing. शैविज्म, वैष्णविज्म वहां बहुत फ्लोरिश होता था, बुद्धिज्म भी वहां साथ साथ में था। वहां पर भी हमारे आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर, ग्रामर, एस्ट्रोलॉजी, वहां पर आपको वहां की कल्चर में भी इम्बाइब्ड मिलेगा। So that's a great thing that happened. Okay. Thailand, everybody has heard about Thailand. So Siam was the earlier name of Thailand, which is now we know it as Thailand. पहले सियाम नाम होता था, और वहां पर भी हमारे देश का कल्चर काफी हद तक पहुंचा है। रामायणा हमारी वहां पर पहुंची हुई है, जो कि बैंकॉक के कई मंदिरों के स्कल्पचर्स में आपको रामायणा के scenes दिखाई दे जाएंगे। You guys will find the scenes of Ramayana in many temples at Bangkok, which is in Thailand. All right. और जो धर्म शास्त्र है, उसके बेसिस पर भी उस कंट्री के कई ट्रेडिशनल नियम या रूल्स बने हुए हैं। So see how much influence our country had made on Thailand also. So great to see. सुमात्रा आइलैंड्स के बारे में भी, वहां पर भी हमारे देश का बहुत अच्छा उनके साथ एक कल्चरल टाइज थे, कमर्शियल टाइज थे, मैरीटाइम भी बहुत अच्छा एक कांटेक्ट रहा है। और वहां के जो रूलर्स थे उनको हम शैलेंद्र रूलर्स बेसिकली कहते हैं। और सुमात्रा में जो इम्पोर्टेंट एक हिंदू रूलर थे उनको श्री विजया कहते हैं। आप लोगों को ये नाम तो आप लोगों ने जरूर सुना होगा, हम लोग इनके बारे में पहले डिस्कस कर भी चुके हैं। और पालास, चोलास, इनके भी बहुत अच्छे कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस रहे हैं। और यहाँ के जो रूलर्स थे वो महायान बुद्धिज्म को मानते थे। हम लोगों ने हिनयान और महायान बुद्धिज्म के बारे में पहले ही डिस्कस हम लोग कर चुके हैं। तो इनके बारे में थोड़ी सी बात, इट्स नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मी टू नो, बस हमको इतना पता होना चाहिए कि सुमात्रा की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वहां पर महायान बुद्धिज्म, वहां के रूलर्स जो कि शैलेंद्र थे उसको फॉलो करते थे, और वहां के इंपॉर्टेंट हिंदू किंग थे श्री विजय। दिस मच इज more than sufficient for you guys to know. जावा आइलैंड्स की भी बात करें तो 4th सेंचुरी एडी से वहां पर हमारे देश का इन्फ्लुएंस देखने के लिए मिलता है। और वहां पर भी शैलेंद्र जो थे राजा थे सुमत्रा के, उन्होंने कॉन्कर करके यहाँ पर काफी समय तक राज किया था। सो ऑब्वियस सी बात है, फिर वहां पर आपको महायान बुद्धिज्म का इन्फ्लुएंस भी देखने के लिए मिलेगा। फिर उसके बाद जैसे वहां बुद्धिज्म का इन्फ्लुएंस देखने के लिए मिलेगा, बोरोबर एक मॉन्यूमेंट है विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये आपको याद रखना है, पहाड़ के ऊपर जावा आइलैंड पर। और इस वीडियो के स्टार्टिंग में आप लोगों को एक जो बौद्ध धर्म की एक आपको एक बहुत ब्यूटीफुल सी फोटो भी दिखाई दे रही होगी, वो भी बोरोबुदुर की ही है, जो कि शैलेंद्र के पैट्रोनेज में बनाया गया था। इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इसको आप कभी ना भूलें। इनकी और फोटोज भी आप गूगल पे देख सकते हैं। मैग्निफिसेंट प्लेस, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल प्लेस। ये बुद्धिस्ट की मॉन्यूमेंट्स में विश्व की सबसे बड़ी एक ये मॉन्यूमेंट है। दिस मॉन्यूमेंट इज द बिगेस्ट मॉन्यूमेंट, मोस्ट वंडरफुल स्तूपा इन द वर्ल्ड, द बोरोबुदुर। ठीक है, इसके बारे में आपने थंबनेल पर तो फोटो देखी नहीं होगी, आप गूगल पे सर्च करके भी और इनकी फोटोज को देख सकते हैं। सो वेरी नाइस। सो हमने जो पहले हमारे जो लोकेशंस देखी थी, वहां पर हिंदू कल्चर का ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस था, वैश्विज्म, शैविज्म। Java Island, in the Java Island, the impact of Buddhism, the Mahayana Buddhism was more prominent. Hope this makes sense. और बाली की भी अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पर भी बुद्धिज्म बहुत प्रेलेवेंट था। आई सैंग का यहाँ पर 7th सेंचुरी में इन्फ्लुएंस था। और हिंदू डायनेस्टीज जो थी वो 6th सेंचुरी के आसपास उनका इन्फ्लुएंस वहां पर हमें देखने के लिए मिला। और आज भी अगर हम बाली आइलैंड्स की या बाली की अगर हम बात करें तो हिंदूज का भी वहां पर इतना प्रोमिनेंट एक सेक्शन है या इन्फ्लुएंस है कि जो हमारे देश में एक वर्ल्ड सिस्टम या कास्ट सिस्टम आज भी है, वो आपको बाली में भी देखने के लिए मिलेगा। सो लुक एट द डेप्थ ऑफ द इंडियन इन्फ्लुएंस that was prominent in Bali. And even in Myanmar, okay, which was earlier known as Burma, जहां से होते हुए सी रूट के थ्रू चाइना भी लोग पहुंचे हैं। और बुद्धिस्ट का की जो प्रीचिंग्स थी वो अशोका के टाइम में भी जो धम्मा जो हम बोलते हैं अशोका की टीचिंग्स, वो भी यहाँ तक पहुंच चुकी थी। कई हिंदू किंगडम्स ने भी बर्मा पर काफी हद तक इन्फ्लुएंस अपना जताया। पाली लैंग्वेज संस्कृत में भी बर्मा में कई टीचिंग्स थी जो 13th सेंचुरी तक पहुंची थी। यहाँ पर दोनों टाइप का आपको इन्फ्लुएंस देखने के लिए मिलेगा, हिनयान एंड महायान। यू गाइस विल सी बोथ काइंड ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस, हिनयान एंड महायान, because during the Ashoka period the Buddhism was present in its original form, Hinayan. So obviously during the spread of Dhamma in the Myanmar, the spread of Hinayan Buddhism also took place, and later on when the Buddhism got divided, so the Mahayan Buddhism also was spread to these Burmese land, the Burma land, which was later known as the Myanmar. Nothing much to discuss in the questions from this chapter. This is my new Instagram. This is my personal Instagram page. UPSC Digital Library Instagram page is not in use. So you guys can please follow me on my personal Instagram account. If you guys get any personal doubts or something, any updates related to the new video, new courses would be updated on this Instagram page. So don't miss out on the updates. हमारे जो fitness के videos हैं, the fitness video series Breaking Iron Fitness, the new updates, the short updates would be given to you guys on Instagram. Later on, the videos would be uploaded in YouTube. So don't miss out to follow me over here. Facebook में sometimes you will find this page. Sometimes I turned it off. Sometimes these pages on. So you can like the Facebook page UPSC Digital Library. We do not have a Telegram channel, Telegram page. So please don't ask about it. Thank you for being a part of this wonderful ancient Indian history journey. आप लोगों से भी बहुत कुछ सीखा मैंने। आप लोग भी बताते थे कि सर ये एस्पेक्ट तो ऐसा है, इसमें और डिटेल ये भी हो सकती है। So even I learned a lot from all of you. Thank you so much for being a part with me in this beautiful journey of ancient Indian history. Please share about our YouTube channel to maximum people so that we can reach to those people who cannot afford to pay coaching fees. So we'll meet again in our ongoing course of geography. We'll come up with new courses. Even मुझे CSAT का भी कोर्स बनाना है ताकि आप लोग के लिए GS पेपर 2 भी प्रिपेयर हो जाए. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you.
वेलकम टू PW। अगर मैं कहूँ कि आपके पास एक मौका है कि आप मध्यकालीन भारत की सैर कर सकते हैं, आपके पास मौका है इस समय की सोसाइटी, इकोनॉमी और पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को समझने का, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि आप ये मौका छोड़ना चाहेंगे। कुछ फैक्ट्स, कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन और कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट्स की मदद से अगर आपको टाइम ट्रेवल करने का मौका मिले, तो भला इस मौके को कौन छोड़ना चाहेगा। आज के सेशन में हम कंप्लीट मेडिवल हिस्ट्री एनिमेशन के थ्रू समझने का प्रयास करेंगे, जो बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा और बहुत ही म्यूजिक वे में एक्सप्लेन होगा। इससे पहले हम अपने इस सेशन में आगे बढ़ें, मैं आपको कुछ और बातें बता देता हूँ। अगर आप यूपीएससी फाउंडेशन कोर्स 2024-25 ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं PWODIS का, तो उसके लिए आपके पास एक प्रॉपर प्लानर के साथ कोर्स अवेलेबल है, जहां पर होंगी ऑफलाइन क्लासेस, 24/7 लाइब्रेरी की एक्सेस, 1 ईयर के पूरे टाइम स्पैन में आपकी बेस की क्लासेस कंप्लीट होने के साथ सीसेट की क्लासेस भी अवेलेबल होंगी। CTR मॉडल पर आपकी प्रॉपर क्लासेस के साथ टेस्ट होगा और रिवीजन भी होगा, और जो भी टेस्ट आप देंगे उसे इवैल्यूएट भी किया जाएगा। अगर आप इन कोर्सेज के बारे में कोई और एडिशनल जानकारी चाहते हैं या फिर इन कोर्सेज के साथ जुड़ना चाहते हैं, तो आपको डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में एक फॉर्म मिल जाएगा, आप उसे फिल करके बाकी की एडिशनल जानकारी के लिए मेंटोर से कनेक्ट भी कर सकते हैं। तो आइए बिना देरी किए मेडिवल हिस्ट्री की इस जर्नी को स्टार्ट करते हैं।
मेडिवल हिस्ट्री की शुरुआत कब से हुई, इस बात को लेकर हिस्टोरियन के काफी डिफरेंट ओपिनियंस हैं। कुछ हिस्टोरियंस के अकॉर्डिंग फ्यूडलिज्म के राइज से ही मेडिवल हिस्ट्री की शुरुआत मानी जाती है, जबकि कुछ हिस्टोरियंस इस्लामिक इन्वेजन को इसका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट मानते हैं। आज के इस वीडियो में हम भारत की इसी मेडिवल हिस्ट्री को कवर करेंगे। गुप्ता डायनेस्टी के डिक्लाइन के बाद और दिल्ली सल्तनत के शुरू होने के बीच भारतवर्ष कई छोटे स्टेट्स में डिवाइडेड था। हालांकि कई राज्यों ने आपस में जुड़ने का भी ट्राई किया, लेकिन वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाए। ये वो समय था जब भारत की सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट डायनेस्टीज जैसे गुर्जर, प्रतिहार, पाला और राष्ट्रकूटा ट्राइपार्टाइट स्ट्रगल में उलझे हुए थे, और इस्लामिक इन्वेजन भारत की दहलीज पर थी। मेडिवल हिस्ट्री को डिटेल में समझने के लिए आइए उस दौर की कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट डायनेस्टीज के बारे में समझते हैं। सबसे पहले हम देखेंगे कांची के पल्लव्स के बारे में, जिन्होंने करीब 500 इयर्स तक रूल किया था और अपनी कैपिटल कांचीपुरम को बनाया था। पल्लव डायनेस्टी में सबसे पहले हम देखेंगे बुद्धिस्ट पल्लव किंग सिम्हा विष्णु के बारे में, जिन्होंने 575 AD से 600 AD तक रूल किया और अपने स्टेट को श्रीलंका तक एक्सटेंड किया। सिम्हा विष्णु के बाद आइए देखते हैं उनके बेटे महेंद्र वर्मन द फर्स्ट के बारे में, जिन्होंने 600 AD से 630 AD तक एज अ किंग रूल किया। किंग महेंद्र वर्मन को कई टाइटल्स दिए गए, जैसे गुड़भारा, सत्य संघ, जटाकरी और चित्रकार कुली एक्सेट्रा। महेंद्र वर्मन के रेन में सिग्निफिकेंट आर्किटेक्चर और लिटरेरी डेवलपमेंट्स हुए। इन्होंने रॉक कट टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर इंट्रोड्यूस की और उचित रुचित और महाविलास दर्शन की रचना भी की। और अंत में चालुक्य किंग पुलकेशिन II के साथ बैटल में महेंद्र वर्मन द फर्स्ट की डेथ होती। अपने पिता की मृत्यु के बाद नरसिम्हा वर्मन ने पल्लवास की थ्रोन संभाली और 630 AD से 668 AD तक रूल किया। आपको बता दें कि नरसिम्हा वर्मन को पल्लवा डायनेस्टी का सबसे ग्रेटेस्ट रूलर कंसिडर किया जाता है। कुरम कॉपर प्लेट इंस्क्रिप्शन से पता चलता है कि नरसिम्हा वर्मन ने मणिमंगलम के बैटल में चालुक्य किंग पुलकेशिन II को डिफीट किया था और मामल्ला यानी ग्रेटेस्ट रेसलर का टाइटल एक्सेप्ट किया था। इतना ही नहीं, इन्होंने मामल्लापुरम या महाबलीपुरम को भी एस्टैब्लिश किया और इसके साथ ही उनके रेन में मोनोलिथिक रथ का भी कंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया। आपको बता दें कि श्रीलंकन प्रिंस मानव वर्मा के थ्रोन और श्रीलंका के नेवल एक्सपीडिशन को किंग नरसिम्हा वर्मन द फर्स्ट ने रिस्टोर किया, और उनके रेन में ही चाइनीज ट्रैवलर और बुद्धिस्ट मंक यून सांग ने कांची विजिट किया। नरसिम्हा वर्मन द फर्स्ट के बाद अब देखते हैं 695 से लेकर 722 तक रूल करने वाले नेक्स्ट पल्लवा किंग नरसिम्हा वर्मन द सेकंड के बारे में, जिन्हें राजसिम्हा के नाम से भी जाना जाता था। इसके साथ ही इनको शंकर भक्त और अगम प्रिय जैसे टाइटल भी दिए गए थे। अपने रेन के दौरान इन्होंने चाइना में एम्बेसीज भेजी, और इनके रेन की एक स्पेशलिटी ये भी थी कि इस दौरान तमिलनाडु के महाबलीपुरम में शोर टेम्पल्स और कैलासानाथ टेम्पल का भी कंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया। दोस्तों, ये भी कहा जाता है कि संस्कृत के स्कॉलर डंडन नरसिम्हा वर्मन II के कोर्ट में रिसाइड करते थे। पल्लवास के बाद दोस्तों बतापी के चालुक्यास के रेन के बारे में बात करेंगे। जिनका टाइम पीरियड 608 सीई से 642 सीई तक माना जाता है। सबसे पहले देखेंगे पुलकेशिन द सेकंड के बारे में, जिन्होंने 608 सीई से 642 सीई तक।
Nigga, what? That's not funny.
Hello and welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE. My name is Pratik Nayak and I welcome you all on the largest YouTube platform for UPSC Civil Service Preparation, that is the Let's Crack UPSC CSE channel. नमस्कार दोस्तों, मेरा नाम प्रतीक नायक है और आप सबका स्वागत है लेट्स क्रैक यूपीएससी की चैनल के ऊपर, जहां पे हम लोग आज के सेशन के अंदर डिस्कस करने वाले हैं मिडीवल इंडिया के ऊपर ओवरव्यू लेंगे। In today's session, I'll be talking the topics related from the medieval India, और मैं शुरू करूंगा आज के सेशन में अर्ली medieval India से। I'll be starting the topic from the early medieval India, और early medieval India से उसके बाद हम लोग medieval India के ऊपर चले जाएंगे। और medieval India का और early medieval India का जो हमारा टॉपिक है, ये हमारा मैराथन सेशन रहेगा। आज के सेशन के अंदर हम लोग एक ओवरव्यू लेंगे विथ द कंसेप्ट्स एंड द फैक्ट्स कंबाइन टुगेदर। याद रखेगा, इसमें फैक्ट्स और कंसेप्ट्स इन दोनों को कंबाइन करके मैं आपको पढ़ाऊंगा। तो एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव पैकेज के साथ हम लोग इसके ऊपर डिस्कस करने वाले हैं। सो बी विथ मी, हम लोग आगे चलते हैं। बिफोर वी प्रोसीड फर्दर, थोड़ा बहुत मेरे बारे में बता देता हूँ। मैं पिछले 7 ईयर्स से स्टूडेंट्स को गाइड कर रहा हूँ, स्टूडेंट्स को गाइड कर रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स के अंदर। यूज्ड टू वर्क विद द स्टेट सर्विसेज एज वेल, बट बिकॉज ऑफ माय इंटरेस्ट इन एकेडमिक्स आप लोगों के साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स के अंदर स्टूडेंट्स को गाइड किया हुआ है। खास करके मेरी जो प्रोफिशिएंसी है जो सब्जेक्ट के अंदर, जो हिस्ट्री और आर्ट एंड कल्चर है, तो इनसाइड आउट मैं स्टूडेंट्स को कराता हूँ कि उसको कैसे डील किया जाएगा। मैं आपके लिए 2 इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें अनाउंस करना चाहता हूँ बिफोर वी प्रोसीड फर्दर। सबसे पहला है वो है अनअकैडमी प्लस के ऊपर। अनअकैडमी प्लस आप में से बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को ऑलरेडी अवेयरनेस होगी। इट्स अ सब्सक्राइबर प्लेटफॉर्म, इट्स अ पेड प्लेटफॉर्म, बट वहां पे मैं अपना हिस्ट्री का कोर्स चला रहा हूँ एंड आई ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड माय कोर्स ऑन मिडिवल इंडियन हिस्ट्री। तो आप में से जो भी स्टूडेंट जिनको भी हिस्ट्री के अंदर डाउट है, जिनको भी लग रहा है कि सर हमको हिस्ट्री समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, तो प्लीज ज्वाइन मी ऑन माय क्लास। वी हैव ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड विद द बैचेस। हम लोग डेली 2 आवर्स के सेशन ले रहे हैं एंड देयर आर अराउंड 14 सेशंस ऑफ द मिडिवल हिस्ट्री। मतलब करीबन आप पकड़ के चलो कि 28 आवर्स में खाली मिडिवल हिस्ट्री करा रहा हूँ। इसके पहले मैंने मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री के ऑलरेडी अराउंड 80 आवर्स के आसपास क्लासेस अनअकैडमी प्लस के ऊपर लिए हुए हैं, वो भी आपको मिल जाएंगे, इंक्लूडिंग एंशिएंट इंडिया के भी। अगर आप देखिए, if you see in the ancient India, I have taken around 50 to 60 hours of classes on ancient India. तो इस तरह से मैं कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव आपको सेशंस के साथ करा रहा हूँ। तो प्लीज ज्वाइन मी। मैं यहाँ पे मिडिवल इंडिया करा रहा हूँ, एंशिएंट और मॉडर्न ऑलरेडी कंप्लीट किया हुआ है, आपको वो क्लासेस भी मिल जाएंगे। आपको आर्ट एंड कल्चर में भी अगर डाउट हो रहा है तो यू कैन ज्वाइन ऑन दी प्लस प्लेटफॉर्म। मैं यहाँ पे बहुत ही जल्द, very soon, I guess in the next 15 days, 10 to 15 days, I'll be starting with my art and culture course, जो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट होता है प्रीलिम्स को लेके, क्योंकि बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को यही डाउट होता है कि सर अब प्रीलिम्स में आर्ट एंड कल्चर कहाँ से आया, कैसे आया, उसको समझ में नहीं आता। ठीक है, तो ये प्लस के बारे में था। इट्स अ लार्जेस्ट यूट्यूब प्लेटफॉर्म ऑन दी यूपीएससी सीएसई। बहुत सारे टीचर्स आपको मिल जाएंगे, लाइव क्लासेस होते हैं, अनलिमिटेड एक्सेस मिलता है। आप वहाँ पे लाइव और रिकॉर्डेड दोनों क्लासेस को अटेंड कर पाओगे। मैं खुद यहाँ पे क्विज सेट करता हूँ, स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में होता है। यहाँ कभी कभी क्या होगा कि आपको स्ट्रक्चर में प्रॉब्लम आती होगी कि सर कोई टॉपिक आगे पीछे हो गया, बट वहाँ पे एकदम स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे के अंदर क्लासेस होते हैं और बहुत ही कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव वे के अंदर मैं कराऊंगा आपको। ठीक है, तो आप आ सकते हो। इफ यू मिस आउट एनी क्लास, यू कैन रिकॉर्ड, यू कैन सी द क्लासेस एज वेल। और जितना आपका टाइम फ्रेम है सब्सक्रिप्शन का, उतना आपको क्लासेस मिलते रहेंगे। ठीक है, तो बहुत सारे टीचर्स है, बहुत सारे कोर्सेज चलते हैं। वहाँ पे आपको हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटी, सबके अलग अलग टीचर्स मिल जाएंगे। इंडिया के टॉप एजुकेटर्स आपको यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है। और एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात यह है कि आप अभी यहाँ पे यूपीएससी चैंपियनशिप शुरू किया गया है अनअकैडमी के ऊपर ही। और अगर आपने ये फ्री है, इट्स फ्री।
Last time I was in here, somebody got banned because the last person that said she was 18, that wasn't the case. That shit's crazy. That shit's, I have it recorded.
Ancient Indian history feels like the halfway point between a fairy tale and a Lovecraft story. On the one hand, you have fables of princes going out into the wild to seek enlightenment and guilt-ridden emperors swearing off of conquest to become legendary peacemakers, but there are also entire cosmologies simply spoken into existence, and a Bronze Age civilization about a millennium ahead of the rest of the world that just fades into nothingness. And the rest of Indian history is like this too. It's so large and diverse, but almost like a jigsaw puzzle, every piece still fits together into one cohesive whole. And we can see the outlines of this big picture of India back in the earliest sparks of civilization. So, to wind back the clock and see where India got its start, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by Audible. More on that later. Our earliest evidence of Indian civilization is a string of settlements along the Indus River Valley in the 2 and 3000s BC. And as far as Bronze Age civilizations go, the Indus Valley is by far the raddest. The floodplain was easy to cultivate and build on, so the society that sprung up was startlingly well urbanized. In the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, excavated by the British in the 18 and 1900s, we found standardized building bricks, streets laid out on a grid system to catch the breeze and cool down the city, with built-in sewage systems and massive public baths. Centuries before the pyramids of Giza, India had urban planning that wouldn't be beat until the Greeks and Romans some 2,000 years later. And the construction quality seems to show that the people of the Indus Valley had been refining this system for a while. As the rest of the Bronze Age civilizations were blowing money on temples and palaces, the Indus Valley had long since made great public works and figured out zoning laws. And they weren't an insular civilization either. Their trade networks with Mesopotamia were so speedy that they could import fish from the Arabian Sea. Plus, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa aren't exactly neighbors, so the parallels between them imply a kind of overarching government. But we're clueless as to what, partially because we can't decipher their writing. And the craziest part is that we've hardly found any weapons anywhere. As far as we can tell, they were totally peaceful. But that's the Bronze Age for you. Everything feels confusing, atemporal, and kind of Lovecraftian, and it all goes poof just as weirdly as it first appears. So at some point between the 17 and 1500s, the Indus Valley civilization slowly disappeared for reasons that we can really only guess at. The two most likely options are that the soil eventually lost its nutrients and stopped yielding crops after a millennium or so, or that an earthquake altered the course of the river and dried up several tributaries. Whatever the case, it seems that the people of the Indus Valley ventured further into the peninsula and eventually settled in the far south. So the valley's ruins lay hidden until British grave robbers rolled up in the 1800s and used the stones as ballast for a railway project. Stay classy, Britain. But our story continues in the centuries after the Indus Valley civilization with the slow migration of the Indo-Aryans from Central Asia. Quick aside, that label's become kind of controversial in the past century for reasons that are wholly unrelated to Indian history, so I'll be using that term for its intended historical meaning. Instead of prolific builders, the Aryans were storytellers, and they're often known as the Vedic peoples after their holy scriptures called the Vedas. These were a series of stories including everything from big cosmology down to aspects of their own daily life, and they were all retold as hymns being memorized and perfected to the very syllables. These divine hymns form much of the basis of Hinduism, both as a religion and more broadly as a foundation of ancient Indian culture. Historically, Hinduism is quite unique because of its continuity from ancient origins to widespread modern practice. That's cool, but also extremely nuanced and complex, so I'm gonna move right along to the next core aspect of Indo-Aryan culture, the caste system. Great! When the Aryans came across the native Adivasi people, they maintained political stability via a strict social hierarchy, with the Aryans at the top and everybody else below them. A story we've seen many times on this channel. But as the Aryans and the Adivasi mixed over the centuries, the system later stratified by profession rather than by ethnic group. At the top were the Brahmin priests, then the Kshatriya lords and warriors, the Vaisya merchants and farmers, the Shudra laborers, and the subcaste untouchables who were fully ostracized by society. The big yikes here is that a social hierarchy based on class rather than race is malleable to whomever is in charge. So the caste system has survived the rise and fall of empires to systematically oppress the Indian people for basically 3,000 years. So just keep that in the back of your minds for the entirety of Indian history, and let's swiftly move on. As the Vedic tradition grew and evolved in the first millennium BC, a new wave of philosophical thinking cropped up via a series of texts called the Upanishads. Its name comes from the Sanskrit for sitting down near, as a student would sit by their mentor while receiving divine knowledge through a discussion of philosophy. Similar to the Analects of Confucius or the Tao Te Ching, the Upanishads are presented as a series of brief teachings. The early ones appear along the four Vedas, Vedas, but many Upanishads were composed and added later. So as the Vedas form the basis of Indian religion and mythology, the Upanishads are the core of Indian philosophy. It's here that we get the first mentions of topics from the cycle of reincarnation to our duties as people and the consequences of our actions, as well as our sense of self within the greater totality of the universe. It's a lot of terms, I know, but the Upanishads are as broad as they are dense, and there is a lot to unpack there. The big mind melt at the end is that our localized self, Atman, is really made up of the same stuff as the big cosmic everything of Brahman. And when we realize that we're all the same, our Atman returns to Brahman like a drop of water returning to an ocean. Aside from the big metaphysics, there's so much to learn from the Upanishads, and philosophers from across time have lavished praise for both their sincerity of tone and their depth of wisdom. So let's see, theology, philosophy, aha! We've also got to talk about the epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Much like the Iliad and the Odyssey, these two big Indian epics blend fact and myth in a way that isn't historical, but is indicative of the world as the ancients envisioned it. It's a neat switch of perspectives. The truth here isn't in facts and dates of the wars being recorded, but rather the divine elements of the stories help frame the human philosophical truths at the core of both of these epics. Now, that said, if some long books are doorstops, then the Mahabharata is the entire door. It's the story of a great succession crisis and a subsequent war sometime around the 14th century BC, and it is just loaded with deities front to back. But the most famous section of the story, the Bhagavad Gita, narrows in on the internal struggle of the hero Arjuna to do his duty even when it's difficult. None of us will fight alongside literal gods in a giant succession crisis. I mean, well, probably, but all of us will struggle to do the right thing. Likely a lot of times. I, for instance, know that it's irresponsible to monopolize this channel for Roman history memes, but that doesn't mean that I'm not tempted. I'm getting off topic. The Ramayana and the Mahabharata are clearly some of humanity's most influential literature. Between the epics, the Upanishads, and the Vedas, it's evident just how much of Indian culture derives from these core texts. I'll be fully honest, when I started researching this, I really did think that I was making a history video, but now here I am realizing I've just made a giant book report. Ah well, you take the sources you can get. And unfortunately, what we have in an overflowing font of ancient literature, we lack in most other forms of historical documentation for a good several centuries. But the picture gets a lot clearer once we hit the 600s through 300s BC, as we have archaeological and written evidence for a loose collection of independent states and kingdoms across northeast India. Researchers have found large cities and dense fortifications, as well as new forms of poetry and metallurgy, and the development of Brahmi writing. Among these 16 Mahajanapadas, as they're snappily known, and as I'm sure I've horribly mispronounced, there seems to have been some intense competition as well as interstate trade. Still not a whole lot to go on, but if it's anything like the other clusters of small independent states that we've seen in history, whether it's the Greeks and the Italians, or the Maya and the Chinese warring states, it was probably pretty cool. What we do have from this political climate is a famous story of one Indian prince named Siddhartha Gautama. For his entire life, this prince was kept secluded in a palace by his parents, knowing nothing but luxury, health, and joy. But one day he asked to leave his palace and go see the outside world, and was horrified to see people who were sick, gross, and worse, dying. So he flipped out over the sudden and devastating realization of humanity's suffering and of his own impending mortality, and he camped out in the middle of the woods for a month, refusing to leave until he either died or figured out a way to end all human suffering. Luckily for him, he actually got the desired outcome and achieved the enlightened state of nirvana. Prince Siddhartha, now called Buddha, realized that the ideal life was the middle path between extravagance and asceticism, where all outward suffering could be conquered solely through a complete mastery of the self. And just like that, bada bing, bada eightfold path, we've got a shiny new religion. But before we wrap this story up, we've got to talk about some wars. After Alexander the Far From Home failed to push past the Indus River and decided to call it quits and go home, an exiled Kshatriya named Chandragupta took advantage of the kerfuffle and conquered across northern India to found the Maurya Empire, India's first large, properly centralized state. The new empire established diplomatic ties with Hellenistic Greece as well as China, and built up considerable infrastructure within the empire itself. Chandragupta was by all accounts a solid ruler, keeping a hands-off approach for his 2 decades in power and letting his people be. He died fasting in the woods, his son was pretty meh, and there was an interregnum afterwards, but then his grandson Ashoka was one of the coolest cats in history. Ascending to the throne in 273 BC, he conquered eastward to the coast of Kalea, and the result was an absolute bloodbath with hundreds of thousands dead on both sides. When he heard the news, he felt really bad about it, so he issued a full apology throughout his empire and abandoned warfare entirely to become a Buddhist. He then worked to build trade relations lessons and improve the lives of his people. He was super tolerant of other faiths, and he wrote extensively about his own journey to inner peace through Buddhism. That has got to be the single biggest heel-face turn in history. His life seems almost surreal, but there it is. A conqueror who felt remorse and changed his ways. Unfortunately, his successors were far less able than him, and soon pockets of the empire slipped away before the assassination of Emperor Brihadratha extinguished the Maurya Empire for good in 180 BC. And that's ancient India, from the Indus River Valley to Ashoka the Great. What I find most amazing is the massive catalog of literature that took shape at such an early stage. It's an incredibly strong foundation that's at once diverse and cohesive, and so exquisitely preserved after nearly 3,000 years. And speaking of 3,000 years, the next chapter of Indian history is going to have to be a story for another video, because if I seriously tried to summarize that all at once, I may actually burst. We here at OSP love a good story, and if you want to listen to them at home or on the go, there's no better way than with today's sponsor, Audible. With a collection of audiobooks that would make even the Library of Alexandria blush, Audible is the place to go for stories that you can take with you anywhere. And you can tailor it to your own needs by adjusting the narration speed and even saving your own bookmarks. Audible members get a credit for any audiobook completely free every month, as well as additional discounts in the store. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of great Indian literature to check out, but I've got to recommend that you listen to this reading of the Bhagavad Gita. It's by far the most accessible work from the ancient Indian canon, and the philosophy on display here is really something special. Absolutely worth a listen. And Audible is offering all of you a 30-day trial and 1 free audiobook, along with 2 free Audible originals to get you started if you sign up with our link on audible.com/overlysarcastic or text overlysarcastic to 500-500. If you do, you'll be supporting the channel and getting a good audiobook in the process. Again, to start listening, head to audible.com/overlysarcastic. Thanks so much for watching. This video was fun because I got to play around with the format and talk more about philosophy and religion than I usually do when I'm discussing the pure history itself. But if you want to hear me talk more about the cultural context in future videos, please leave a comment below and let me know. And an extra special thank you to everybody who supports the channel on Patreon. It's your generosity and enthusiasm that keeps this whole operation running. If you want more OSP, be sure to check out the amazing community on our official Discord server. Link is down in the description. So a huge thanks again, and I'll see you all in the next video. When last we left the history of India, Ashoka's Mauryan Empire had just shattered into a dozen tiny pieces. Look, I hate to see it, but sometimes history be like that, and unfortunately for my love of cartography, what follows are the classical and medieval periods, where hundreds, if not thousands, of small local kingdoms change their borders so rapidly that the map looks like 1,700 years of television static. Whew. Here we go. At first glance, this period looks like an absolute mess, and for good reason, kind of is. But this chapter of Indian history actually tells a cohesive and consistent story. From 200 BC to 1500 AD, small local territories and the odd regional empire competed for power and prestige while participating in extensive international trade. The result was an intense cultural exchange that cemented India's legacy of extraordinary demographic, religious, and ideological diversity. So, to see how this all went down, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by our amazing patrons. Support the channel and get cool rewards at patreon.com/OSP. India's diversity starts with its geography, where there's mountains and forests and plains, oh my. This regional variation made for a patchwork of distinct local territories with their own culture and even unique languages. So while dynasties and empires bopped around rearranging the map, these small pockets proved rather sturdy and often maintained their local culture. This made it pretty tricky for any one state to unify large parts of India for more than a few decades at a time. But before we touch on some notable examples, we should first zoom out to better understand India's geography overall. Broadly speaking, we can divvy it up into 4 macro regions: the Indus Valley, the Gangetic Plain, the Deccan Plateau, and the Ghats. Between the Indus and the Ganges rivers, northern India was fertile and easy to navigate, making it well suited to larger states and the occasional empire. But sometimes that empire was other people, because the Indus Valley opened up to the rest of Asia and saw everybody from Greeks and Persians to Muslims and Mongols wandering in over the centuries. By sea, the coasts of Sindh and Bengal proved extremely popular for maritime trade, as they provided easy access to inland markets. Speaking of inland, we'll find the Deccan Plateau further south along the peninsula. Connected to the coasts by a series of smaller waterways, the Deccan served as a cultural crossover between northern and southern India, and that's most apparent in language. Take, for instance, the linguistic variety of a place like Europe, which has as Romance, Germanic, and Slavic languages spread out over multiple different states, interacting and evolving across time. India isn't terribly far off from that, but here the two main language families at work were Sanskritic, or Indic, and Dravidian, and the crossover between them happened predominantly on the Deccan Plateau. So from there, if we go south, or east, or also west, we'll run into the Ghats, two mountain ranges that run along the eastern and western coast of the peninsula and converge on the southern tip. This area was an absolute hotbed for trade during the classical period, since it lay smack in the middle of the maritime Silk Road between the East Indies and China and Africa and the Mediterranean. Furthermore, in the immortal words of Bill Wirtz, "And they've got spices." So, now that I've spent a quarter of my runtime talking about geography, I have a map problem. Let's actually talk about states and kingdoms and stuff. Contrary to what my last video in Indian history might lead you to believe, southern India does, in fact, exist. So let's address that right now by taking a look at the Tamilakam at the tip of the peninsula. Starting way back before even the Maurya Empire, there were dozens of states nestled around the foothills of the Ghats, but a few here stand out. The Chera, the Chola, and the Pandya dynasties became known as the Three Crowned Kings, and though they remained fairly small through the classical period, they're possibly India's most successful merchants. With ready access to boatloads of spices, they were able to export their own wares as well as control the traffic through one of the world's busiest maritime trade routes. Double nice. And several centuries later, during the Middle Ages, the Chola dynasty was able to expand to the island of Sri Lanka and conquer all the way up the eastern coast. While the Tamil kingdoms unfortunately didn't leave very much in the way of historical documentation, and you'll see this become a trend as we go along, they had a strong poetic tradition, and they made huge contributions to Indian architecture. And I mean that literally. These things are massive. Temple complexes steadily grew over time with donations from wealthy patrons and developed into ornate megastructures. Every layer features a sculpted and vibrantly painted representation of a mythical story, and these temples are tall boys too, so there's a lot of narrative meaning packed into each one. And while we're talking about temples and religion, we should jump back a few centuries to mention the Pallava dynasty, who ruled over parts of the East Indian coast from the 4th through the 9th centuries AD. The Pallavas were talented architects and also generous patrons of their minority Buddhist and Jainist populations, sponsoring their monasteries and also incorporating their art into the Hindu temples. This taste for religious tolerance may have been an artifact of the Pallava's former fealty to the Shatavahana dynasty, who ruled most of the Deccan Plateau since the collapse of the Maurya Empire up through the 3rd century CE. Though they were primarily Hindu, they had a deep respect for the Buddhism of Emperor Ashoka. The Shatavahanas were the first to start building temples out of stone rather than wood, but funnily enough, it's all designed to mimic the construction of wooden temples, so these stone versions were deliberately sculpted to have beams and nails sticking out. Territorially speaking, the Shatavahanas stretched all the way across the Deccan and onto both coasts, so they were an integral link in the maritime trading network between Asia and the Mediterranean. Though the empire was broken into pieces in the early 3rd century by incursions of Scythians from the north, many of its successor states continued to be extremely prosperous in the Middle Ages, as we saw with the Pallavas. And speaking of north, let's return to the Indus Valley and Gangetic Plain. Annoyingly, sources from the post-Mauryan period don't do us many favors since lots of the architecture hasn't survived, and most royal inscriptions are so wildly self-congratulatory and embellished that they don't end up recording anything of historical value. When two rival kingdoms both claim to have won the same battle, you know that somebody is lying, but you can't really tell who. So let's take this occasion to just be thankful for how much easier our lives can be when historians take the time to write things down for us. In this case, though, our most helpful source is coinage. For instance, some Indian coins were minted bilingually between an Indic language and Greek, which shows strong trade links between northern India and the multiple Indo-Greek kingdoms that splintered out of Alexander's empire. Also, many Roman coins found their way into northern India as well. Some were melted down and reminted, but others were allowed to circulate if a gash was carved into the emperor's face to show that Nero had no authority in India. This actually makes India the second civilization to stab Emperor Nero. Good on him. So, while the avenues of trade in northern India and southern India were distinct, business was clearly good on both ends of the peninsula. The Indus Valley in particular remained engaged, for better and for worse, with their neighbors to the northwest, over the Hindu Kush mountains. From Alexander and the Indo-Greeks onward, it is a veritable revolving door of imperial neighbors, with Scythians, Parthians, Kushans, Sassanids, Arabs, Persians, Mongols, and Timurids. When these empires weren't playing villain of the week, they sometimes tried to integrate into Indian society by marrying into royal families and adopting aspects of Indian culture. Now, since we're already up north, let's discuss an Indian empire for a change. Over on the Ganges River, transportation was easy, resources were plentiful, and it was the ideal base to launch an empire. The problem was that lots of small kingdoms were also aware of this, so competition was fierce ever since the Maurya collapsed. It wasn't until the early 4th century that the Guptas slowly extended their control over the Gangetic Plain, and by the year 400 their empire reached across the Ganges, down the Indus, and along the eastern Ghats. Not bad. For the next century, the Gupta Empire dominated the entirety of northern India and all of the trade that came with it. And lucky for all of us, they spent much of their empire money on art, literature, and science. We're talking the apex of classical Indian sculpture, codified versions of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, a decimal numbering system, and the concept of zero. Good stuff. Even though the Gupta Empire dwindled with the 500s because of external invasions and northern India went right back to the imperial drawing board for the next several centuries, India would continue to benefit from the cultural legacy of the Guptas. So with our painfully unchronological tour of classical India complete, let's take a look at an easily overlooked source of India's diversity: religion. Though it can seem like we're just following the story of Hinduism with special cameo appearances by Buddhism and Jainism, India's extensive trade routes brought multiple unique religious communities into the peninsula. For instance, Persian refugees fleeing the Muslim conquest settled in Gujarat in the 600s and created a strong Zoroastrian diaspora culture. Say that 5 times fast. Though they adopted many outward elements of Indian society, they maintained their core religious beliefs, and they've remained the world's largest Zoroastrian population. Maritime trade also brought multiple Jewish communities to the peninsula, and they similarly became a valued part of their local societies. However, many Indian Jews migrated to Israel after its independence in 1948. There was also a community of Nestorian Christians from the Sassanid Empire who made their way over to India. But by far the most consequential arrival was Islam. Starting from the 600s, Muslim merchants brought their new religion along pre-existing Arabian trade routes to the West Indian coast, and a century later, Muslims from the Abbasid Caliphate arrived into the Indus Valley. Now, this might go without saying, but Hinduism and Islam are rather distinct. One is a polytheistic religion that draws from a plurality of traditions, cultures, and beliefs, whereas Islam is a monotheistic religion that engages with the Quran as its one central text. However, and shocking as it may sound, these two communities typically got along very well, and the cultural exchange between them was actually quite rich. But for the sake of the comment section, I'm going to leave it at that. Jumping ahead a bit here, the third main way that Islam came into India was through the Delhi Sultanate. It was established as an offshoot of a larger Muslim empire, which collapsed very soon after, not super relevant, and ruled from, as the name suggests, the city of Delhi. Their main military advantage was cavalry, since horses weren't really a thing in India before this. It was usually mostly elephants. So they made short work of the land around the Indus and Ganges rivers and actually managed to repel the invading Mongols throughout the 1200s. That is no small feat, and Delhi in turn became a haven for merchants, artists, and aristocrats who fled the Mongols, so double nice. For the next 300 years, the 5 dynasties of the Delhi Sultanate ruled over India's north, and for a couple decades there in the 1300s, most of India's south too. Though many Indians in the Sultanate did convert to Islam, their Muslim population mostly resided in the north and around the coasts. All told, the Delhi Sultanate had a pretty solid run through the 12 and 1300s, but unfortunately, all empires are mortal, and in 1398, the Mongol-ish, Persian-ish, Turkish-ish Emperor Tamerlane sacked Delhi and yoinked their artisans, administrators, and most of the imperial treasury. So the Sultanate languished through the 1400s and was later conquered. Hey there, Portugal. Fancy seeing you on the other side of Africa. Is it colony time already? Jeez, we covered a lot in this video. All right, let's recap, shall we? So, between the classical and medieval periods of Indian history, a lot went down, fair to say. I'll be honest here, whether you look at a map, or a timeline, or even just a list of states that are active at any given point, this period is tough. The players to keep track of are numerous, small, and somehow always on the move for 1700 straight years. But as I hope I've been able to show, the picture becomes a lot clearer when we zoom out, take it one piece at a time, focus on geography, and look at the overarching trends. Classical medieval India is interconnected, prosperous, and fantastically diverse. Look, sometimes history can feel almost deliberately incomprehensible, especially in cases like this. But in those scenarios, we have a responsibility to try and puzzle it out, because sometimes the outcome is not only unique, but also something exceptional. Thank you so much for watching. After 3 straight videos about Renaissance Florence, I think it's important that I keep myself So I hope that you enjoyed this video. As I said before, super special thanks to all of our patrons whose names you can see scrolling around on the screen right now, and I will see you all in the next video. This may come as a shock to you, but India is large. Truly, OSP delivers only the most insightful of analysis, but really, it's easy to forget the sheer size, density, and diversity of this subcontinent. The ancient and medieval periods have a lengthy and ever-changing cast of cool states and empires spread out across the many river valleys, mountains, and coasts. As I previously lamented, this turns map-making into a downright perilous endeavor, but after 1500, we trade map simplicity for caste list complexity, as India sees the arrival of Diet Mongols and a metric Europe of colonizers. So, to see how a mosaic of medieval Indian states got thrown into the blender of British imperialism and came out as a modern nation, or three, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Start building your website today by going to squarespace.com/overlysarcastic. When last we left our game of squish a landmass the size of Europe into one cohesive story, the Muslim Delhi Sultanate was shrinking back towards the north, and Mongol splinter states were hanging out on the other side of the Hindu Kush Mountains. One such ruler in Central Asia, named Babur, was descended from both Tamerlane and Genghis Khan, but you wouldn't be able to tell that from his military record. He got kicked out of his ancestral homeland and spent 20 years trying to set up camp in India during the early 1500s. It was attempt number 5 that successfully toppled the Delhi Sultanate and established the Mughal dynasty. But his troubles endured. This poor guy wrote in his journals wondering why forts and cities along the Ganges River weren't welcoming their new ruler with open arms, as if for some reason a conquering stranger wasn't a normal feature of the neighborhood. Babur also complained bitterly about the Indian heat, so I'm filing him under guys who just can't seem to win. Babur's son wasn't much better off, getting exiled in 1540 after a string of defeats and only reclaiming his capital in time to die by falling down a steep flight of stairs. So his son Akbar took the throne in 1556 and treated the Mughal Empire to a king who wasn't existentially clumsy. Akbar's 5 decades on the throne and a series of smart reforms quickly brought the empire to its peak. He overhauled the imperial government to actually make it work. He added native Indians and local princes into his Muslim-majority government, and he worked to blend the cultures of India and Persia. In doing so, Akbar made people and scholars of all religions feel welcome. This is probably the height of state-supported Indian diversity, and while some were rather off-put by the increasing cultishness of Akbar's trans-theological emperor worship, most Indians were just happy to be included. His reforms also made the economy go smoother on account of standardized taxes that could be paid in cash, which also let them tax the merchant trade. And the Mughals didn't leave all that cash collecting dust in an imperial treasury, they turned it into cold, hard architecture. Like this, and that. Shiny. The other half of imperial expenditures went towards conquest, expanding the Mughal Empire down the Indian peninsula and back out to the Mughal heartland of Central Asia. This, by contrast, went on to be ruinously expensive for almost zero actual benefit, and later Mughal emperors pursued a policy of why not more empire without considering just how much money they were blowing to make it happen. By the time of Akbar's grandson Aurangzeb, the empire was covered in spiffy monuments and positively baller forts, but it was nearly broke, the government was squabbling with itself, and the army was too bloated to do anything. After Aurangzeb died, his sons were too busy fighting a civil war to realize their empire went poof, and within a half-century, the Mughal kings were made into vassals of the fast-growing Maratha Empire. What they lacked in numbers compared to the unwieldy Mughal armies, they more than made up for in organization and effectiveness. So after about a century and a half of flying high, the kingdom was crumbling, Delhi got sacked by Persia, and the Mughals were confined to figurehead status from then on. Normally, this would lead to a quiet couple centuries in Indian history, but this time there were colonies to be made. So let's wind back the clock 200 years to see what those wily Europeans had been up to in the meantime. After Vasco da Gama realized you could sail underneath Africa without no-clipping off the edge of the map, Portugal became the first European power to reach the coast of India. During the 1500s, they built 24 coastal and island forts around the peninsula and developed a robust system of extorting innocent merchants for protection money. Their actual imports consisted of mostly Indian pepper, since it was very expensive for how little cargo space it took up. But all that aside, Portugal's presence in the Indian Ocean wasn't much more than a passive annoyance, since the Mughals were able to smack them around if they ever tried had the muscle and land. India might not have seen much of a change, but Portugal carted back a mountain of ill-gotten treasure, and other European seafarers wanted their turn on the carousel of cash. So in the early 1600s, the English, Dutch, and French created private companies dedicated to exploring and extorting the East Indies. By 1700, France, Britain, and the Netherlands had their run of the Indian Ocean because the Mughals didn't have a navy to speak of even before they nosedived into irrelevance. This power vacuum made the Europeans bolder, and in a classic case of, well, if someone is going to conquer this place, it might as well be me, they started throwing hands about it. This came to a head in the 7 Years' War between technically everyone, but really England and France. Despite the request of King and Parliament to not build a land empire in Asia, the British East India Company saw too much potential profit to let their power slip. So they rolled up to the French allied state of Bengal, usurped the king, and annexed the entire state. Yikes. In the following decade, Britain's victory in the not 7 years long 7 Years' War let them push France out of India, and by 1800, the East India Company was well on its way to subduing the entire subcontinent. The British Empire had, again, politely requested that the EIC not colonize 1 metric Europe, but it was way too easy. The company had a private army of 250,000 Indian soldiers on the payroll, and they had a lot of success in playing small Indian states against each other, and sometimes they didn't even need to fight when a well-placed bribe would get the job done. So the conquest cost a pretty penny, sure, but it was almost entirely consequence-free. Ah, corporate geopolitics. The stuff of nightmares. Now, beyond simply extracting tolls from trade and bringing all those good silks and spices back to Britain, the company upgraded to tax collecting. They also owned the land, so the EIC shifted agriculture away from dumb, low-margin stuff like food to focus on cash crops like cotton, and starting in the 1820s, tea. While early company governors had ruled indirectly by way of vassal princes and at least pretended like they wanted to treat the native Indians fairly, the mid-19th century saw all of that go away. The company dismissed the native princes, forced the farmers into tenancy, and put tradespeople out of work by shifting production to the industrial factories in Britain. But it's all okay. The East India Company's stockholders are seeing a really great return on their investments. It's worth it. Priorities. Now, if you were, say, a native Indian suddenly watching your rights erode as your absentee overlords drained your land of everything it's worth, this was enough to ruin the mood. But in the 1850s, life got even harder for the legions of Indian sepoys fighting in the EIC army. They faced religious discrimination, pay cuts, no promotions ever, and the increasing sense that white British officers were never going to take a dark-skinned person seriously. Meanwhile, local lords had their lands confiscated on ever more dubious grounds, and in 1857, the rebellion of one sepoy garrison quickly set off a slew of revolts across North India in an attempt to give Britain the boot. The company met this unrest with characteristic extreme brutality and massive destruction to farmland, which combined for a body count in the hundreds of thousands. At this point, Queen Victoria and friends decided that the EIC had lost its existing privileges, so the company was dissolved and control of India passed directly to the British Crown. From 1858 onward, the British Raj nominally made life better for Indians with the creation of an Indian civil service and the partial recognition of sovereignty to a series of princely states, but in reality, the Raj was just a more official system of wealth extraction and racial oppression that had been going on for over a century. British advisors had final say over the independent principalities, and participation in the Indian civil service was limited to candidates who could take an entrance exam in London. Tells you a little bit about who they wanted running the place. And this contributed to a revealing double standard of how Britain and India viewed the empire, or, Britain and anyone else for that matter. In London, you'd see the fruits of humanistic multiculturalism in food, art, demographics, and mind-numbing economic power. But back in India, it just looked like some domineering colonizers came to take the shiny stuff and stomp on the rest to satisfy a racist power trip. Naturally, this led leading Indian politicians and thinkers to consider the potential joys of not being oppressed, and in 1885, the Indian National Congress pushed to give Indians a greater voice in their own government, but Britain's counteroffer was that they would get nothing and like it, a shockingly effective negotiating tactic thus far. Now, at this point, it seemed like there was no way this finely tuned system of colonial exploitation could possibly come undone, but we've got to remember that this whole enterprise was a cash grab, so if India ever stopped being profitable, why keep it? And nothing will sink a profit margin faster than a good old-fashioned world war, better yet, 2 of them. When war struck in 1914, the Raj supported the Entente against the Central Powers with supplies and soldiers. This got a little awkward when Indians heard the British propaganda calling World War I a fight for democracy, as they could be forgiven for not realizing that Britain was into that. So it became harder to reinforce the post-war same old after India sacrificed so much for Britain's war. In World War II, Deutschland Boogaloo, India provided 2.5 million soldiers, loaned some £10 million sterling to the British government, and provided critical supplies at tremendous cost to India itself. To make matters worse, Britain went all scorched earth on their own province of Bengal to deter the Japanese Empire from muscling into eastern India, and 3 million people died in the resulting famine. And our old pal Winnie Churchill remained fiercely imperialist throughout the end of the war, offering only the most flaccid concessions of greater Indian sovereignty. But by 1945, London was cleaning up a metric blitz, the empire was bankrupt, and Indian leaders like Gandhi were intensely campaigning for independence. So Britain cut their losses by just letting India go. Still not the least bit interested in India's actual well-being, the British Viceroy organized a partition and complete dissolution of the Raj in just 5 months. The government had 1 semester of college to draw new borders and fully withdraw. The basic idea was to make a Hindu-majority India and a Muslim-majority Pakistan, but demographics don't work like that, so after partition in 1947, there were millions of people that found themselves on the wrong side of these new borders. This ensuing mass migration quickly devolved into extreme violence and produced an animosity between India and Pakistan that endures to this day. Dark! So, that wraps up our history of India and also now Pakistan and Bangladesh. For many reasons, it's a tough history to grapple with because there's so much going on over such a great length of time. But as we've seen, the sheer diversity of people, cultures, and historical happenings makes this corner of the world so fascinating. That said, it does make it kind of hard to write a comprehensive and satisfying concluding paragraph. But you know what's easy? Making a website with Squarespace. If you've got a business or a really sweet project or a colonizing operation that you'd like to disguise as a spice trading company, a professional online presence is essential, and Squarespace is your one-stop shop for building and maintaining a beautiful digital home. Whether you're designing a site to showcase art and music, promoting a restaurant, or running a storefront, Squarespace has you covered with year-round support, and it handles all the icky back-end HTML jazz so you never have to fuss over patches and updates. We love the OSP website that we built with Squarespace because we're able to collect our channel, merchandise, art, social media, and personal projects all under one shiny roof. Plus, my resident editor Indigo uses Squarespace for her personal website, and she's a big fan of the integrated analytics, which shows how users are engaging with your site. Customizing your site is a breeze, so we bet that you'll really love what you're able to create. So when you want to get started, head over to squarespace.com/overlysarcastic to begin your free trial, and when you're ready to launch your darling website into the world, use code overlysarcastic to get 10% off your first purchase. That's squarespace.com/overlysarcastic, and thank you, Squarespace, for supporting educational content. Thank you so much for watching. If you think I've been ragging on Britain too much, I kindly invite you to buckle up, because the rest of this year has a lot more where that came from. But in any case, I want to thank the patrons here who make this channel possible, and I will see you all in the next video. Here on History Makers, we're focused on the figures behind the history books, and though they weren't the ones ruling the kingdoms or technically doing anything, their storytelling ends up having the heftiest influence on how we interact with the past. Granted, some of them wouldn't call themselves historians, and a couple didn't even write books. Well, today we're going to follow this edge case to its logical conclusion by discussing a guy who isn't even slightly a historian, and as a matter of fact, did not write anything at all. And just to put the icing on the challenge mode cake, our sources for this video tally up to a big fat zilch. But it's okay, because what we lack in anything about our own pal Confucius, we make up for in the incalculably huge impact that he had on Chinese philosophy, culture, and the entire canon of Chinese history. So, by God, I will make this work. Now, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by our patrons who voted on this topic. I will make you proud if it kills me. To understand why this Confucius guy is so difficult to pin down, let's zoom out and talk about why China in general is so hard to pin down, because it oscillates wildly between shattering apart and reassembling itself. And Confucius lived right in the middle of one of these episodes. After the Zhou dynasty collapsed in the 8th century BC, China split into dozens of tiny states, and joke's on China, because at this point they don't even realize this is going to be a trend. Anyway, some states built up armies to steamroll each other, and some just tried to keep their heads down and avoid the aforementioned pain train. During this spring and autumn period, Street, which gets its name from a history book written about it, daily life was deeply stressful and uncertain, and good governance was in dubious supply. Gee, I wonder what that feels like. So when every year had even odds of the kingdom getting stomped, it paid to be strategic, and that meant having good advisors, so the spring and autumn period was a great time to be in the philosophy business. See, when the Zhou dynasty shattered into tiny shards of geopolitical glass, all these new kingdoms needed to set up their own governments. So all of the freshly unemployed Zhou bureaucrats went out to get them jobs and teach their skills to any paying students. Over the centuries, these legions of mercenary philosophers developed an array of informal schools that specialized in one of multiple different topics. These 100 schools of thought fit on a sliding scale between the most spiritual and the most practical, with ethical philosophy, where Confucius operates, being somewhere in the middle. We've got okay documentation on roughly a dozen of these, but for reasons including and not limited to arson, a lot of our sources and all the scholars conspicuously stopped existing after the Qin unification. So, although Chinese history is famous for keeping star charts that can pinpoint events down to the year, we're left with painfully few primary sources about the 100 schools or the works that they produced. What we do have on Confucius comes from his disciples, all of whom were writing after his death, and none of whom can actually seem to agree on the details of his life. And that's what really hurts me as a historian, because with someone like Lao Tzu, who wrote the Tao Te Ching, we're entirely in the dark, so we can treat him as a purely legendary figure, and it's honestly fine. While for Confucius, we've got bucket loads about his disciples, and we're so close to knowing a lot about the man himself, but yeah. So, in the history maker's mysteriousness tier list, Confucius fits firmly into the frustration and flailing arms tier. Now, with a gigantic asterisk that I'm actually going to leave in the corner of the screen, let's take a look at what we have been told about Confucius's life, and try to figure out how he achieved big deal status from such humble beginnings. Confucius began his career as a scholar and political advisor in the state of Lu, doing his best to keep things running and implementing some reforms for, a little bit of spice. But the neighboring state of Qi wanted to get a leg up, so they sabotaged the Duke of Lu with a 200 IQ play. They sent him a convoy full of horses and dancing girls as a gift, and the Duke became so distracted by horse riding and dancing that he completely abandoned his responsibilities to the state. Confucius figured that Lu was a lost cause, so he ran away from the sounds of neighing and moaning and looked for work in more virtuous pastures. But nowhere he went seems to care for what he was selling, so after 13 unproductive years, he went home and taught some of the local kiddos. While the various dukes of China dismissed Confucius on the basis of him being a Mondo nerd, his 72 students were extremely dedicated to their master. And after his death, they collected a series of his teachings and discussions into a book that we now call the Analects. From there, it was go time, and the disciples went to work writing more Confucian philosophy and training future generations of disciples. The most notable of them is a fourth-gen Confucian named Lao Tzu, whose career path followed a very similar trajectory of wander around China, getting constantly ignored, and then have your disciples write a book about stuff he said. Not a bad deal. Lao Tzu's elaboration on some of the finer points of Confucianism did a lot to develop the philosophy, but he was way shiftier with his biographics. Lao Tzu said that Confucius wrote the Spring and Autumn Annals, and all of China just shrugged and went along with it. It was only some 2,000 years later that anybody realized this claim had exactly zero supporting evidence. Who could have guessed that a biased source with a century of lag time could possibly be untrustworthy? Truly, I'm shocked. But this is just the weird kind of limbo state that Confucianism was in during its first 300 years, spreading like wildfire among the growing band of devotees, but still not finding a place in the courts of warring states era China. The dukes had no time for ethics when thousands of soldiers were spilling over the hills to come set the palace on fire. So, with enough historical context to sink a mid-sized battleship, let's talk about the philosophy these disciples were so jazzed about. In the Analects, Confucius is always addressing one of two questions: what makes a good man, and what makes a good government? Confucius believed that all people have the capacity for virtue, even if most of us are a little undisciplined. So, by the help of a great teacher, or through some honest self-reflection, we can all better ourselves in order to become junzi, gentlemen. In a world where everything was topsy-turvy and slicey stabby, Confucius sought comfort in the practice of ritual and the cultivation of family-centric values like respect, discipline, and piety. And this focus on good family morals ties his ideas about individual virtue to his broader concerns about society. The family unit was basically a tiny replica of government, so if virtuous behavior made people better family members, Confucius figured it would make them better citizens or rulers as well. Now, it's tempting to file this somewhere between oversimplicity and wishful thinking, but his point makes a little more sense in context when we actually take the inverse. Confucius argues that a government which relies on harsh laws and punishments is doomed because it's acting in opposition to the people. Whereas a government drinking that good morals juice is more likely to earn and maintain the divine thumbs up known as the mandate of heaven. And this very idea explains how Confucianism would come to be so omnipresent in Chinese culture. So at the end of the Warring States period, the Qing kingdom pulled off the ultimate dynasty implosion speedrun by unifying all of China and then collapsing a brisk 15 years later. This partly owes to Qing brutality and a pesky habit of setting scholars and their books on fire, which explains why the 100 schools of thought came to a near crashing halt after unification. Following them came the Han Dynasty, which at first acted much like their predecessors, cozying up with the legalist philosophy and giving other groups like Confucians the cold shoulder. To be more precise and slightly more juvenile, Emperor Gaozu had a habit of de-hatting any visiting Confucians so that he could pee in their hats. Even at the age of 50, the emperor was a 5-year-old. To his eventual credit, he once asked an advisor why he should bother with scholars when he had conquered his empire on horseback, and his advisor replied that an empire could not be ruled on horseback, so maybe His Highness should quit using the hats of Confucians as a porta potty and start listening to what they have to say. So Emperor Gaozu watched a few TED Talks on Confucianism and became a fan. Half a century later, Emperor Wu promoted it to the state philosophy and created a school to instruct his court in the 5 Confucian classics. This became the philosophical and political backbone of the Han Dynasty and the primary focus of Chinese scholarship. And so, Confucianism in its various forms remained a fixture of Chinese culture for the next 2,000 years. One effect of the all Confucius all the time syllabus was in the writing of history, where court historian Sima Qian developed his Shiji from the model of the Spring and Autumn Annals, which, again, everyone just kind of assumed Confucius wrote. In any case, this mode of history saw kingdoms as reliant on heaven's mandate to rule, and that required virtuous governance, which, in Sima Qian's eyes, meant being Confucian. So, in effect, the fortunes of a state all came down to how Confucian the emperor was being that day. I'm not going to dig through all the retroactive justifications and circular logic that all this entails, but for our purposes, Sima Qian becoming the model for subsequent Chinese historians reflects how Confucian thought became ingrained within the way China told its history. So where does that leave us? Well, Confucius is an object lesson in working with incomplete information and puzzling out an understanding from sparse and problematic records. But we're not quite as out in the wind as I first made it seem. True, we're blind to his backstory, but as far as Chinese culture is concerned, the most important thing Confucius did was teach, and that naturally manifests through his disciples rather than himself. Whoever Kung Chou might have been in person is secondary to his legacy as master Kung Fu Tzu. From the Analects to the writings of disciples like Lao Tzu, Confucius is inseparable from his role as a teacher and the works of his students. As far as lecture halls go, all of China is one heck of a classroom. Thank you for watching, and thank you to the patrons who voted on this topic. This is definitely the farthest we've stretched the label of history maker, but it opens up a lot of options for other important thinkers in world history. So let me know who you might like to see in a future episode, and I'll see you all in the next video. When reading a book from the catalog of classics, hundreds of years old, or thousands, we always have to cross a layer of abstraction before we can really understand the text. Even after accounting for language translation, we still have to consider the historical setting of the book, the overall context, idiosyncrasies, and the intended audience. Some ancient books can still be modern to read, including timeless themes and lasting influences on everything that came after. That's why 16th century Chinese epic The Journey to the West reads like second nature to anyone who's ever seen Goku fire off a Kamehameha. It's medieval, it's folkloric, but it's the ancestor of anime, so the barrier to entry is little more than a good translation and some free time. Then, on the far opposite end of the spectrum are the books that are just plain tough. The works that, for all their fame, ask a lot of the reader before anything makes a lick of sense. And here we find Sun Tzu's The Art of War, a rather brief text so fascinatingly terse and bound up in its original historical context that it seems at once empty and utterly indecipherable. This book is everywhere, from military training to political science to business school. Yuck. But the pop culture understanding of Sun Tzu's ancient military manual lacks the context to be anything more than one-dimensional platitudes. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. Wow, I hadn't considered being smart before. I'll try that next time. Another banger by Sun Tzu. What next? If your enemy's shooting arrows at you, consider not getting shot by them? Golly, victory's as good as mine. This is the ungenerous read, a position I myself held when I first read The Art of War several years back, and it's the equal and opposite perspective to the goobers who smugly treat The Art of War as corporate business advice. We differ in our patience for the pithy one-liners, but both camps generally misunderstand the point of the text by ignoring its context and purpose. So the reading lacks any nuance regardless of whether we're being cynical or glib. But look more carefully and take the text as a whole rather than tiny isolated quotes, and there's a lot to learn. Master Sun's Military Methods, as it was originally titled, was written at a time of serious interstate competition and cultural change in ancient China. For the context of this evolving society, The Art of War reads as a deeply philosophical treatise on the methodology of warfare. It was a brand new mindset for a previously unexplored topic in Chinese literature, and it can tell us as much about China as it can about warfare. To see how, let's do some history. As always, our first angle of attack for the wily world of literature is figuring out our author. In this case, it's Master Sun, Sun Tzu, the honorific title given to the general Sun Wu, who's said to have lived around 500 BC. This places him at the tail end of the Spring and Autumn period. 3 centuries of competition between dozens of small local states stepping into the power vacuum left by a weakened Zhou dynasty. This soon gave way to the Warring States period. 3 more centuries of increasingly fierce warfare between a dwindling handful of powerful states, snowballing into the ascension of the Qin dynasty in 221 BC. To grossly simplify 2 of the most fascinating periods in Chinese political and cultural history, Spring and Autumn is the soap opera, Warring States is the cage fight. Details of the life of our famous general are expectedly slim, but the primary narrative comes our way in the records of the Grand Historian by Sima Xian, wherein Sun rolled into the state of Wu and demonstrated his skill to Lord He Yu by lining up 180 royal concubines and assigning 2 to be in charge of drilling military formations. Naturally, this didn't work very well, and they all burst into fits of laughter at how silly the whole thing was, until, of course, Sun Wu ordered that the 2 concubines in charge get beheaded for lack of discipline. He then brought 2 brand new promising young leaders to the front of the class and ran the exercise again. This time, the results were flawless. Wow! Logic went that if Sun Wu could wring such a performance out of untrained concubines after a measly 2 executions, imagine what he could do with a whole-ass army, and so he was made a general on the spot. This story is patently ridiculous, but it conveys that the character of Sun Wu wrote from experience and puts him at a distinct moment in time, running the military for the state of Wu during the reign of Lord He Yu, 514 to 496 BC. If life was easy, this would be the end of it. We've got our guy right at the tail end of the Spring and Autumn. However, issues arise as the story first appears during the Han Dynasty centuries after the fact and cites him as winning the Battle of Boji, but a detailed account of that battle from 2 centuries earlier doesn't mention our boy in the slightest. This is the first of a series of narrative wrinkles that add together to create a very problematic web of contradictions against the neat and tidy tale we get from Sima Xian. Sun Wu can be viewed as a real person who wrote a military treatise, but it's just as likely he is a pure fable invented after the fact to be historical provenance for a military manual that was written anonymously during the Warring States period. If so, it wouldn't be an outlier, as this era saw the 100 schools of thought building literary and philosophical traditions across China. Confucianism was one such school whose essential texts were written by many hands over a long stretch of time. That rolling composition could also account for anachronisms like 4th century crossbows showing up in the text. And the earliest copy of The Art of War we have is from pretty dang late. It was discovered alongside another military manual in an early Han Dynasty tomb from around when the book gained widespread popularity. It's a fascinating find for several reasons, but both camps cited it as proof of their interpretation, either affirming or disproving a historical Sun Tzu. So ultimately, the authorship is an open question, and I'm certainly not going to be the guy who figures it out, but that's okay because you're still left with the most important thing, the text, and that is plenty. In a culture that was used to throwing chariot-mounted aristocrats at each other, The Art of War radically rethinks what strategy means and how it's applied. Battles are no longer contests of raw force. If your enemy is temperamental, seek to irritate him. The rules have changed, and this is a far more intricate game. Most famously, all warfare is based on deception. So if scouts can spot an army in the distance by the smoke rising from camp, light a buttload of fires to make your army appear larger in the hopes of scaring them off. The whole book is like this. The first 2 chapters are preparation for war and waging campaigns, the middle 10 are tactics in the field, and the last is spycraft. but all of it is a study of information, preparedness, and mental maneuvering, understanding your terrain, your opponent, your own constraints, what advantages you can press. By the time armies actually meet on the field, it's already decided, and battle is absolutely the last resort. It's far more effective to undermine an enemy's strategy or subvert their alliances before drawing any swords, and even that's preferable to wasting weeks or months besieging a city. Deception and stratagems aren't just effective, they're efficient, and the general's true skill is achieving strategic advantage for their state with or without killing the other guy. From a purely military standpoint, Sun Tzu captures the essence of all-out conflict in the War and States period, and that alone is historically insightful, but the real depth of the book comes out when read philosophically through the lens of Taoism. Now, Taoism is famously about seeking harmony by following a heavenly path, a practice that seems categorically at odds with the study of warfare. On paper, sure, but Taoism is all about untangling contradictions. The Taoist view sees everything in relation to a greater whole, just like the general must understand the terrain, the enemy, and himself in order to craft a strategy. Every detail interacts. Similarly Taoist is the concept of Wu Wei, often rendered as non-action, but better understood as effortless action. Sun Tzu wants the simplest approach with the lightest touch. Avoid protracted campaigns at all costs, overcome the enemy without wasteful battles, undermine their strategy and alliances before jumping to war. Resorting to combat is a failure of strategy, so when conflict is inevitable, spend the least amount of effort necessary to restore harmony. The highest excellence is to subdue the enemy's army without fighting at all. That suddenly sounds a lot less like fortune cookie nonsense and more like real Taoist philosophy of effortless action. And the original intended audience would have known exactly that this is the point. This context transforms the entire book. The general then takes on the air of a philosopher, pursuing harmony for their state in accordance with the heavenly Tao through strategy. Yield and overcome. Bend and become straight. Empty and become full. Adapt to circumstance, adapt to your enemy. That's all classic Taoism. One step further, the whole book parallels Chinese rhetoric. Unlike the Greek rhetoric of persuasive argumentation, Taoist rhetoric aims to cultivate harmonious relationships and achieve self-enlightenment through inward contemplation. Only speak if it improves on silence. Only fight a battle if you absolutely have to. Both arts value efficiency, and neither seeks to be loud. In both cases, the key character strength of the philosopher general is their understanding. They gather as much information as they can, then all the action happens internally. Philosophically, rhetoric and generalship have the exact same skill set. The Art of War is a philosophy book, and its readers as well as its critics treated it as such. In the 200s BC, a philosopher named Sun Tzu attacked the Art of War's cold rationalism with Confucian ideology, indicating to us that Sun Tzu fit comfortably in philosophy's domain. And The Art of War was not the only philosophical book on military theory, as a work by Wu Shi balances Confucius with Sun Tzu by asserting virtuous character as a prerequisite for military skill. His book, the Wu Tzu, sits alongside The Art of War as one of China's 7 military classics, a medieval best-of list popularized during the Song Dynasty. The Art of War became required reading for the imperial military exams, found huge popularity in medieval Japan, and later informed the guerrilla warfare strategies of Mao Zedong in the 20th century. But while the wider world has become fascinated with the book's military prescriptions, the through line of Taoism that makes it work has been thoroughly lost. The Art of War demonstrates the genius subtleties of Chinese philosophy by operating on multiple levels: military, philosophical, and rhetorical. Cherry-picked quotes are always the enemy of wisdom, but The Art of War got it really rough. I guess I can't feel too bad for Sun Tzu. The man might not even exist, but wouldn't that just be his ultimate deception? To become unbeatable, one must first become truly the greatest strategic mind in history. Thank you for watching. This is another entry in my recent string of videos dedicated to proving myself wrong, and I gotta say, it's fun. I'm having fun. This is also your periodic reminder that if you found this video interesting, grab a copy of The Art of War or the Tao Te Ching from your local library or bookstore. It really is fun to read these books when you know what to look for.
In the field of mythology in general, and Greek mythology specifically, fraternal twins, where one is a boy and the other is a girl, are very unusual. Twins in general aren't. Castor and Pollux, Helen and Clytemnestra, Heracles and Iphicles. If you get late enough in the myth cycle, you even get Romulus and Remus when Rome rolls into town. But fraternal twins of different genders are quite rare, not just in Greek mythology, but in mythology overall. You do get Freyr and Freya over in Norse mythology, but in general, the identical twins far outnumber them. Even in the pantheons that share hypothetical Proto-Indo-European roots with Greek mythology, the only twins we really run into are identical. The Ashvins in Hinduism and their twin sons Nakula and Sahadeva, Lugalita and Mislavtaea in Babylon, the Dioscuri in Greece, the always identical divine twins, or even a reconstructed Proto-Indo-European god archetype, so take that with as many grains of salt as you want. But the bottom line is, mythology in that slice of the world is loaded with identical god twins and very sparse in the fraternal god-twin department. In the mortal cases, Greek mythology is fond of having twins where only one of them has a divine parent, but in the case of twin gods, they are almost always all the way identical and function basically as two copies of the same guy. Which brings us to a perhaps rather obvious line of inquiry: where did Artemis and Apollo come from? We've discussed in previous deep dives how the roots of different Greek gods can be traced through the historical record, with varying degrees of accuracy, certainty, and success to paint a possible picture of where these gods geographically and culturally originated, how they changed and moved over the centuries, and what social pressures or changes may have affected their characterization over time. Aphrodite's glow-up is one of the more dramatic and obvious, as her central role in Rome's mythological origins helped keep her very solidly documented over the centuries, and her Phoenician origins are pretty well agreed on in the scholarship around her. But some gods are trickier to track, and right out the gate, Artemis and Apollo are giving us trouble, because when we go looking for likely candidates for where they might have come from, we find nothing. There are no convenient brother-sister twin pairings in any of the surrounding areas, certainly none that match their divine domains of archery, medicine, hunting versus civilization, etc. But this lack of information does actually give us one very important clue right out the gate. Artemis and Apollo may have their origins in non-Greek cultures, but they don't seem to have started out as a matched set. Now, this is not actually the weirdest thing in the world. We have to remember that gods are not people, and their genealogy is not set in stone. Hermes seems to have started his life as an offshoot of the god Pan, and was later written to be Pan's father, and Persephone's parentage oscillates between Poseidon and Zeus depending on where and when you're asking. So it is not too bizarre to consider the possibility that Artemis and Apollo did not start their divine existences as twins, but were two initially unrelated gods that became twins over time. For one thing, if we go looking in the Linear B inscriptions from the pre-Greek Dark Age Mycenaean civilization, we can find Artemis in the ledgers of Pylos, but we cannot find Apollo anywhere. This does not categorically mean that Apollo, or a god who would become Apollo, did not exist in Mycenaean Greece. It's possible he just had another name. For instance, we actually can find two names that later became epithets of Apollo, Smintheus and Paeon, attested at Knossos. But it does mean that Artemis and Apollo were not, at this point, two of a pair. Their names or epithets aren't listed in the same areas, and it's not even clear if Apollo exists yet, while Artemis's worship was solid enough that it has an actual archaeological record to back it up, with artifacts from as far back as the Greek Dark Age found at the temple to Artemis Orthia in Sparta. Again, a lack of information gives us information. With Artemis attested in Linear B, we can pretty solidly assume she was a Mycenaean god, and if she has foreign origins earlier than that, we don't really have a chance of figuring out what they are. But Apollo's absence is interesting, and suggests he might have a more far-flung origin. This is potentially supported by the fact that the etymology of his name is uncertain, and there's no obvious Greek root for what it means, though Apella has been suggested, which would mean wall or fence or place where people gather, which could potentially match up with his role as a god of civilization in contrast with Artemis's stewardship of the wild, but it's disputed and possibly nonsense, so who knows. So there is still a pretty hard limit to how much information we can get from no information. Now, while Apollo's place of origin isn't known, it is interesting that he has an awful lot of myths about coming to Greece from somewhere else, most of which are discussed in his Homeric hymn. To start with, he and Artemis are born on the comparatively far-flung island of Delos because Hera used her goddess powers to forbid their mother Leto from giving birth anywhere closer to home, giving a plausible mythological reason for why Apollo would have had to join the pantheon late and from somewhere else. Reinforcing that theme, in Delphi, Apollo's major cult center, he was mostly revered for slaying and usurping the Python, described in the hymn as a monstrous dragon and the offspring of Typhon. So in broad strokes, Apollo is born outside of Greece, comes to Delphi, seizes control of Python's place of divine power, and takes his place as the local god. That looks like an analogy for a new god rolling up in the neighborhood and finding his niche in the pantheon, by force if necessary. The hymn also describes Apollo wandering the world for a while, looking for the perfect place to establish his center of worship, and at one point abducting a crew of Cretan sailors to be his worshippers. We'll get more into this later, but it paints a picture about how the Greeks might have thought of Apollo by the roughly 500s BCE, which is when the Homeric hymn to Apollo was supposedly written. They seem to have thought of him as a well-established and broadly well-respected deity who, nonetheless, came to Greece a little bit late in the game. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's stick to the timeline and see what we can find that way. After the Greek Dark Ages, the first big source we have on hand is, of course, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. And lucky for us, Artemis and Apollo are major players in the Iliad. But interestingly, they're both firmly on the antagonistic and non-Achaean Trojan side. Now, admittedly, so is Zeus. So this doesn't mean the Trojan-favoring gods were automatically being framed as foreign, scary bad guy gods or anything, but they were on the same side as Aphrodite, who we know was a Phoenician import god, still kind of getting her legs under her, and Ares, a god the Greeks seem seem to have generally disliked. And the way these two are characterized in the story is a little odd when you compare it to their later portrayals. Not everything is weird. A lot of their very consistent character traits are established. While they aren't explicitly referred to as twins in so many words, they are full siblings. And Artemis is a great huntress and archer and the patroness of wild beasts with a habit of divinely smiting people for wrongdoings, disrespect, and possibly shits and gigs. While Apollo is the lyre-playing leader of the Muses, who is also an expert archer who strikes down mortals on the regs. And he's already established as a major god in Troy, as Agamemnon disrespecting his priest is what kicks off his direct intervention in the war. Achilles at one point describes Apollo as the most malicious of all gods, but Achilles is explicitly pretty biased, so we don't need to take that as 100% factual or representative of the popular attitudes at the time. Artemis and Apollo are both also described as healing various combatants, making them stronger and cooler looking, and other general god things that are pretty much par for the course. But while all this sounds pretty much in line with what we expect, elements of their characterization seem a little bit off from their more well-known versions. For one thing, despite Artemis being described as a powerful hunter goddess and the mistress of wild beasts, when the gods square up to fight each other, Hera literally beats the crap out of her with her own bow and sends her crying to Zeus. This doesn't really line up with her strong and wrathful goddess of the wilds thing, though in fairness, Artemis might be suffering from the warp effect, especially since Hera is the most powerful goddess in the pantheon, and this scene specifically is dedicated to proving that, and more broadly to proving why the gods don't fight each other directly. But while Artemis is literally spanked and sent crying home to daddy, Apollo is portrayed a little more respectfully. He's still framed as a bit of a terrifying dread god, but he's also smart enough to not pick a fight with Unky Poseidon and subsequently get his ass beat, so he comes out of the whole situation looking less arrogant than his sister, which could have been intentional. We can't read too far into this, and this is just me conspiracy boarding again, but if Artemis was already a well-established and powerful Greek god at this point, but Apollo was a slightly newer addition to the pantheon, one way to give him credibility would be to explicitly portray him as superior to his sister, wiser and on better terms with the other gods. This isn't the only time the Iliad makes an explicit statement about a newly integrated god, as it also goes out of its way to declaw Aphrodite's apparently pre-existing war associations when Zeus firmly and blatantly tells her she has no place on the battlefield. And also, it would be pretty disingenuous to not acknowledge that the ancient Greeks had some strong opinions about gender roles that might possibly be being reinforced here. The gods are much less centralized in the Odyssey, so the only references we get to Artemis and Apollo are distant and reverent rather than personal godly exploits, and the main theme is that they seem to be credited with causing sudden, unexpected deaths with their divine arrows. Again, not their most friendly look. One common interpretation of this is that Artemis and Apollo's arrows represent illness and corresponding sudden death, which would make this an early instance of their incidental association with medicine. When a god is in charge of killing you in a specific way, you might pray to them specifically to not do that. Another important player referenced in the Iliad is Artemis and Apollo's mother Leto, who is, like her children, on the Trojan side of the conflict. During the big god fight where Artemis gets whacked, Hermes is squared off against Leto, but respectfully refuses to fight her and asks her to tell everyone that she beat him fair and square. Then she gathers up Artemis's dropped bow and scattered arrows and goes off to comfort her after her vicious ass beating at the hands of Hera. And it is interesting that while Artemis and Apollo are framed as kind of terrifying and antagonistic, Leto is afforded only the highest respect by both the gods and the narrative overall. We don't get much more about Leto here, but we do get a little bit more in the Theogony by Hesiod, which was written around the same time as the Iliad and the Odyssey, and is again one of our earliest post-Dark Age written sources. The Theogony says that Leto and Zeus were together before Zeus married Hera, and thus Artemis and Apollo are Zeus's kids from a previous relationship with no explicit drama involved. It also, again, only says that Artemis and Apollo are the children of Zeus and Leto. It does not say whether or not they are twins. This no-drama family picture severely contrasts with the version we get a few centuries later in the Homeric hymns, which give us a very different and more familiar rundown of the circumstances of Artemis and Apollo's birth. Of course, it's not immune to its own weirdnesses. For one thing, the Homeric hymn to Apollo describes Leto giving birth to Artemis on the island of Ortygia, the location of which is uncertain because it could be referring to a half a dozen places of the same name, including one all the way at the boot end of Italy. And then Leto gives birth to Apollo on the island of Delos. Now, I know they're gods, and I know the rules are different, but I'm counting this as evidence for my "these guys were not always twins" theory, because giving birth to twins on different islands seems wildly impractical. And in fact, the Homeric hymn does not call them twins. Now, perhaps they are still implied to be twins by the fact that they both seem to be the result of the same vaguely defined one-night stand with Zeus, and it's biologically unlikely otherwise, but they're gods, man! The rules are weird! Anything can happen! Anyway, the hymn explains that Leto is having an absolute bear of a time trying to find a place to have her baby/babies, in large part because of Hera, who is very angry at this whole situation. And while the causality is not directly stated in the hymn, fear of Hera's wrath is implied to be a large part of why all the places Leto tries to settle down to have her baby kick her out again. The only exception is the island of Delos, which is pretty crappy by island standards and devoid of all the classic appeals of a hunk of rock in the middle of the ocean, and Leto swears on the river Styx that her glorious golden son will skyrocket the property values with his biggest and baddest temple if Delos will let her have her baby already. And the island agrees, but Hera does not and keeps Aletheia, goddess of childbirth, on a short leash for 9 days and nights until the other goddesses fire off a message to kick her out of bed and she zips down to help Leto out. Apollo is finally born, and everyone is really impressed with how cool and badass he is, and he declares that the lyre and the bow will be his symbols and he will speak the will of Zeus. In celebration, Delos blooms with golden flowers, and true to his word, no matter how many temples Apollo gets, his shrine at Delos is always the best. And Artemis is presumably also there, but the Homeric hymn barely mentions her, so whatever. The hymn to Python Apollo goes into more detail about some of the shenanigans Apollo gets up to, and the singer recounts a short list of some of Apollo's many lovers before settling on the story of how Apollo found the perfect place to sit his oracle. After a very scenic Mediterranean grand tour, he settles on the area of Crissa, lays out the foundations for his temple, and then casually scoots over to a nearby spring currently populated by a terrible dragon, Python, and kills it, gaining the epithet Pythian and naming the place Pytho in one fell swoop. Then, of course, Apollo decides his fancy temple needs people to work at it, spots a nearby trading ship from Crete, and decides those are just the guys he needs. Obviously looking to win first place in the Simple Solution Olympics, he turns himself into a dolphin and launches himself onto the deck of the ship, furiously shaking and rattling the boat whenever they try and throw him off, so they have no choice but to leave him flopped on the deck while he summons the winds to steer them way off course. When they finally go to ground near Crissa, Apollo zips off the ship, gets the temple all shiny for the new visitors, and strolls out in all his glory to give them the good news. To honor his heroic exploit of kidnapping a ship full of sailors while shaped like a dolphin, the area is given the name Delphi. The Homeric hymns to Artemis are a lot shorter and a lot less morally whack somehow. They mostly praise her prodigious hunting skill, her virginity, and how she loves nothing more than racing through the mountains, firing arrows in every direction, except when she wants to unwind when she scoots back to Delphi to party with her brother and the Muses to sing about how they're the greatest gods in the entire pantheon. Hubris. It's okay when the gods do it. Now, it's worth noting that at this point in the timeline, Artemis and Apollo really haven't changed all that much. They've been remarkably consistent since the Iliad. Apollo is an extremely well-respected god of archery, prophecy, and music, with hints of healing thrown in the mix. Artemis is a more wild goddess of archery and the hunt. They are explicitly full siblings, even in stories that don't specify in so many words that they're twins, and they are overall very well-liked gods, whose many feats are a credit to their divine mother Leto, even if those feats do involve killing an awful lot of mortals for often very flimsy reasons. Hesiod's Astronomia, another early source from the 700s-ish BCE, around the same time as the Theogony and the Homeric epics, lists a number of constellation myths that Artemis is involved in, giving us another look at her early post-Dark Age characterization. Artemis appears in the myth of Callisto, hunting wild beasts in the mountains before transforming Callisto into a beast herself. Orion is described as a hunting companion to Artemis and her mother Leto before being killed by a monstrous scorpion sent by Gaia and turned into a constellation at Artemis and Leto's behest. Later, in the 300s to 200s, Aratus's Phenomena does the same, describing a different version of the Orion myth where Artemis kills him herself for trying to assault her. Apollo is less common in the constellation myths, but significantly more common in myths about his lovers and the resulting kids. Pindar wrote the Pythian Odes in the 400s BCE, which reaffirm Apollo's status as the leader of the Muses, but also starts getting into his tumultuous love life. For instance, Pindar describes the birth of Asclepius, son of Apollo and hero turned god of medicine. The gist is Asclepius' mother Coronis sleeps with someone else while pregnant with Apollo's kid, and Apollo gets big mad about it and sends Artemis to do some vengeance, but crucially doesn't tell her when to stop, so Artemis' divine smite leaves a lot of collateral damage, which does support the idea that Artemis and Apollo's arrows sometimes take the form of a plague. Apollo saves the unborn Asclepius from his mother's funeral pyre and gives her to Chiron to raise. Asclepius later uses his medical skills to bring someone back from the dead for money, and Zeus strikes him with lightning about it. This is probably one of the earlier instances of Apollo being associated with medicine, indirectly through his son. But other than that, this story mostly reaffirms what's already been established. Apollo has powerful oracular omniscience, a strong musical bent, and a propensity for sharing the stage with the Muses, while his sister Artemis is terrifying. However, there is one little crucial shift that we find around this time. Along with the hot goss of the Pythian Odes, Pindar is also the first writer I can find who explicitly states that Artemis and Apollo aren't just siblings, they're twins. He says as much in a fragmentary papyrus describing the story of their birth from yet another angle where they're both born at the same time, which makes sense. By the 400s BCE, Artemis and Apollo were officially twins. Things start to shift more seriously when Rome becomes more of a thing closer to the tail end of the BCEs. The Romans made my life personally generally a lot more difficult by enthusiastically syncretizing their own gods with the Greeks, and Artemis is no exception. The Romans seem to have just taken Apollo wholesale, with temples then popping up in Etruscan Italy as early as the 500s BCE, and a cult of his manifesting in Pompeii around the same time, hitting Rome proper in 431 BCE with a temple dedicated to his healing aspect. And the fact that Apollo evidently didn't already have a similar Roman equivalent knocking around is pretty solid evidence for the idea that he's a quite late addition to the region, which is most likely why he's the only major Greek god whose name remains unchanged by the syncretism. But when it came to Artemis, they did have a deity they could conflate her with, their own hunting goddess Diana. Around 200 BCE, the Roman poet Ennius listed the 12 major Roman gods in his Annalist poem, now preserved only in fragments, and two of them are Apollo and Diana. A couple centuries later, Virgil gives us a much better preserved text in the Aeneid, and name drops the twins' Roman editions on the regular. Virgil describes Diana as chaste, accompanied by similarly chaste followers, and majestically leading a dance of nymphs while armed with her trusty quiver. In short, Virgil's description of Diana lines up very well with the Homeric hymn's description of Artemis, right up until it doesn't, when he casually drops the idea that Diana is a triple goddess like Hecate, a deity very commonly represented with three distinct faces and aspects, and divine power over three-way crossroads, where Hecate's three-faced statues, the Hecatio, were commonly found. Virgil also references Diana alongside Night, Erebus, Chaos, and other extremely witchy gods in the context of Dido doing some very spooky magic, and he references her in brief retellings of older Greek myths, but uses the epithet trivia, meaning triple. None of this triple symbolism was in the mythology or the iconography of Artemis, so this seems to have been a strictly Roman addition. The epithet trivia, the triple nature, and the association with spooky chthonic gods. This is quite a shift, and a very cool one. Diana doesn't have as much triplicate statuary as Hecate does, but Roman coins from the last years of the BCEs show a triple Diana, a recreation of a cult image to Diana Nemorensis from a sacred grove turned temple dedicated to her in the region of Nemi, Italy, that had seen continuous use since the 500s BCE, meaning that Diana's triple status was centuries old by the time the Romans started conflating her with Artemis. The Aeneid, meanwhile, mostly refers to Apollo as Phoebus, the epithet meaning bright, while Diana is described as a dark counterpoint to him. They're referenced together more often than not, and Aeneas is at one point urged to do a sacrifice to each of them, reinforcing their characterization as a matched set. But there's one part of their characterization you might have noticed we haven't found yet, and that is their astronomical side. After all, Apollo is famously a god of the sun and Artemis of the moon, but we've gone through more than 800 years of myths without even a hint of their most iconic symbolism. So when and where did that crop up? Well, surprisingly late. It doesn't come up at all in the pre-Roman myths, even in the places where it would make sense to bring it up, like the various constellation myths Apollo and Artemis are wrapped up in, where their celestial counterparts would be very easy to loop into the narrative. The first clear evidence we have of the connection is as late as 45 BCE, when Cicero's Nature of the Gods says outright that Diana is the goddess of the moon, while Apollo is the god of the sun, and further links Diana's moon association with pregnancy and childbirth, something that's been in Artemis's extended purview since the early myths, where in some versions she assisted in her own twin brother's delivery, which is a hell of a visual. It's a nice connection that lines up well with their divine domains, so it makes sense that it would catch on, but it also makes sense why it wouldn't have been a thing before the Romans started mashing gods together, because there were already Greek gods of the sun and moon, Helios and Selene, referenced as early as the Theogony alongside their sister Eos, goddess of the dawn. Helios turns up in the Odyssey, and Selene and Helios are the subjects of their own Homeric myths, meaning they were clearly distinct deities for a while. The sun and moon are probably some of the easiest natural phenomena to assign gods to, so it's not too much of a stretch to assume that Helios and Selene are some of the oldest gods in the pantheon, or even the pre-Greek theoretical Proto-Indo-European pantheon scholars like fistfight each other about. But when Rome rolled up, with their habit of syncretizing gods left and right, the similarly and yet very different fraternal twins, Apollo with his bright association, and Diana with her dark wild unions, must have been very tempting targets for just a little more divine conflation to give them command over nature's own similar and yet very different celestial phenomena. By the time of Cicero, Apollo is solidly the god of the sun, and Artemis/Diana is the goddess of the moon. Of course, once the Romans roll up, we start looking for old reliable Ovid right around the start of the CEs, and Ovid has gossip plenty about the twins. This is where we find a detailed retelling of the story of Niobe, who brags about having more children than Leto and therefore being a better mom, at which point Leto's two children slaughter Niobe's children and she turns into a rock about it. This is Ovid's version of a myth that was referenced as far back as the Iliad, so this is pretty classic stuff. Ovid also recounts a few of Apollo's ill-fated romantic exploits, including Daphne, who turns into a tree to escape him, and Hyacinthus, who's into the relationship and then dies anyway. Meanwhile, Artemis, or Diana, is less of a major player, and is instead portrayed as a bit of a distant force of nature. For instance, she sends a massive boar to ravage Calydon when its king fails to honor her with the other gods, and this appears to be her default method of conflict resolution / conflict escalation, because according to some footnotes, there are versions where Diana also sends a boar to kill Adonis, because Ares, or Mars, was jealous of how much attention attention Aphrodite, or Venus, was giving him, which is honestly kind of a bro move on Artemis's part. Ovid's version of the myth of Callisto features Zeus/Jupiter taking Diana's form and seducing Callisto that way, at which point Diana exiles Callisto for violating their virgins-only policy. Diana is also referenced at several points in the tale of the unfortunate nymph Arethusa, who is pursued by the extremely horny river Alpheus. Diana does several acts of divine intervention to facilitate her escape, and ultimately turns her into a freshwater spring to get her out of there for good. Ovid tends to mark the point in the timeline where the gods have reached their final consistent characterization, and all things considered, Artemis and Apollo have an interesting developmental curve. Artemis is thoroughly ancient, pre-classical antiquity minimum, and seems to have been worshipped in the wild, dark places and feared when she gets mad and encroaches on the civilized ones. But Apollo seems to have come out the gate swinging as an instant beacon of power and civilization, creativity in the arts, appearing in the Homeric era with a cavalcade of myths about coming from a far-flung exiled birth. Apollo continues to serve as a god of music and the arts, leader of the muses and a dealer in creativity and inspiration. But he also stays firmly planted in the city centers, with oracles and priests and power and a long list of superpowered lovers and heroic offspring, while Artemis's power over the wilderness and its wild creatures and the people who choose to leave the structure of civilization to forsake love and partnership and join her in the hunt is only exacerbated when she gains Diana's chthonic triple goddess crossroads symbolism and later power over the moon. Apollo is a god of civilization, Artemis of the uncivilized wild. Together, they cover basically everything the average ancient Greek is liable to deal with on a daily basis. It's almost unsurprising that they slowly absorbed more and more symbolism. If Apollo is the god of light and civilization, why wouldn't you also tie him in with the daylight, the time where civilization gets most of its civilizing done? And if Artemis is a goddess of navigating the wild and dangerous wilderness, why wouldn't you give her power over the moonlight that casts the world in shifting, uncertain shadows, that commands the nighttime when the animals she hunts are the most active? Artemis and Apollo fit together. Narratively and aesthetically speaking, they're just plain fun. And they're also dangerous, fickle, and unpredictable. Their divine domains contain multitudes, and those multitudes contradict. Artemis is a defender of young women, and also the goddess whose job it is to kill them. She helps hunters and gives people who don't want to marry a career option and divine protection, and she also unleashes wild animals on innocent towns whenever she's provoked, and kills any hunter that gets too hubristic about their own skill. Apollo is a god of music and creativity who leads the muses, mistresses of inspiration, and one way to interpret his many mortal lovers is a metaphor for creative inspiration, striking at random and often to devastating effect. And another way to read it is that Apollo's disastrous love life is a nightmare because he does not take no for an answer, making his relationship with Artemis, the protector of young women who intercedes when they're attacked, a very blatant conflict. And that can make my flavor of storytelling difficult. I mean, how are we supposed to like these guys? How can we be cutesy and fun about these people that have done so much fucked up stuff? Well, there's a problem in our premise. At the end of the day, when we analyze any god, we have to remember that they are not people. These contradictory characteristics, blessings and atrocities doled out in equal measure, protections and injustices inflicted on hapless mortals, these are not moral actions being taken by human beings. Artemis and Apollo are gods that existed through a civilization for nearly a millennium, and in that time they were the subject of many stories. Why are the Greek gods so fickle? Why don't they always help the people they care about? Why does the mistress of the hunt both protect and kill her hunters? Well, probably because sometimes hunters live and sometimes they die. Sometimes arrows rain down from heaven and the people they strike get sick, and sometimes they just as randomly get better. And if you worship gods that represent those realities, those gods are not going to be entirely benevolent. If you tell a story to explain the world, especially if you tell that story over 1,000 years, the story is probably not going to be entirely happy. And I think that's what makes the story so interesting. When we unravel one of these gods, we are getting a glimpse of centuries of civilization and generations of people making sense of the world around them. That civilization is long gone. The people are long dead. The world they lived in a very real sense, no longer exists. But the stories they told about the world and each other are still here. And two of those stories happen to be named Artemis and Apollo. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been the
Rabbi Rothschild
of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. The weirdest weirdest thing about ancient history is that it had its own ancient history. It didn't all just happen at once in some vague ancient before time. History was just as subject to the linear progression of time as we are now, and that means even if two events both happened in ancient history, they could still be separated by a nearly unfathomable gulf. Cleopatra was born 2,500 years after the Great Pyramids, despite the fact that 2,000 more years of hindsight turned them both into staples of the tropes of ancient Egypt, a vaguely defined Uchronia instead of 3,000 years of human lives and cultural change. The opener to the Epic of Gilgamesh, a story written down 5,000 years ago, brags about how the tale dates back to ancient days. This kind of thing makes sense, but it doesn't feel right. History gets compressed with hindsight into this big, vague monolith of tropes and cliches, and when we get reminded that unfathomably ancient people had their own unfathomably ancient past to reckon with, it just makes that unfathomable ancientness double unfathomable and way more complicated. It's more comfortable to think of ancient history like a big sandbox where everybody was doing everything all at once for all the fun crossover potential and anachronisms we could ever want. Egyptian gods versus Norse gods? What's a 1,000-year time gap between pantheons anyway? And even though the world of myth is less bound to the confines of linear time than the world of actual history, there are still internal subdivisions, disparate eras and generations of heroes that were, in the internal lore of the stories, completely separate. And this can be very easy to lose sight of. For instance, when we look back at all the big names in ancient Greece, thanks to crossovers and underworld hangouts and constant story within a story references to one another, it's not immediately obvious that these towering figures of myth and legend were frequently legends even to each other. There are timelines and bloodlines and family trees that conclusively separate these big names into disparate ages. And you know what? It's about time someone went through and put them in order. So today, to borrow a strategy from Blue's 3-hour Roman history mega feature, I'm gonna go back through 9 years worth of my Greek myth videos. Oh, I wasn't as ready for that as I thought I was. And we're gonna lay them all out on a timeline. A very big timeline. And we're kicking things off with a bang, with, well, not exactly the biggest names, not the great city founders or the monster slayers or the war heroes. In fact, we can affectionately refer to this first generation of notable characters as the cautionary tales. It's an unfortunate truth that some people, both fictional and otherwise, end up being defined pretty much exclusively by one noteworthy part of their life. Actors defined by single roles, artists by single works, public figures by single scandals, characters by single qualities. This is often very reductive, taking a complex and nuanced figure and flattening them into a simple caricature of themselves. People are always more complicated than the stories about them. But when the person in question is primarily known for their eternal punishment in the underworld, we can safely assume they got up to some shit. So let's talk about Tantalus and how exactly this ancient Greek mythical king got himself one of the most iconic afterlife punishments in the history of Hades. So Tantalus is a demigod son of Zeus, which is at this point about as exclusive as being left-handed. And not only is he a demigod, he's a really beloved one. The Olympians like and respect him a lot as a king, a friend, and a gracious host. Or at least they did until the incident. Now, what exactly the incident was varies depending on who you ask. The generally accepted telling is that one day Zeus and the other gods came over for dinner, and Tantalus, ever the dutiful host, decided that the best way to honor the gods would be to sacrifice something important to him. So he kills his son, Pelops, and cooks him for dinner. Now, there's no explanation given as to why he thought this was a good idea, because if ancient Greece had a top-tier taboo, it was killing family members, and if it had a second-string taboo, it was cannibalism. Each one is already bad, doubling down just seems double bad. So the gods figure out that's a human person and refuse to eat, except for Demeter, who's not really paying attention because she's still super bummed out about Persephone ditching her for the underworld 6 months of the year, so she fails to read the room and absentmindedly eats some Pelops' shoulder. Happens to the best of us, I'm sure. Anywho, the gods are very upset with Tantalus, so they give him a stern talking to, teach him the error of his ways, and I'm just kidding. Obviously, they throw him into Tartarus. So they trap him in a pool under a fruit tree. Whenever he tries to drink the water, it recedes, and if he tries to reach the fruit, it pulls away, leaving him perpetually hungry and thirsty with relief always just out of reach. This punishment is why the word tantalizing describes this kind of situation. The gods then revive Pelops, replacing his missing shoulder with a nice ivory prosthetic, and Pelops goes on to father the house of Atreus, a long line of unfortunate Greek kings mostly known for having very tragic lives. In fact, this family later produces Agamemnon, a crime which I can only assume was later added to Tantalus' already extensive rap sheet. So this was the most well-known version of the story, but it's not the only version. In the Olympian Odes, poems dedicated to victories in the Pan-Hellenic Olympic Games, the poet Pindar tells us, no, I know what they told you, but Pelops wasn't killed at that dinner. See, what happened was Poseidon took one look at him and got outrageously horny. So yeah, in this version, Pelops is carried off to Olympus for appropriately ancient Greek reasons, and this produces a rumor that he was killed even though he's actually fine. Tantalus is still sent to Tartarus in this version, but this time it's because when the gods have him over for dinner, he steals ambrosia and nectar, which is a violation of the laws of hospitality and one of those things you got in a lot of trouble for in ancient Greece. Zeus, along with all the flashy weather stuff, is also the god of hospitality, so violating that had a tendency to get one smote with extreme prejudice. Anyway, Tantalus gets dunked on, and meanwhile, Pelops decides he wants to marry this lady, Hippodamia, and he has to win a chariot race to do that. So he goes to Poseidon and is like, hey man, can you do me a solid because we banged that one time? And Poseidon's like, hell yeah, and lends him a really fast chariot so he wins the race. And I gotta say, I don't think there's a ballsy or power move than getting a major deity you banged one time to be your wingman. So overall, Tantalus' crimes include family murdering, attempted cannibalism, violating the laws of hospitality by stealing from his host, and subjecting the ancient world to Agamemnon. That's pretty bad stuff, but does he really deserve his eternal torment in the underworld? Yes, and I'll tell.
Hello.
Yo, what up? How are you?
Hello, fellow student. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again, this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach there.
Yo, what's up? How you living, Pin?
If you recall, if you visited my site before,
How are you?
I gave a big survey overview.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that.
Of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from its very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine. And then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great Sala Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book called Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the great expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginnings and try to understand, what is Ashkenaz? Where is Ashkenaz? What is it all about? So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Tshuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim, these leaders of the yeshivos, this one in particular is Pumbedita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, from all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, that will be Kush, and Ashkenaz. Doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look it up yourself, it'll be verse 9. The verses are sometimes numbered differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that that tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Hu Sheleg. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenazim, the Loshen Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uloshon Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow sneak. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German-speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives us a sense of where Ashkenaz really was. Now, the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography specifically, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible. You see, for example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has 3 sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other 2 are Rifas and Togarma, but Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way the medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place name to Ashkenaz is they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere. And so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenazi. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? So we have one more hint also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. There's a discussion in verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but Ararat, of course, is the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's usually identified as being somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have opined different places in the Caucasus region, further north, and so on, but we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually exists. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connecting it to those specific peoples. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we will see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a unique Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins and before that from Middle Eastern origins. And then they would grow to a significant size of some 500,000. Then later in the 14th century, the population would largely move to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France as well. So a number of expulsions, rising anti-Semitism associated with the blood libel, the host desecration, and then the death of 749. And they will essentially move to the east where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the Americas. That is really what Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz refers to a people. It's a sub-ethnic group of Jews, and they end up in the Middle Ages ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide. But it would be a mistake to think of Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries. And it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and then to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique and fascinating community and to tell their story. Thank you very much for watching. Let us continue our discussion with a quick look at the population status of Jews in the Mediterranean basin before the birth of Ashkenaz. So have a look at this map here. This is basically what the basin looked like at the fall of the Roman Empire at the end of the 5th century, right? You've got all kinds of little sort of countrylets filling up most of Western Europe. You have the Byzantine Empire in green, which is largely the Greek-speaking eastern half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims will come on the scene in the 7th century. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, in the Rhineland. That's the heartland. Of course, we will have a lot of Ashkenaz in larger France, and we're going to speak about them in the next couple of lectures, but the heartland is really the Rhine River Valley, in particular places like Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this region in the ancient period. Amazingly, for example, there were apparently Jews from the region of Iturea, which is the northern part of Israel, reaching into Lebanon and Syria in today's map. The Iturean soldiers were sent with Roman legions out to this part of the world, and 3 distinct gravestones have been found that seem to have belonged to people who belonged to this unit and therefore were most likely Jews. I've had a longer discussion of these amazing tombstones in another video, but we have a sense of a very, very tiny population in the northern part of Germany, a little bit larger population perhaps in the south in Provence that we'll get to soon, but there's no way to tell if there was any sense of continuity between these tiny isolated populations which may not have constituted communities. They were probably attached to Roman settlements, and we simply don't know if there's continuity between the Jews living in the region in the 1st, 2nd, 4th centuries up until we get to the rise of Ashkenaz really in the 8th century. So and it's really important to note that Ashkenaz was like Yehupitzville, to use the Shalom Aleichem term, was so far away from everything. The great centers of Jewish population were primarily way off in the east, in what would be Persia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, places like Baghdad, the great yeshivas of Sura and Pobedita. That's really where most of this is happening. There's also a small Jewish population in the land of Israel. And of course, there are a lot of Jews in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. And there are Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula since the 2nd century before the Common Era. So that's really where we've got lots of larger sections of Jews living. And then we have this trickle of Jewish migration that goes across the coast of North Africa, setting up in many places, of course, in Egypt, but also in Libya, in what would be today Tunisia, and then all the way up into Spain. We don't know a lot about the sizes of these populations because the Jews left very, very few records of their presence there in the ancient world, particularly in Spain. If we were to judge, however, from church records, Jews were like everywhere. And we'll talk about that in another lecture. But basically, this is where we have a scattering of Jews throughout the European basin. One really important place, however, deserves more of our attention, and that is the region of Provence. You can see that Provence is located here at the south of France. It's where the Rhone River meets the Mediterranean, and it's right at the border in the 5th century, right, of the Visigothic kingdom and the Burgundian kingdom. Now, this is extremely important because the Visigoths, I have another whole lecture dedicated to them, and we will have to return to them on a number of occasions. But these are basically a population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, as Arian, and they eventually converted to Catholicism in the late 6th century. And with that conversion came a ridiculous number of anti-Semitic decrees. For about 120 odd years, the Jews in the Visigothic kingdoms were incredibly persecuted, were chased from town to town, suffered from all kinds of forced conversions, which was going on with tremendous frequency in the region. And there's quite a good likelihood that many of them, although we don't have any of the Jewish records themselves, but it's quite a good likelihood that many of them made their way over the Pyrenees. And
holy shit, dude, that ceiling's cute as hell. I just want to fucking bend it over. Oh, I have to build it with it.
We know in particular one fascinating legend that is actually repeated in several sources, so it certainly may have some basis to it, that a Jewish king rose in the city of Narbonne, largely because of his instrumental role in holding back the Muslims later on in this time period. There are many scholars who feel that the entire episode is legendary, but nevertheless, even if it's a legend, we do get some sense of the complexity of the situation, particularly when the Muslims will become involved and there will be a conflict between Christian and Muslim regions. So anyways, this is where Jews live, basically, by the time we get to the birth of Ashkenaz, and that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should really answer the question, where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? So first of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates from the 12th century, so several centuries after these communities were founded, that the earliest Ashkenazi Jewish communities were made up essentially of Jews from northern Italy. The Rokeach, which is a very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century, we'll return to him and his work when we talk about the Hasidei Ashkenaz. He describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, as having originated with the Colonimus family leaving northern Italy and coming to the region of Ashkenaz. There are all kinds of additional legends about an invitation from King Charlemagne and so on. Those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return to a discussion of the founding of those communities in a later video. But what's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a manner which means that it seems like it's really quite credible that that's exactly how it happened. I'm going to look at two studies with you very quickly. This article describes a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the construction of this shopping center in Norwich, England. While working on the foundations, they came across this medieval well, and piled into the well were human corpses. They were exhumed and studied. Why were so many people thrown down in the well at the same time? Clearly was not a normal burial. There's some evidence that some of them may have been killed before being thrown into the well. And scholars suspected that these may be the victims of a riot associated with a crusade in the 12th century. In fact, that turned out to be the case because with modern genetic analysis, these bones were shown to actually belong to Ashkenazi Jews. And in fact, with this DNA evidence, they were able to even reconstruct what some of these people must have looked like, including the children who were thrown in the well as well. Some of the DNA also pointed to their hair and eye color. Some of them had red hair and blue eyes, for example, but they were all very close related to contemporary modern-day Ashkenazi Jews. So this means that, at least in England, in the 12th century, we have some dated remains that clearly indicate the presence of Ashkenazi Jews. But it doesn't tell us too much yet about the actual origins of those Jews. That was left for a much more complex study related to a cemetery in Erfurt, Germany. Now, unlike the remains that were discovered in Norwich, where people didn't know how they got there, who they were, much better sense of what happened in this city in Erfurt, Germany. Here's a photograph of an excavation of a site that was discovered in Erfurt, Germany. It was correctly identified as a and several scholars led by S. Waldman from very prestigious institutions approached some rabbinic authorities for permission to study these remains, because normally in Jewish thought, in Jewish practice, it's forbidden to disturb the remains of the dead. They have to be reinterred as soon as possible and so on. But they were able to get permission, for example, to look at the teeth, which were already detached from the body, which did not have the same status in Jewish law. And they studied the bones of the people buried in this particular 14th century German establishment, and they were able to determine some amazing things with contemporary technology. This is, by the way, an article that appeared in 2022, so it's really quite recent. And what they were able to identify is that these Jews in Erfurt were the product of a genetic bottleneck, which is something that corresponds quite closely to the literary accounts that we have of the founding of the Ashkenazi community. This is basically how it works. I'm going to give you a layman's interpretation, because that's really all I understand as a layman myself. So if we look at this particular graph, and you see that on the left you have time moving from the past up to the present, and then at the bottom you have Jews in ancient Israel, right before the first Roman-Jewish War of the 1st century and so on. And then at the top you have modern Ashkenazi Jews in the 21st century. So how do we get from there to here? Looking at the ancient period, you have all kinds of Jews who are marrying with non-Jews, or people who are not ethnically Jewish, some of whom may have converted. We certainly have conversion stories. For example, the story of Ruth marrying Boaz. We have more recent events, such as the conversion of the Idumean peoples. In the last lecture, we talked about the Itureans from the north and so on. These are people who entered the population of the Jews through various means, conversion or otherwise. Then you have a big disruptive event after the First Roman-Jewish War, and then the Second Roman-Jewish War in the year 135, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, where Jews are shipped off to the Italian peninsula in particular, many of them as slaves. And so you have the founding of a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. There you have the same phenomenon of Jews marrying with non-Jews. Through the rabbinic conversion process, much more likely at this point, but also you can imagine all kinds of relationships. And so they're mixing with first South Italians, where there was a very large Jewish population, and later North Italians. Then when you get to the 9th century, you have that story that we began our brief lecture with, where the
Doug, you can see my camera?
Jews led by the Colossus
Can you see me right now?
The Rhineland.
Oh, tight. My camera's working. Hey, how are you, dog?
Emerging originally from Israel.
Oh, that's amazing. Dog, exactly. All right. Well, I didn't know that it was working tight. Thank you so much.
Remains were discovered. They're dated to about the year 1350. And one of the most fascinating things about this is that the Erfurt remains do not support the so-called Khazarian thesis. This is a rather bizarre thesis that suggests that the majority of Ashkenazi Jews are descended from a huge mass conversion that is said to have taken place the 8th century in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea. It's a whole fascinating discussion. What exactly is the nature of this conversion, if it happened at all? But what we can say is that these Khazarian Jews, if they existed, are not related to the Ashkenazi Jews found in Erfurt, who are incidentally very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. So if you look at it on a map, it looks something like this. This is also, by the way, a genetic map that shows the migration patterns of Jews. It looks a lot like what we saw in the previous video. So here you have basically the Jews looking at number 1, where they're of Middle Eastern origin. They're taken to Rome, and then they make their way up to number 2, which is migration to Europe, particularly to Ashkenaz. There are also admixtures with 4 and 5. Those are Jews who make their way across the course of
I don't know why. I don't know why my
Spain
voice
from
sounds
Visigoth
way older, but that's
Western Europe. So there are traces of these Sephardic DNA as well. And then later, as we shall see in the 14th century and beyond, you have a large movement of these Ashkenazi Jews to Eastern Europe, to Poland, Lithuania, and so on. What about the DNA? The status of the DNA in the Erfurt remains shows that they have Middle Eastern DNA of about 15 to 45%. And about 45 to 70% of their DNA is actually Italian. That is both the south and the north, suggesting that the reason for the physical appearance of Ashkenazi Jews being somewhat distinct from North African or other Sephardic Mizrahi Jews is likely because of the admixture of those Italian genes. So that's basically the story of how the Jews got to Ashkenaz, where they came from. We're going to continue with some more discussions of their status, legally, their economy, and so on. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at something called Jewry law. Now, what exactly is Jewry law? This is a term that I believe was coined by Guido Kish. We'll look at him in a few short lectures from now to distinguish it from Jewish law. Jewish law is a term that's used to refer to the great mass of Jewish thought around jurisprudence, like, what's recorded in the Bible and the Mishnah and the Talmud and the Shulchan Aruch and the codes, Maimonides and so on. That's Jewish law. And, typically Jewish students spend a lot of time studying Jewish law. Jewry law, on the other hand, is the study of laws which regulate Jewish behavior, so to speak, from the outside. This is an entire body of law that has, some ancient antecedents, like in the Theodosian Code and things like that. But it really begins to develop in Germany, in Ashkenaz, during the period that we're discussing. So we're going to spend the next few lectures looking at Jewry law and trying to understand exactly how does it work. Let us take a little bit of time to break ourselves out of our 21st century mindset, which is especially prevalent for those of us who live in democratic societies, which are, generally speaking, what we call a Rechtsstaat, or a society which is governed by law. We have this sort of mindset, which I grew up with, and I'm sure many of you grew up with, that the law is kind of like this body of thought that's written down, and it applies to everybody. And the idea is, if you live in a particular place, there are laws that you and everyone else must obey. This is enshrined in this statement, which actually has a Jewish root. The phrase, the law of the land is the law. In Aramaic, it's Dina de Machusa Dina, which occurs in the Talmud in trying to figure out exactly how Jews are supposed to behave in Persian culture. And the argument made by the Rabbi Shmuel is the law of the land is the law. Jews have to conform to the dictates of the local society. We also have this phrase, no one is above the law, right? Which means to say, and again, it's a very modern democratic kind of thing to say, that when the law is written, whatever exactly it means, and however it gets written, it applies to everybody equally. Now, all of this is not at all true for most of the medieval period. How so? medieval law is based not so much on territory as it is on person. That is, the law applies equally depending on your status as a human being. Where do you live in the ecosystem of human society? Are you a nobleman? Are you a slave? Are you a churchman? Are you a Jew? All kinds of different things will have implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping sets of laws that are called to bear. For example, there's still the vestigial Roman law, even though the Roman Empire has been destroyed in the West, right? The Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire falls in the 5th century. The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, continues on, but Ashkenaz is part of the leftover territory of Gaul, which was under Rome. So there's still some sort of vestigial people to whom Roman law applies that would, you think, apply to Jews, because from the 3rd century on, Jews are Roman citizens. On the other hand, you have, classical feudal law in which there are all kinds of bizarre things like trial by ordeal, trial by combat, like the way you figure out who is right is, who can survive a horrible kind of task. Like, for example, two claimants are arguing over something and they say, well, we believe A is probably correct. B, if you want to prove your innocence, you must reach into this boiling pot of oil and take out this ring. If, in fact, you are innocent, then you will be protected by the gods or by God later as Christianity begins to permeate the region. And that will protect you and prove your innocence. Or two of you, we don't know who is right, fight it out, and God will protect the one who wins. That will prove ex post facto who is exactly in the right. So these are kind of weird systems of laws that have a lot to do with personal status and whether or not you're in a conflict with someone who belongs to a different set of laws. That could make a difference for how a trial is conducted. To make it a little simpler, don't think of laws as rights. Everyone has an American sense of Bill of Rights, and the law protects those rights. No, law is all about privilege in the medieval world. Law has to do with what privileges apply to you specifically based on your religion, your gender, your age, your status as a free person or as a slave, your class, are you a peasant or so on. All of these things are all meshing together, and now we have to ask the basic question, which we'll run through the next few lectures: where do the Jews fit in? What exactly are the Jews in this complex system? So we're going to look at that in just a second. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most important things to understand about medieval society, as we attempt to understand the role of the Jews in Ashkenaz, is the notion that medieval society was corporate in nature. Another word we could use to describe this is feudal in nature. And it describes people not as individuals reporting to a general authority. The king doesn't reach down and get involved with every individual citizen, just like in modern society, the president can say, hey, what's Abramson's social security number? He can tap it into the computer himself and he'll see my dental records, right? That's kind of how we deal with these things in a modern society where there's no space between the president of the society and the individual citizen, theoretically. But in medieval society, it was not like that. People were organized in groups, sort of like castes, sort of like classes, but not exactly. And they had mutual relationships with each other, mutual responsibilities and privileges vis-a-vis each other. So let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic map of how feudalism worked. So you begin with, you'll see that you have, at the top of society, you have the king, right? And then below that king, you have a series of nobles. You have the dukes and counts and who knows what else. And then at the very bottom of society, you have the peasants or the serfs. Note, by the way, that I've made all these boxes the same size, but it would be more accurate to portray them as a really flat triangle, which had a massive amount of peasants at the bottom and a much smaller class of nobles and a king. And the idea of feudalism, at least the way in which the king and the nobles sold it, is that the way that this society evolved was because the peasants, they wanted to farm, they wanted to live their lives and do their things the way they normally do, but they're constantly being attacked by these nomadic, horse-mounted Mongols and things like that. So they needed someone to protect them. So therefore, the nobles selflessly said, hey, don't worry, we will be full-time protectors. We will go into harm's way to protect you. And then eventually they got a leader out of that. That's how they got a king. And the idea was the king and the nobles had the duty of protecting the peasants. That was essentially their job. Now, it was a dangerous job, so therefore they got a lot of extra money. They got, gifts from the peasants, tithes, and so on. It tends to be a theological term, but, taxes is another way of looking at it. And that's basically how this system worked. The protection, so to speak, flowed from the top down low, and the money flowed from the bottom on up. As we shall see when we talk about the Crusades, what happens when the society becomes a little too top heavy and there are too many people demanding, taxes when there aren't enough taxes to go around. Well, we'll get to that when we talk about the Crusades. But that's basically the idea of how feudalism works from a secular perspective. It is mirrored somewhat in the organization of the church, which has, at this point, we're talking about the Catholic Church, of course, this is well before the Reformation. You have the Pope, who is at the head in a kind of king-like fashion. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops and cardinals and lower clergy, all the way down to individual Christians. And the Pope and the clergy act in a way in which they provide acts of salvation, confession, and the communion, and all kinds of things like that. And in return, Christians provide tithes. Christians provide tax money, sometimes in the form of labor, like corvée, but it's the same kind of feudal structure. If you're paying attention, you may wonder, well, wait a second, who is actually in charge of the whole thing? This was a really important question for the medieval period, and the kings and the popes argued about it. This was especially the case when it came to the Jews, because where do the Jews fit in any of this? The Jews are certainly not kings or popes, although there was one family that actually produced one of the anti-popes, and not when it was after baptism, of course. And then the Jews are not the nobles or Christian clergy, and the Jews are also, highly urbanized and very much involved in commerce. We'll spend time talking about the economy later. They're not peasants, and they're not regular Christians. So where exactly do the Jews fit in this strange system? That's part of what we're going to have to discover in the next couple of lectures. Thank you very much for watching. As far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of Jews who made their way up to Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills, although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural efforts in another class. They're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world. So a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with being sort of the yeast of trade. They can start trade going. They have lots of far-flung collections and so on. And with their literacy and the numeracy, and also an interesting kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we'll also explore later, they're able to engage in finance and to extend credit. So there's lots of reasons why Jews would be wanted in a particular territory. But bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jewry law and the idea of law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that feudal structure that we discussed in the last video? So the answer is that Jews were basically given sets of privileges which varied from place to place, and these were often called charters. So let's have a look at one of those charters, for example, that of Rudiger of Speyer, which is dated 1084. Now, this is probably, post-dating from the Jews' actual presence there. And there are some interesting questions about, was Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time, or was he stating a reality and hoping to attract more Jewish settlement? It's hard to say. Maybe we'll get into it in greater detail later. But for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer. He writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Like, wow, that sounds so nice. Flattered, right? And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's read what it says. First of all, Rudiger says the Jews have the right to have a separate walled neighborhood. He explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that, you might be thinking in a 21st century manner, like, well, what are you talking about? You can move into a town and then you can open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to, spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, then you have to fulfill a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights, or I shouldn't say the word right. They have to have legal privileges, right? They have to be granted this privilege to do so. Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery. Very important, right? Jews need to have several institutions within a reasonable amount of space, and cemetery is one of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests. Meaning, if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gate saying, hey, you're not one of our Jews, you're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax, and so on. Lots of places, many centuries into the future, actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places, or will set like really artificial limits, like Venice had really artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island, and so on. Rudiger says that the Archisynagogus, which is a term meaning the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has among Christians. Which is very interesting. Essentially, he's saying you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And he specifically stipulates that the Archisynagogus can actually judge cases. Again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging within themselves. We'll speak a little later about what happens when you have a Jew and a Christian in a legal suit. What happens then? Where do you go for, redress? He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice, that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible, therefore Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve, or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Gid HaNasheh is what it is in Hebrew. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient, and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of the meat kosher. So he says, no problem, we will buy that meat from you. He outlines some responsibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money coined in Speyer currency to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular. And they are in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden of protecting them does not fall on the city as a whole. But when you look at the entirety of this charter, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews would say, hey, there's actually a place for us here. We have a nice carved out niche for our privileges. We can live and work here in security. And in fact, this is, during the period of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Crusades, at which point things begin to go downhill. But for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and thank you very much for watching. One of the most important people who did research on Jewry law, in fact, I believe he coined the term Jewry law, is the great historian Guido Kish. Fascinating individual who was born in Prague, and he taught at the University of Halle until the Nazis forced him out in 1933. He taught for a little while the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually he left Europe for the United States of America in 1935, and that's, of course, how he survived the war. He did tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look in particular at something called the Sachsenspiegel, which is basically a 12th century sort of codification of customary law in Germany, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1949 a remarkable book, The Jews in Medieval Germany. This is it. It's a brick of a book. It's really, quite dense and absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out to you one fascinating thing that I just came across. On page 66, he buries this. And it helps me, think about the heroism of previous generations of historians. We really got to just look at this for a second. So what exactly did Kish do? The thing about medieval law is that, you didn't have like a single code that was like repeated over and over and over again, and people said, well, here's our central code. You did have some of this in the Roman period. We have the Theodosian Codex and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called this Sachsenspiegel, of which there are other versions of it. And it was written in the 12th century, in which this writer basically tried to collect what he knew about the customary law of the 12th century in certain parts of what would be today Germany. It's actually quite fascinating. It has a lot of stuff about Jews, and I hope to spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this Sachsenspiegel spread, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Oh, let's change this a little bit. Let's change that a little bit, but we'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the regions. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg-Recht, the law of Magdeburg, which was a particular city that established a version of the laws that were codified in Sachsenspiegel. Now, and this had lots of implications for Jews, as we shall see in a while. So what Guido Kish did in the 1910s and 1920s is he went all over Germany and went into local archives, local town halls, and show me your oldest records. And he painstakingly went through all of these old court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to the Sachsenspiegel to be able to write up a massive compendium of how law spread throughout Germany. Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis came to power, they confiscated all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing on page 66 of his book. By the way, I worked on this for 20 years, and then the Nazis just took it all away. After the war, he writes, because this book was published in 1949, he tried to get back some of his documents, but it was all gone. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research without any attribution to him, because, of course, he was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all of his materials was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost, the entire institute, all of their papers and things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that, Kish was primarily working as a German or legal historian, but he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. So as he's going through his material, he would make separate set of notes specifically about how do these various legal decisions reflect upon Jewry law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because, he was working, this was his side gig, so to speak. But he was able to save those side notes and then come up with this massive book, The Jews in Medieval Germany, a study of their legal and social status, which has proved to be an incredible resource for students of medieval law and the Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching. Let's resume our discussion of the legal status of the Jews by looking at a different charter, this one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter is especially
What up? How are you?
much larger than the one we looked at from 1084 is that it specifically points to a new status that Jews would be developing over the centuries while they're living in Ashkenaz, that of servi camerai, sometimes called servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And what this refers to, we'll get into it a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that the Jews became, in terms of the system of privileges and legal status, they became sort of like the possessions of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes. Again, we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but somewhat irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what the implications are. First of all, there's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews led by Judah ben Kalonymus. This is the famous Kalonymus family, who we see at the very beginnings of Ashkenazic civilization, and later they assume, important leadership positions in Ashkenaz. They come to the emperor at Speyer and they ask for his protection. Right, we've talked about feudalism and the idea that the higher classes, nobility, and especially the king, protect the lower classes, and the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, and therefore producing tithes of their produce or taxes from their produce, and not serving like knights and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot, and we'll get to that when we get to the economics. So at any rate, the king graciously says, yes, I will provide this protection. And once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jews and the state, or it's not impossible, but it could even be a de novo. I think that's unlikely. Most of these things you see, elements of it earlier. At any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor Henry IV says, no one, neither small nor great, neither free man nor serf, will presume to attack or assail the Jews, right? They live under his protection. You mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and local peasants, if they want to get, mixed up with the Jews and in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect their status. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, speaks to the widespread misapprehension that Jews were not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews were allowed to own real estate. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment in the Middle Ages, particularly because there's a lot of expulsions. We're going to see that the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. I mean, that's ridiculous. And so, it's hard to run with holding on to your house, right? So therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best investment for Jews. At any rate, The charter goes on to say that no one can seize their property, neither chattel nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a kofar payment. That is a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of Jewish property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 after being caught. And secondly, he would have to pay £1 in gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely in the interests of the state to enforce this, because then the king would get that £1 of gold for every theft from a Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of free trade. They were not to be charged any tolls. So in other words, if Jews are traveling from region to region, which is something which is really important for the growth of trade, they used their easy pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any tolls. The local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the American Revolution happened, because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught with stolen goods. So this can happen in one of two ways, I think. First of all, it's possible that the Jew is involved in illicit activity, as the colloquial term would be offense, right? Where someone steals goods. Let's say John steals the household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in his store to sell to, let's say, Leon. But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, hey, these are my pots. They were stolen from my home, right? So that's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not, in fact, stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more of the economics of it. At any rate, if he bought it in good faith, meaning John said, these are, in fact, my pots. I did not steal them from anyone, and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots, but here the Jew, I should give the Jew a name, right? Let's call him Abraham. Abraham paid for those pots. So what happens? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited being included in the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew, who bought these goods in good faith, has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them. And furthermore, the Jew would be able to take a regular oath to say that, yes, I paid for them based on good faith that John had said they were not stolen. So it's interesting that the Jew's oath is accepted here. There's a lot more discussion later about specific oaths that were required of Jews to take because they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 seems to give the Jews quite a bit of credit. The charter goes on to a different direction to say there will be no forced baptisms of children. And again, like the last case, the idea that this would be sufficiently common that it would be raised as a concern by Colonimus and others before the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenges that Jews had. And we'll talk about that a little more when we discuss the church. But what if it happens? So what if a child is taken from the Jews, kidnapped, and then baptized? So as we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as, in fact, Christians. The church, especially the upper levels, like the Pope, Gregory the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted for Christians to forcibly baptize anyone. But if it happens, they're kind of stuck. They are, in fact, Christians. So what the charter specifically says is it reiterates the papal discussion, the ban on forced baptisms, but it says that if it happens, then the person who performed the forced baptism has to pay £12 to the treasury. There's no word on the status of this baptized child, which presumes that the state did not want to take a stand in this particular issue, and perhaps would just hope that the problem would go away. What happens if a Jew came forward and went for willing baptism, which was, of course, a phenomenon in the medieval ages, as it is today? So basically, there was a 3-day quarantine where the new Christian would be required to be separated from everyone in order to make sure that he really was doing it of his own free will. It's a fascinating kind of discussion here because, well, hopefully we'll get into it later. There's also a fascinating discussion with regards to the baptism of slaves belonging to Jews, which is going to be incredibly important to Agobard, the bishop in Lyon. We'll talk about that next lecture. But Jews are not allowed to buy any slaves who are currently Christian. If they buy slaves, don't forget there are lots of pagans around at this point. They're captured primarily from the east and sold in the slave market in Prague. And slaves are a major part of the workforce, and Jews employed them just like anyone else employed slaves. So they would be originally pagans. If they were to convert to Christianity, then there's a whole discussion we'll get to shortly. The charter says that the slaves would remain in the employ of the Jewish owner, and the person who converted them to Christianity would be forced to pay a fine to the treasury. Fascinating. Okay, we're going to continue by looking a little bit closer at this in the next video. What did the church have to say about the Jews? Thank you very much for watching. When we discuss the legal status of the Jews, note that until now we have largely confined our discussion to how the state treated the Jews, specifically the king. We talked about the charters and the law code called the Sachsenspiegel and what that had to say about the evolution of the status of the Jew within Ashkenazic medieval society. Note, however, that there's a parallel structure that will achieve tremendous heights at the end of the 11th and especially in the 13th century, which is the church, right? The church was kind of like a parallel structure that in many ways was competing with the state for authority. How did the church regard the Jews? So we will come back to some of the theological discussions a little bit later when we look more at antipathy to the Jews. But I think it's very important to note that while there certainly was a significant amount of anti-Judaic slant coming from the medieval church, as one of my teachers once pointed out, the reality is that the church also preserved the Jews for about 1,500 years in Europe. How so? Specifically because early on, one of the church fathers, St. Augustine, developed this idea which became known as the doctrine of witness. This is a fascinating doctrine which basically states that the Jews must be preserved in society until the second coming of the founder of Christianity in order to testify or witness that he is in fact the Messiah. If all the Jews are wiped out, God forbid, or even all expelled, then there's not going to be anyone around who will be able to say, you were right all along. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possess the ancestral tradition, then the only way that that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, you were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly as strong in Islam. Islam developed the couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who were kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationship with the Jews and with the state of Israel to the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the doctrine of witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. You know, if you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century, a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, he says, wait a second, how come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in the material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is really antithetical to what the king and the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish privileges because they bring in a lot of money. The economics are going to be discussed very soon. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity, and we see it, repeated several times throughout medieval legislation from the church, canon law. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from, conducting meals together and to drink wine together and things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation that emerges from the Talmud. For example, the ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews, whole discussion about that. So the idea was to try and keep them separate in order that both Jews and Christians could maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of things. Also fascinating, by the way, to note that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and the 13th century as the church grows stronger, one of the things in the early period that is especially important, as we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership, and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who was based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to was the idea that Jews, who should be in a lowly state, should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do, not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery engagement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social order. We see that Emperor Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because slaves could say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. I mean, it's a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews making lots of money, and losing their slaves at a moment's notice could make a huge difference. And we should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds, because his currency had been devalued in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So at any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote even more things, which tended to be increasingly anti-Semitic, and slavery was one of the main issues that they treated. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon going on that is especially expressed in the strange story of a church deacon named Bodo. I'd like to talk about him a little bit because it's just so fascinating. His story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, groomed for high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, but on his way he changed his journey and he went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife, the whole thing. It's absolutely fantastic. And this was like a shanda, to use the Yiddish term. This was like a scandal. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And a lot of that correspondence has, in fact, been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what would happen if, Jews were what would happen if Judaism expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it. This is especially true because at this time the church was especially interested in discovering the Hebraica Veritas. They had been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, it began to say, can we really rely on this Latin translation? Wouldn't it be nice to know what the actual Hebrew original said? And of course, if you want to know the Hebrew original, you've got to go to Jewish experts. And all this contact of churchmen and scholarly Jews posed a risk to Christian faith. This is likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, took the name Eliezer afterwards. So, at any rate, he engages in this, extensive debate with this individual named Alvaro, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity. And this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact on the society as a whole. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular, and we're going to have to see how this relationship would unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So one of the most important aspects of the development of early Ashkenaz is the remarkable attention.
Yo, what's going on? How can I help you?
By these migrants to northern.
Yeah, I'm watching a lecture. What's good, buddy? Excellent. I hope all's good in your neck of the woods. I'm going viral any day now. And when I do, I'm taking this coin to the moon. How do you like its all-time high?
It's crazy. Like this level, it feels like 130 million or something, but it's 330 million. It's crazy.
That's right. We're going to get this bad boy to $1, and then we got the yacht party. You know that, right?
Yeah, I gotta get the passport. I gotta do.
Excellent.
Get my passport. I'll be sorted. I think that's what's holding us from Philly, and is I haven't got my passport. Once I do that,
Perfect. Excellent, big dog. Well, I'm going to get back to my lecture. Peace, big dog.
Yeah, enjoy your learning today, Rabbi.
I appreciate it. Shout out to Squirrely, everyone.
Yeah, but we have to realize where we stand today in the 21st century.
Who is it? Oh, it's GB. Oh, apologies. I thought so. It said on my I have to close my app and reopen it. GB. It's it's what did I want to say? Like glitched. So it just shows the people who have been in here for a long, like old people. Apologies, GB. GB is the man. Everybody knows GB is the man. GB is, in my opinion, like the mortar of Harry Potter Abomasonic 10 Inu, because whenever anybody needs anything, GB's there. I have said this in the past, to my own credit. GB and Squilly do sound alike, but I usually can pick up on your voice, GB, like from way over and know what's going on. So apologies there. I'm ready for the yacht party. We'll make sure that you get your your passport taken care of. You never know, man. We could hit $1 next week.
I know. And then it's like, oh, yeah, party in what, a month and a half. We got hustle.
Yeah, so that'll be amazing. So I'm excited for that. And in the meantime, we're just going to keep riding the wave. Excellent. You should know. You know who Aiden Ross is, right? Excellent. I'm live in his Discord right now. And do you know who I Showed Speed is? I'm live in his Discord on camera as well. And everybody's like, how in the fuck are you able to be in so many different, like, big influencers' Discords live on camera? How are you doing that? So, what can I say? I'm magic. Excellent. I appreciate it, GB. Yeah. Absolutely. Everything that we're doing, that we're putting in, is paying off. You should know we're going to get Aiden Ross to buy this coin as well. And then we're going to see it go $1, $4.20, $69 to the moon.
Yeah, we can get it between two scrolls and just describe to him, like one of in our Twitter spaces, you know, be like, what this project's actually about. I'm sure he's dabbled in drugs and all these things.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Basically, to reach out to him, and if somebody wanted to. Well, it would just be good for it. It would be worth it. If he did it, it'd be worth it because we get the notoriety. Yeah, I have his inner circle in my inbox. So that's like guys like Chenzo or Citrus and another guy, Safid. Basically, yeah. So they've told me he wants to interview me. We'll see if it happens. I'm here. I've gotten some other people who want to interview me. Sam Bond is one of them. He's another influencer. In the meantime, I'm just literally just streaming, and at least in these Discords, I do my best not to say anything. The reason why I don't want to say anything is because then I won't get banned. Like if I start talking, that's how you get banned. So, not that I'd say anything wrong, but like you can even say things that people just interpret. And so I could just be like what's an example? Oh, I could say, let's say somebody said they were going to do something bad. And I could say that, hey, we could have you executed by the state of California for that or something like that. And they would say, oh, that's an execution threat. And it's like, no, dog, or that's a murder threat. No, it's like an execution. It's like, I'm telling you that the state will execute you if you do that. That to me, I should be able to say that's like part of jurisprudence. That's part of the American legal system, but like you'll get banned for that. So anyway, you never know what's going on in the world. I think there are some things. I'm a free speech absolutist. I agree. It's absolutely nuts. So anyway, GB, apologies. You're the man. You take care, man. $1. Let's see it next week, big dog. That's the first. Actually, 69 cents. Well, 42 cents, and then 69 cents, and then $1, and then the moon. Excellent, dog. Then it's redonk. Shout out to GB, everybody. Take care, my man.
Of emancipation. Basically, Jews in modern states took about 100 years for the rest of Europe to come around, but Jews in modern states are equal citizens with everybody else, which means that the government deals with Jews as individuals, not as communities. It's not like the medieval period where the king didn't deal with people as individuals. He dealt with corporations. He dealt with the peasants as a whole, the nobility as a whole, the church as a whole. And it's a big change because now Jews have only a voluntary relationship to their communal affiliation. If they choose, they may simply abandon the community and assimilate, or simply choose not to affiliate without assimilating into the general body politic. Everything now becomes voluntary, as opposed to the medieval.
You're welcome. How are you, Lithium? Pleasure to have you here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you today?
Vested in the Jewish community some authority to force Jews to actually behave according to his dictates. So that's kind of like the dark side. On the one hand,
I sleep a lot, but no, not just now. Well, no, I was just laying down. How are you?
A very salutary element of the community.
Excellent. I shoot my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. How'd you find out about me? Oh, tight. Yeah. I heard you in there. Excellent, man. Well, speed's amazing. Yeah, dude, speed's amazing. And so I share my life with him like a portal and his community. And you can always come in and say hi. And I'm here for world peace. I don't want war anymore. So I think that's a positive message. Okay, that's cool. Then my peacekeeping troops will destroy your war terrorists. Word, dog. Dog, I don't even mess with that kind of stuff. I use things that are anti-gravity weapons, plasma weapons. We'll bomb you into the Stone Age, son. Word, dog. That's nothing in comparison to an anti-gravity weapon. An anti-gravity weapon can create a force field, dog. Atomic bombs are 80-year-old technology. We use atomic... Okay, well, I mean, we don't have to have a world fight. I just want you to know... No, we don't. Liv, you're always welcome here. I appreciate you being here, man. Some other things that we talk about are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about life extension technology, like stem cells, human growth hormone. We talk about ambrosia therapy. We talk about nootropics and cold shock therapies. We talk about things like life extension technology into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, whatever you want to be, an avatar, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be in the future, you can be. It's a big world. So that's just a little... I think that's a possibility, yeah. And if I'm given basically unlimited amount of time to be able to live, then yeah, I'll take being a cyborg. No, I don't want to do that, but I would upload my mind into a computer and then use that computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, an android, a faster than light creature, an ethereal being. Oh, that's what you're going to do? There you go, man. You will be like the Terminator. There you go. You might even get your own television series. They will exercise a sort of balancing. Why not? It's comfortable. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. These right now are worth $7,000 each. Our cryptocurrency in the last week is up over 100%. We were at 7 cents not long ago. We're at 31 cents. So it's very exciting. People are getting rich. People are becoming millionaires, and that's who sponsors me. So that's all this. It's called Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and it's the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Who would think something like this is worth $7,000? $7,000. $7,000. $7,000. $7,000. Wild. Pardon me? It's Harry Potter, Obama, not Osama. It's Obama, like former president, 44th president of the United States. It's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. If you don't know what it is, it's a meme. It's a meme coin, but it's a meme that is English. It is a backpack that was sold somewhere in Amsterdam, and basically people made a meme coin about it, and it has been very, very popular, and it's going to be worth a lot someday. So it's cool. I've got the Telegram of people in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu right here, and they're like my family. They're my community. I've been with them for more than a year. This is history of Jewish lectures, and history of Judaism and lectures, history of Jewish culture lectures. We're watching currently the culture of Ashkenazim and its history.
Basically means an association, a group of friends with chaver means friend or colleague or
it's pretty baller.
We're essentially, social service.
That's all right, man. You can be like me. I'm going to tell you this. I'm always live. So you can always come in here whenever you want. We can live your life together. Do you want to be are you a streamer? Do you want to be?
Especially the poorer Jews to rely on their community.
Yeah, you do. Everybody wants to be famous deep down. You just don't know how, and I can teach you. So what would you do? Well, there are a lot of things that you can be famous for, but I can tell you this. There are two types of people in the world. There are creators and there are consumers. There is no middle. There are people who create content and there are people who consume content. And you can be one of those two kinds of people, whatever one you want to be. But right now, you should know that we're at the very brink of a really special time in the streaming world. I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm streaming on like 33 different devices on 33 different platforms, including simultaneously to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, a bunch of Discords. You see, nobody else is live in I Show Speed's Discord simultaneously with Aiden Ross's Discord. Just for a moment. Additionally, live in like the Daddy Discord. I'm live in the Nico Discord. I'm live in the Chill Zone Discord. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords, and people are finding out about my project. They're finding out about what I'm doing, and generally very positive towards it. So I can tell you that I've got my hands basically at the center of all social media, and I can help you a lot. So what would I tell you to do? All right, first thing you do is I would say you come up with a concept. Do you want to be a live streamer? Do you want to just literally sit on camera all day 24/7? If that's what you want to do, I do it better than anybody. But if that's not what you want to do, if you want to be like a reaction streamer or maybe just someone who just like watches movies or TikTok or whatever, if you want to be that kind of streamer, I can tell you the first thing that you want to do is get a name that is unified on all the different platforms. So like your name right now, Lily, while it's short and it's really good, I doubt it's available on a lot of platforms because it would be a high in demand name. So what you could get is Lily V Streaming or Lily V Media or Lily V Channel, whatever you want it to be, something that you know you can get, so that when you say I'm at Lily V Streaming on, everybody knows that it's the same on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, everything. They just know you're going to be the same thing. And then they can go to your link tree and everything's the same. That's the first thing that I would say. So you'd come up with a name. But then from there, you should know that these sites are currently paying right now. They pay money. So like who? Rumble pays. I make money on Rumble. Not a lot, but I don't even try. I don't even try to make money and I make money. I mean, literally, when I said don't even try, I don't even look at what my wallet has and it just brings in money. Not a lot, but I don't even try. If you tried, you could bring in more money. And then Kick has started the KCIP, which is the Kick Creator Incentive Program, where they'll pay you an hourly rate to stream if you meet their credentials. So you can make $16 an hour just to sit on your ass and do nothing. And so these are all really exciting opportunities if streaming is for you. Now, you may say, all right, I want to do what you're doing, Rabbi. How do I do it? All right, well, you first need a device that you can stream on, and it doesn't have to be very complicated. You need a computer, basically. So then what? I use a type of software that's known as OBS, which is commonly used. However, I also use a type of software that's used called Rumble Studio, which I cannot say enough good things about because it allows you to multi-stream for free. So basically what I'm telling you, Lily V, is you could get Lily V Live, I think is a great Lily V Live. If you made that your name, I want you to have Lily V, but you're just not going to get that on very many platforms. It's just unless you already have it. But nevertheless, if we did Lily V Live, very few people are going to have that. And with the press of one button, you're live on Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, everything. So that's the game changer. When before you would only be like a YouTuber or you'd only be on Instagram. No, you're on everything now. It's a push of a button. I'll teach you how to do that, and it's free. And it hasn't always been free. This is a new thing. So then what would you do? Well, you apologies. Let me just turn down Speed's Discord right now. Just for a moment. So then what would you do? Okay, well then you just start the grind. Then it's about building an audience. Now, I don't know what kind of wallet you have. I don't know what kind of money you can deal with. If you want to really improve really quickly, then you just buy viewers. It's as simple as that. And I can have you be the #1 streamer on Kick, the #1 streamer on Twitch, the #1 streamer on YouTube. It's just how much you want to pay. Now, I mean, it's as simple as this. I want 100,000 people to watch me on this date, and I'm willing to pay $2,000 to do it. And you just put your card in, it goes through, and you're able to do it. But I understand you're like a normal person. You're like, Rabbi, I don't have the money to just throw around for viewers. I need to get them organically. Perfect. Okay, so how do you do it? Well, I can tell you that if you're going to do it, the best place I would say is to multi-stream so that when you have any kind of interaction, whether it's Twitch, Twitter, Kick, YouTube, you can talk to the person immediately on whatever platform they're using. And basically, you're going to be like a 10 times improved streamer because you are streaming on Rumble and Odyssey and Kick and YouTube. And so you're going to have 10 times the audience right off the bat. So like normal streamers who are like, oh man, the grind is so hard. It's so difficult. Yes, it is. But you're going to be 10 times better than that person on your first date because you're going to take my advice. You're going to be like, look, instead of just streaming on one, why don't I just multi-stream them and then I'll have a bigger audience. So then what do? Well, you have to stream. I'll tell you the advice that big streamers have given, and I think is great, and I'm going to use it. Shout out to X Straight Savage. He's on Kick for this advice. There are 3 things you need, and they're #1, you need to network. So what is networking? That is essentially building relationships online, especially. And a great way to do it is in Discord, and you're in good Discords to be able to do it. But the ability for you to be able to, drop your link or have somebody follow you is really important. Secondly, you have to stream consistently, and that I think is probably the most important thing. There's a reason why I have an audience, even though they're not here right now. They will be here and they follow me, is they always know I'm streaming whenever, like whatever they're doing. For the last 3.5 years, I have been live streaming 24/7. So I'm always live. So anybody knows I'm here and they can check in with me with it, whatever they want. And I don't expect you to do that. If you want to do that, I can teach you how to do that. And when I say 24/7, I do it 24/7. But if you're like, I don't want to do it when I sleep or I don't want to do it some other time. Okay, fine. Do it as much as you want. There's no requirement, but then what you should know is that you're going to start to develop a regular audience if you develop consistent times of streaming. And I would tell you as well, I mean, if you want to play the game perfectly and just go out and get organic viewers all the time, you can do that. It's much more of an uphill grind, but if you want to do that, you can. There are other ways. If you want to cut corners, I can teach you how to create robots for free, and they can automatically follow you, automatically promote your stream, automatically clip your channel if you want. There are a lot of things you can do if you want to gain an advantage. But here's the big thing. This is the difference between you working your life. Like, I don't know how old you are. I assume you're 18 because you're in here, and hopefully if you're not, please leave. But you should know that you have the opportunity, maybe 50 years of streaming. You could have a 50-year streaming career. Would you rather have a 50-year streaming a 50-year career at? I don't want to. I'll pick good companies. Apple is Microsoft, IBM. These are great companies, but you're not going to be able to have any control over your life. You're going to have to go in and work 8 to 5 every single day for 50 years. Now, if you want one of those jobs, I've had those jobs, and I can get you one of those jobs too. So don't think that I can't help you with that. I can absolutely help you with that. I'll get you one of those jobs if you want. I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I have a lot of experience when it comes to tech. I can help you with that. But if you're like, okay, that sounds cool, I'll learn how to do that too, but I want to be a streamer as well, just know that I think long-term, a 50-year streaming career will make you a billionaire, will make you a trillionaire perhaps, because you have the ability to write your own checks, basically. IShowSpeed is essentially who you could be if you did this every day for 2 or 3 years. And that's a really exciting opportunity. And I don't expect you to make it right now, but when you're in the shower or you're by yourself and you're thinking, that rabbi that I spoke to, he makes a pretty good point. You're either a consumer or a creator. And I'm doing all the stuff that I'm normally doing in my life. Why don't I just stream it? Here's why it's important for me to stream. And this is really what it's about. I'm creating a time capsule for society. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about things like world peace. I know you may not be an advocate, but just know it's something that I'm passionate about, but also ending world hunger. How do I want to end world hunger? I have a 6-point plan. It rests on agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, vertical farming. I want to help with cloud seeding, and I want to help with hydroponics. Those 6 types of technologies could end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst. The crypto project that I'm a part of, we build wells in Nigeria for people in need, and I want to continue that. I want to continue that large scale, building wells for people, life straws, basically straws that can purify contaminated water instantly. And then I also want to help with desalination plants. These plants can take water from the sea and convert the liquid into drinkable water. And these are just some interesting ideas that I don't think are being shared enough in society. And when people start to hear this, when IShowSpeed's community starts seeing like, oh, Rabbi isn't just like some weirdo who sits in a VC all day. There's a very good reason why they're doing this. They're passionate about bringing the world into the 21st century even further and advancing us, specifically when it comes to technology. I don't like that a lot of technology doesn't work, and I want it to. And I want to get connectivity improved. I want to get electronics improved. We're going to need this as we move towards the century. And I think I can be a leader in that. And I've taken a stance. So with that, you should know that it's a wonderful opportunity for you to be able to be a live streamer or a streamer content creator. And if you've never thought of it, it's never too late to start.
However, it's important to point out that
I appreciate it. I know I do, but I also know that I have a hard bargain, and I'm a hell of a salesman. Exactly. And here's the thing. I want you to be able to afford a Lamborghini. I want you to be able to say to someone, and what color do you want your Lamborghini? Because you can just give it away. You just have fuck you money, and your kids have fuck you money. I want you to have all of that. And you have to understand this is a really exciting place where we are in the world. Australia had a gold rush. The United States had a gold rush in the 19th century, or the 19th century, and we had essentially a tech rush at the end of the 20th century, the beginning of the 21st century, and now we have a streaming rush. All these people to be content creators. And I'm going to tell you this, I have had jobs for Fortune 500 companies, 6 figures, executive positions. And while those are great, they're never going to give me a part of the company. Then I might have a little bit of stock or something like that, but I'm never going to be able to write my own way. In a position like that, I'm never going to have the opportunities that I have in this role. I honestly think I may be perhaps the wealthiest person on earth someday, and I can say that with a lot of confidence, and here's why. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more human data than any person in the world, than any person in global history. This is essentially a time capsule for the world. Everyone on Earth is going to want to connect to this. I have watched every major Oscar every Oscar winner since it debuted in the 1920s. We've watched 3 Olympics on this. We've watched 2 World Cups. We've watched the Women's World Cup. We've watched the NBA Championship, the WNBA Championship. We've watched 3 Super Bowls on this. I mean, people are going to be able to connect to this. I have literally going at any time the radio that's just playing the news so that people will be able to connect and be like, oh yeah, on October 13th, 2024, this is when Rabbi met Lily V. And guess what? Lily V went on to be Lily V Live, and they became one of the biggest streamers on Kick and on YouTube and on Twitter and Twitch within 1 year, and everybody knew about them. I mean, that's the kind of catalyst you can have in your life. And it's not saying that you can't work your normal job and live your normal life. Whatever you're doing, just put it on camera. It doesn't hurt, and it's content. And like I said, and like the Economist magazine said, data is its #1 resource. Think about that. The more data that you make, the more influential you're going to be in the future. Absolutely. I'm on 3 different Twitches. Yeah, definitely. In fact, do you see where it says announcements at the top of the server? If you click on that, you'll see like my live streams from Twitch right in there. So those are 3 of them. I have more of them, and that's the thing. I multi-stream, and I multi-stream on multiple different devices. It's unlike anything you've ever seen before. Basically, you can watch me in 360 degrees, and that's what I want. I want people to be able to study me and what I do for centuries to come. I absolutely do. I think it's important to be able for the servers to be able to capture me from different angles, and then they are redundant streams. The reason why I have so many is if any of my streams ever get terminated for any reason, I have backups of everything. And these are streaming everywhere in the world, so that let's say they took down my Kick account or they took down my Rumble account, I'm still live on the same data on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. And let's say they take down my Twitter account, okay, then it's still live on DLive and Trovo and Odyssey and all these other ones. You basically would have to shut down the internet to be able to shut me down at this point, because I'm so intertwined with all of the different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. You're like, how the fuck did you make so many fucking accounts? I have robots that I've programmed. You can see I have 3 computers right here. I program robots that have basically they follow people, they create clips, and they spam people live on Kick. If you ask anyone on Kick, anyone, I mean Aiden Ross, Amaranth, Eddie Craven, the guy who owns it, and you ask them if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is, absolutely they do. It's wild, dog. In fact, yeah, but I don't want to do that. I'm here for peace and positivity. I don't know. Do you have the Kick app? Do you know what Kick is? That's okay. And I'm talking KICK because there's also a KIK. KICK, it's basically a new Twitch, and if you look, they have a page. You don't have to download the app, but if you had it, I could show you a page, and 50% of every clip that is made per minute on that website, 50% is being made by one of my bots. So that means of all of the clips that they have on their entire website, 50% at any given time will have my name in it and this Discord link. And so that's how I've been able to get like 1,400 people in this Discord over the course of like 3 months or so. And it's just going to start growing because, you know, it's hard for me to make people social media swap. Like, hey, I know that you're on Kick right now. Come to my Discord. That's really hard. But I'm already in Discord in iShowStream, iShowSpeed, and Aiden Ross, and all these other big ones that it's pretty easy. You don't need to create an account. You already have it. And then people join and say, hey, what's going on? And as you can see, I have a very large Discord. There's a lot to do in here, and it's going to blow up any day now. I really mean it. That's the really exciting thing. And you don't know it, but I'm also live in a Telegram. So what is this Telegram? It is this cryptocurrency that I'm in. It's that community. And we're having like a little bit of a virtual party. We actually, believe it or not, man, we are talking. So this cryptocurrency, a lot of people are very hesitant when you say cryptocurrency. Okay, I'm telling you, I saw it. I've been in it since last year. And it's when it started, it was worth less than a penny, and it's worth 31 cents right now, which is more than the 31x. And once this thing gets to $1, we are throwing a yacht party in Dubai. We'll have enough money. That's when the coin will be worth $1 billion. So like, it may sound like a really, really like complicated name, and it's like a meme coin. How much could that be worth? It's very close to being worth $1 billion, which is really exciting. Well, I shouldn't say it. It's going to be. It's a third of $1 billion right now. It's worth $333 million right now. So they're celebrating that fact with good reason. And so we've got a lot of positive things going in this community. And if you've never thought about being a streamer before, this is your time. You should. You should. So here's what I want you to do. You don't have to stay here your whole day. You go do your thing. You go check out the internet. You check out the server, say hi to friends or whatever. But whenever you're bored, you know I'm live in iShowSpeed. You can see me there. But if you ever want to talk with me, talk with me here. You should know that the reason why I don't speak in the iShowSpeed server, well, number one, sometimes the conversations are just absolutely like ridiculous, where people are just playing loud sounds, playing chainsaws and loud music and things like that. But also, frankly, I know what the rules are, but you know, when it comes to like what you can and can't say, I don't want to even get involved with those kind of conversations. And frankly, so if you're ever wondering, like, why don't you talk in there? I just don't want to get into any fights with anyone, so I stay out of everything. And but basically, people can kind of observe life alongside of me. I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord now for 6 months straight. I've been live in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram for over a year. I've been live on YouTube now for more than 3 years, and Twitch for more than 3 years, and all the other ones. So it's a really exciting opportunity for the world to learn. Essentially, we have just time capsule for the world. So I want you to know, Lily V, I'm glad you feel inspired. I want you to continue to think about what I've said and come back whenever you want. We're here for you, and we're here to support you. And if you ever need help, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent, man. Hey, this is the beginning of our friendship. That's a beautiful thing. That's one of the most beautiful things you could have ever said, if not the most beautiful, because when you started this conversation, you did not. And I want you to know that it's going to take some time, and it's going to be a big lift, as they say. But the more and more people that we can get on board for this, the more movement we can get, the more momentum that we can get. And you should know that world peace is inevitable, and let me explain why. If we are going to travel the stars intergalactically to different planets and different solar systems, we will have to have had peace here at home first. And what do I mean by that? if you study how allegedly like alien civilizations work, they never have a civil war going on at home while they're exploring other worlds. It's too hard to do that because you have to have things peaceful at home before you can go exploring other things. So I know before we're ever going to really be able to invest in space tourism and in faster than light travel and intergalactic travel, we're going to have to come to peace here on Earth. And so I know it's an inevitability. So for there will be those people who will say, we will never, ever, 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 ever have world peace. And I can say this, look, we could have had world peace a long time ago if the right people wanted to have world peace. The right people don't want to have world peace currently. It is up to us as people to convince them to eventually move away from making armaments and making robots. I know they want to make bombs, make cyborgs, and they're going to start doing that. I mean, they're moving towards that in the drone world and such. And at least those drones perhaps can avoid the loss of human lives. When people ask me, Rabbi, when you say world peace, what do you want? Really, I want a day where nobody died. That's my goal, where we can say no one died from anything, from war, from cancer, from heart disease, from anything. I want a day on Earth where nobody died. And I think that that's a possibility. And when we can get there, then we can start to build some really exciting things here on Earth. Like what? Space elevator. A space elevator can take cargo into space without the use of rockets. It's a very efficient way to go into space. It's not that difficult. I want to be able to perhaps create an orbital ring around the Earth. What does that mean? It's a ring that you create, just like Saturn has rings, but it's an orbital ring that perhaps Earth may have one day. We've seen that at least in prototypes of what versions could look like. There are Dyson spheres perhaps that we can utilize in the future in different solar system. What is that? It's essentially a way to harness a star's energy. Basically, think a bunch of solar panels around a star. They're just a bunch of really different cool ideas, and we're never going to be able to get there if we're arguing about race and gender and war. And so I want to get away from those topics and move the whole world into a world where we talk about peace and enlightenment and human wellness. Beautiful. Lily V, anytime you want, you come here and I'm here to help you, okay? That's okay, man. You take care and we'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Peace, man. Thank you. Hey, if you need anything, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent. Take care, Lily V. Shout out to Lily V, everybody. Take care, my man. I love you too. You take care. Shout out to Lily V. What a nice guy.
It's based on the oral traditions, go back much further, but it's a really important foundation to the Talmud. Then you have, of course, the scholars of the Talmud itself, the so-called Amoraim. The word Tana means like teacher, Amora means like sayer or speaker. And they're active primarily between the years, and they're kind of like ballpark numbers, 200 and 500, not only in the land of Israel, but also in Babylonia. You have a couple of other generations afterwards, the several I say generations, they're saying like groups of generations. And these are basically people who are building on the Talmud as it has been codified. And then you get to our period in Ashkenaz, that's a period of the Rishonim. This term Rishonim means the first ones, and their years are basically from about the year 1000 to about the year 1500. Really important at the end time, printing becomes a very important technology of information transfer, and there's a lot of fascinating things to say about how that changes, but not for today's lecture. We're going to focus on the earlier part before printing while we're still in manuscript culture. So there's the first ones, they're followed, by the way, by the Acharonim, the later ones, and they're basically up until 1900. I'm not exactly sure what we call people after 1900, post-Babylonian, maybe late Babylonian, but anyway, let's focus on the Rishonim. What primarily were these Rishonim who were very heavily invested not only in Ashkenaz but also in Spain and Italy? What exactly were they doing? So there's three basic categories of activity that correspond to the activity of the Rishonim. First, there were those who were commentators. The greatest of all of them was certainly Rashi, who lived in the 11th century, and he is a commentator par excellence, who basically goes to the text of the Bible. He also wrote a massive commentary on the Talmud, and he tries to sort of help you through it. There are two main things that he does. First is he explains difficult passages in a very beautiful, pithy prose, very, very compact, and it's studied by children, Rashi's commentary, because it is fairly accessible. And secondly, especially in his commentary on the Torah, he integrates the oral Torah with the written Torah. He brings in Midrashim, kind of like an anthologizer sort of function. Very, very important. Really, you can't go anywhere without Rashi. People say that you need to learn the Torah with two fingers, one in the text of the Torah itself and one in the commentary of Rashi. That's why he's so important. But there are many other commentators besides Rashi, although he is famous inter pares, the first among equals, as it were. Then you have a very interesting thing that's especially associated with the Rishonim, the so-called counters. In Hebrew, monei hamitzvot, the counters of the commandments. That's because there is this passage in the Talmud that specifically states that there are 613 commandments encoded in the Torah. And so that number was kind of like, just taken for granted for a long time until the Rishonim came along and started saying, well, hey, we've got a number, let's make a list. Let's go back and let's count them. And so you have many commentators. One of my favorites is Chino from Spain, who essentially wrote a very beautiful counting of the mitzvot, which not only describes what the commandment is, a very brief discussion of how one does it, and then finally, very interestingly, why we have this commandment. Because many of the Rishonim shy away from that discussion, because why is not a relevant question. When God says jump, we say how high, right? We don't say why, right? But that's another discussion. It's more theology than history. Anyway, the Chinuch is one of them. Maimonides is a very important one. The Smag, many counters. You go through and compile this. Now, you may wonder, why do we have multiple counters? Why shouldn't we have just one counter and then we're done with it? The fact is, because when they actually got around to counting in the period of the Rishonim, they came up with different counts. Some commentators or some counters said, here's our list. And another counter would say, wait a second, you skipped over 6 that I was including. And you have several that I don't even think are mitzvot, not even commandments. And so there's a certain amount of dispute between the counters. That's why we have multiple lists of counts. But they're not hugely different. If I had to say a ballpark figure, I'd imagine the difference is probably 3 or 4% of the total of 613. That the vast majority of they agree on. It is a commandment not to murder, for example. It is a commandment to honor your parents. But there are maybe distinctions in maybe they break into multiple commands and so on. Third, and this is kind of something that flows out of the counters, are the modifiers. Because up until this point, Jewish law was basically scattered throughout the Talmud, and then later decisions called responsa that are compiled by later rabbis. And if you wanted to know the answer to a question in Jewish law, you basically had to know the entire thing. You had to know all of the Talmud, which is 2,711 folios. That's 2 sides of one page. So we're talking well over 5,000 pages of text. Very difficult, coded, analytical text. And you have to know what people had written after that as well. So to know anything in Jewish law, you really had to have a massive training in Aramaic and in the Talmud and in the responses to know whether or not a given chicken is kosher and so on. So around the time of the Rishonim, shortly after the counters began their work, some of the counters actually became codifiers. They said, okay, let's organize all this material. We're going to put it into books. We're going to put it into chapters. We're going to put it into numbered paragraphs. And we are going to make a law code out of the instructions that are embedded in the Talmud and elsewhere. So it's an extremely important activity. Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher was the author of one of the most important early codes. We have others like Maimonides, who we'll talk about later, and they culminate in the great Shulchan Aruch, the prepared table of Rabbi Yosef Karo at the very end of this period of Rishonim. So these are the three basic areas in which many of the Rishonim were quite active. Specifically in Ashkenaz, we should also add one more really important, which I think if you had to put it into those three categories, I'd include that in commentators, but it is especially important legal commentators because it is so pervasive throughout Ashkenaz and beyond, and it had such a massive impact. This is referring to the commentary school called Tosafot, which means basically additions. These are specifically commentators on the Talmud who take a very different approach than Rashi and similar commentators. Have a look at this page here, and you can see I've sort of broken down a color-coded page. This is actually the first page of the Talmud. And it deals with the laws on reciting a particular prayer, what time may it be recited in the morning. You see in the pink, you have the Mishnah, we recall that's associated with the Tanaim, the earliest generation. And then below it in the sort of goldenrod, you have the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. And it is a commentary on the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is set to writing sometime around the year 200. The Talmud takes another 300 odd years. And it is a commentary on the Mishnah. Basically, you turn the page and you'll always have in the center either a bit of Mishnah or more likely a long discussion of that Mishnah that is the Talmud. Now, on the inside of the page, towards the binding, on the right of this page, you have Rashi's commentary, and you can see, if you look carefully, that there are some bolded letters written in a bolder font. Those are the opening words quoting from either the Mishnah or the Talmud, and then in the lighter font, that's Rashi sort of helping you through the text. This is what this means, this is what this means, and so on. That's kind of like the basic commentary. Tosafot, on the other hand, they're in a green big column on the left, and this is a huge school of several hundred rabbis active throughout Europe, all the way from England to Kiev in Ukraine, that are doing a very different thing with the Talmud. Rather than just helping you through the text line by line, they're basically taking an analytical approach. By the way, this includes Rashi's grandchildren, who are some of the most prominent Tosafot, and they're not afraid to disagree with Zaidi either. They will say, Zaidi, we don't understand what Zaidi was saying here because it appears to be quite the opposite. But what does Tosafot do that's so unusual? Is basically they take an analytical approach where they say, okay, this is what it says over here. This is what Rashi says it means. But if you go 600 pages later in the Talmud, you'll see something that apparently contradicts it. How can this be? How can we have a contradictory passage in the Talmud? And so they will endeavor to try and reconcile them or discuss that perhaps they're referring to different situations. But basically, they take a very holistic, analytical, critical approach that was exceptionally important in advancing the intellectual life of Ashkenazi Jewry, because it took the Talmud from basically a kind of a text that you would read and slowly absorb it to something which was, really subject to searing investigation and held up to a very high standard of analytical rigor. And I think it had a major impact on the Ashkenazi mind in particular. Okay, let's stop here. I want to, in the next video, look at one of my favorite parts of Ashkenaz. That is in the south, the region of Provence, which is far from the Ashkenazic center, but shares a lot of elements with it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you for coming back and watching more about this fascinating history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. So today I'd like to look at the southern region of Europe, which is really only partially Ashkenazic, because it's kind of like a borderland region, the region of Provence. And it basically follows the Rhone River that extends basically from Lyon down to Marseille. The port is at Arles, and it covers the southern coast of France on the Mediterranean. And this is why it is such a special region, because first of all, there's a certain amount of indigenous Talmudic culture, like we discussed in the previous class, looking at Tosafot in particular. That's kind of like the French school that's active in this region of Provence. But you also have a significant number of Spanish migrants who are making their way over the Pyrenees Mountains into this region, bringing with them a very different approach to Talmudic study, quite distinct from Tosafot in a lot of ways. A great attachment to the legitimacy of the Girsa, of the text itself, and a critical method of saying, well, this must be a typographical error, or it should be typographical scribal error, and things like that. And also some rather unusual wisdom from Arabic sources that they're familiar with. Aristotle, for example, comes into the region because of the Arab fascination with Greek culture that, of course, is familiar to the Jews in Spain as well. And then as well, you have Maimonides influencing this region, particularly in the period of Ashkenazi culture, that turns out to be a huge controversy. And so let's look a little bit at what's going on in Provence, specifically through Maimonides. So Maimonides is one of the greatest rabbis of the medieval period. He was born in Spain, but as a very young man, he and his family had to flee because he went through an unusual period of Islamic revivalism that was much more intolerant of Jews than previous generations had been. So he made his way across the coast of North Africa. He ended up settling finally in Egypt, and he was pretty much set on being a Talmudic scholar, although he had also studied in university in Tunis and elsewhere, so he had significant medical knowledge. However, his older brother David died in a shipwreck, losing all of the family wealth and leaving Maimonides and his mother alone. So Maimonides had to say, okay, well, that's it, I've got to go into some kind of business. So he turned his mind to medicine, where he ended up becoming an extremely successful physician. He was actually the chief pediatrician of the harem, and very much involved in the royal Cairo. He lived in nearby Fustat, and he's a fascinating individual. He's paradigmatic in the sense that he represents one of the greatest figures of Spanish Jewish culture, being both fantastic as a scholar in Judaism and being very active in his chosen field of activity, in this case medicine. That's something that happens quite a bit with the Spanish Jewish figures, not so much with other characters, but at the same time, he's quite exceptional, and he was not afraid to disagree with lots of other rabbis, which sometimes got him in difficulty, as we shall see in a moment. So what kind of things did Maimonides write? He wrote several types of works. First of all, he wrote in his youth a very valuable commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed a couple classes ago. He also wrote significantly in Arabic lots of medical writings, which are still valuable in study today. He wrote many letters to far-flung Jewish communities giving them instruction, because early on he was recognized as really the leader of the Arabic-speaking Jews. He wrote, and then he wrote a very fascinating philosophical text called The Guide for the Perplexed. We're going to go into a little more detail about that in a second. But what's especially fascinating for our purposes is he wrote a massive work called the Mishnah Torah. We follow the lectures we just had a couple of episodes ago. We talked about the codifier, so he was an early counter and a codifier. He counted all the mitzvot in his Sefer Mitzvot, the Book of the Commandments, and then he codified all of them on a much larger scale than most other codifiers in this huge book called the Mishnah Torah. Massive. And this became a huge hit. He wrote it in Hebrew, a fairly accessible Hebrew, unlike his Guide to the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic and very philosophical in nature. The Mishnah Torah is really written at about middle school level, so it's quite widely studied to this day. Now, the controversy that erupted around him comes out of Provence in particular. Once the Ibn Tibbet family settles in Provence, they start translating lots of Judeo-Arabic literature into Hebrew and making it available to French Jewish scholars, because the French Jewish scholars are not able to read Arabic. And a lot of it is like so valuable, like the great Esther work, the great ethical work, Solas of the Vagos and elsewhere. And they also translate Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. And that gets them in a lot of trouble, because there are a lot of French scholars who look at this and say, oh my gosh, what is this tremendous respect he has for Aristotle? Aristotle is not even Jewish. How can we rely on this pagan Greek author and so on? And they criticize Maimonides for being overly reliant on Greek wisdom. Secondly, they're really quite upset because he wrote this huge book and it has no footnotes. So in other words, there are all these controversies in Talmud. This rabbi says this rabbi says the opposite, and Maimonides simply rules who he thinks is correct. And he has a system for deciding that, but he doesn't provide the background to the discussion. So people in Provence accuse Maimonides of being arrogant, whereas Maimonides' defense was he wanted to make this as accessible and as transparent as possible for regular readers who don't necessarily want to dive into all of the back and forth on the English side. He wants to make it much simpler for them, and he was certainly not expressing arrogance, although he did have a very grand scheme for the Mishnah Torah. So what ended up happening in 1232 is that somehow the Dominican friars got a hold of Maimonides' books. It's quite possible that they were denounced to the Christian group by Jews in Provence, and they were burned at Montpellier. Incredible thing, burning the books of Maimonides. 10 years later, of course, the church will find that burning Jewish books is actually a positive thing, and there will be a much larger, high-impact burning of wagon loads of Talmuds, precious manuscript versions of Talmuds in the year 1242. But this was all around Maimonides' works, which were now beginning to circulate in Provence at the time. And the controversy kept going for a while. Was it okay to study Maimonides? Was it not okay to study Maimonides? And eventually, the rabbis came to a compromise where they placed a ban on studying philosophy until a person reaches the age of 25. That is considered the minimum level of maturity before a person would study these things like Aristotle or Plato without being turned aside from traditional truth. So that's basically the controversy that swirled around Maimonides being held on. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us conclude our discussion of the inner mind of the Ashkenazi community by looking at a very unusual religious movement called Hasidei Ashkenaz. They are a movement of thinkers in the 12th and 13th centuries who are especially associated with a kind of reaction to the Crusades. They would be far more strict and ascetic than many other groups. But they left a lasting impact on the Ashkenazi community, even though the movement itself tended to peter out, especially with the expulsions that would occur in the 14th century. So basically, we have to look at the Crusades to understand the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The Crusades were a movement that was initiated by Pope Urban II, you see his name here, that said that we have to come to the assistance of our Byzantine church neighbors and allow Christian pilgrims to gain access to the holy sites which were controlled by the Muslims. The patriarchs had complained that this was not happening, and so Pope Urban II took advantage really of a unique economic moment in Northern Europe to proclaim these great sort of like military parades to Jerusalem called the Crusades after the word cross, and they turned out to be a massive initial success. As you can see in this map here, there were several crusades that went along several different routes, and in fact they were at least initially successful in driving out the Muslims from Jerusalem, and they established some footholds in Israel. Although they were later ejected by a Muslim reaction, there was nevertheless a lot of archaeological remains as they built various castles and things like that in Israel. Now, why that is especially important for us in terms of Ashkenaz is because a lot of the Crusaders were not regular soldiers. They were like, ragtag bands led by people like Peter the Hermit, who said, essentially, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? I think they did use the word schlep. Why should we drag ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to fight non-believers, infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. So rather than, focusing their energies on making their way all the way down to Jerusalem, they attacked the Jewish communities like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in the summer of 1096. These are absolutely horrific massacres. And there's a lot to say about exactly how they unfolded. I've spoken about them in a previous lecture, so I'm not going to go into great detail here. But these were massacres that came out of the blue, and they actually had a remarkable impact on the community there, with horrible stories of Jews committing suicide rather than submit to baptism, of horrible entire families dying under these circumstances, or burned alive in synagogues and so on. And it left a lasting intellectual scar on the spiritual life. And how that was expressed in terms of thought is what we see primarily on the activity of the Hasidic. So let's turn to that, and I refer you to some earlier lectures on Crusades if you want to get more into that specific aspect of it. But for now, let's focus on the life of the mind. Let's go to the Hasidic Ashkenaz alone. So perhaps the most important document of this
That's cool. I'm a rabbi. I'm cooler than that.
Sefer HaChasidim, the book of the pious. The word Hasid means pious one, and it actually has been borrowed all the way since the biblical times to refer to groups that follow an additional level of stringency in the religious observance. Yehuda Maccabee, for example, in the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean revolt, his followers were called Hasidim and so on. And this unusual book, Hasidic Ashkenaz, is attributed primarily to Yehuda the Chassid, who lived between the years 1150 and 1217. It's a fascinating book, and it would be great to go into much greater detail because it has all kinds of really cryptic stories that have a lot of reality in them about the life of Jews in Ashkenaz, relationships with non-Jews, some really surprising things about what Jews did and what kind of trouble Jews got into sometimes and so on. The major themes in this Sefer HaChasidim include self-denial, martyrdom. It really was part of the zeitgeist of that era, the spirit of the time, where a lot of Christians were also teaching this way about the need to self-flagellate, the need to achieve atonement for sin and so on. And the Hasidic Ashkenaz would practice some unusual things like, for example, atonement rituals after death, before burial. Like a person would say in his will, I would like for my coffin to be dragged through the street so that the humiliation atones for my sins in this world, and I can be buried and spend less time in hell. These kinds of things. So it's very much associated with this period of time. And its movement was short-lived, but nevertheless the ideas endured. We did look up in a previous lecture on women at some of the iconographic representations of the Sefer HaChasidim, or the movement of Hasidic Ashkenaz in illuminated manuscripts, and get a little bit of a sense of what's going on. Okay, with that, I think we'll conclude. We're going to move on to another topic in the next lecture, but thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at the impact of the church, particularly in the crucial 13th century. This is a period when the church was ascendant. In its conflict with temporal powers and their jockeying for power, the church begins to really get a major leg up in the 13th century. The Crusades were a major step forward for the church's authority and power and its ability to unite all of Europe under a single cause. Of course, that's all of Christian Europe, which is basically all of Europe. The Jews were not necessarily so thrilled with the Crusades, and then there's the other issues as well. But for the most part, the notion that the church should have authority over kings was something that really showed its peak in the 13th century. How does that relate to Jews? Well, let's just have a look at a couple of pieces of art to illustrate this, and then we're going to look a little bit of theology and specifically look at the reign of Innocent III, a somewhat ironically named Pope of the early 13th century. This is a classic representation of what's called the Ecclesia et Synagoga depiction, the church and synagogue. This is an example from the Notre Dame Cathedral before it was burned down, I wonder what it'll look like when they restored it. But basically, this is a piece of monumental architecture, which was essentially a kind of visual text for illiterate peasants who would be able to come to the cathedral and would be able to understand something about the nature of the church and its relationship to Jews and Judaism. This was in many ways a kind of a visual expression of something called the doctrine of witness that we've discussed in previous classes, but let's go into a little bit more detail today. So you have two female figures, symbolically representing on the left the church and on the right the synagogue. The reason why the church is always on the left, which is normally the weaker side in Western thought, is because these images are often placed in the context of a view of the crucifixion of passion scene. So the crucifixion happens in the center, and the church, which is on our left, is actually on the right of Jesus, and the synagogue would be on the left. So that's why the left representing Luther and so on. So here you can see on the left the church, and there's a few features. She has, for example, the crown is on her head, properly held. She's holding on to the chalice. She's got a staff that represents authority and power. And contrast this with the synagogue. It is typically without a crown or a crown falling off her head. She is typically blindfolded, meaning she's unable to see the truth of Christianity. In this image, she is dramatically blindfolded by a serpent that covers her eyes. Obviously, harkening back to the original sin and the book of Genesis, her staff is broken, indicating that the powers are failing, and she is holding the commandments. It looks like there's actually quite a few more than 10 here. I see 4 tablets, which makes me think there's like 20 commandments. I have enough, I think. But she's holding them in a very weak way, indicating that she's not even holding onto her own religion well. It's going to fall out of her hands. And there are literally hundreds of examples of this Ecclesia et Synagoga in medieval art. You see a lot of it in the 13th century onward, when the church is especially strong and is broadcasting this message to say, in general, that the church is favored. The Jews, who you might have heard of them as the chosen people, forget that stuff. They are no longer chosen. It is the church that is ascendant and demands your loyalty. Here's another example, a powerful one from Spain. Here's one that shows a very beautiful, clear-eyed, visionary woman on the left representing the church, and on the right, haggard old crone, once again blindfolded with claw-like hands holding onto the tablet. It's meant to be one of appeal for the church and disdain for the synagogue. Here is one that is at Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Right? You don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagogue is a much more graceful kind of form, but she is in an attitude and a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline, Judaism. All these things that gives a very consistent message. Here's one that's just shocking in nature. This is a stained glass window from Bremen, Germany. Here you can see the full crucifixion scene. And on our left, you see the church sitting on a tetromorph, the four-headed animal, which is kind of like the book of Ezekiel, and a hand descends from heaven and places a throne on her head. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a donkey or mule, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's horn, which is on the one hand, a reference to binding Isaac, but in this context, it's viewed as a sign of the carnal nature of the Jews being trapped in the whole cycle of sacrificing and blood. Things like that is the criticism, and the usual symbols like the blindfold and the broken staff and the crown knocked off the head, but I think what's most dramatic is there. Whereas the church gets a hand descending from heaven and placing a crown on the head of the church, the synagogue gets a sword driven through the top of the skull, which is pretty nasty and hard to mistake the intention. So these images are really a medieval expression of doctrines that were developed hundreds of years earlier, starting perhaps with Justin Martyr, shown in this image as Justin the philosopher. He was in the 2nd century, and he has some dialogues with a rabbi named Triple, not the Tarfon that is mentioned under Bealos. And there you see some of the basic themes of the carnal Israel, Christians as the true Israel, that the Jews are not the Jews, the Christians are now the Jews, that why don't the Jews convert to Christianity? Well, they're off the Jews, they're stubborn, and so on. We see it also in St. John Chrysostom of Antioch in the 4th century, who was one of the pioneers of the adversus Judaeos tradition, that is the idea of using sermons to specifically attack the Jews and to kind of defend Christianity, especially for a lot of new Christians who are not exactly sure what is Christianity all about. I mean, as you're trying to adopt a new religion, how do you do this religion? And if there's any awareness of the connection between Christianity and Judaism, so people say, well, you know what, the Jews rest on Sabbath, and I kind of like the way they do that, I'm going to do that too. And Chrysostom in particular railed against these kind of practices. But it's interesting that from his complaints, you get a sense of what must have been happening in Antioch in the 4th century, that apparently Christians were going to Jewish synagogues, they were participating in Jewish Yom Tov, they were even engaging in prayer with them, they were eating, the holiday foods and things like that, and this was like, Chrysostom really wanted to put a stop to it and separate them. But I think it's most important to understand, we can talk about the conflict between the church and the synagogue. What's really crucial is that St. Augustine of Hippo, who was a rough contemporary of St. John Chrysostom, had a very different kind of view of the place of Jews in an increasingly Christianized Europe. Specifically, he viewed the fact that God had a relationship with the Jews as a sort of like foundation for Christianity. He referred to Judaism as the desk of Christianity, right? You put your papers and you write upon the desk. So the Judaism is kind of like the foundation. And in fact, he validated the continuing observance of the Torah by the Jews as a positive sign, indicating their faithfulness and so on. Now, he did certainly believe that they were wrong for not adopting Christianity, but he said that it would be very wrong for Christians to somehow kill the Jews. Not only is this a clear violation of thou shalt not murder, among other things, but it also represents a stumbling block before the ultimate justification of the truth of Christianity. That's the idea of what he called the doctrine of witness, which basically means the Jews must be kept alive until the second coming of Jesus, so that the Jews who were the original Jews, the original people to whom Jesus preached, would be able to somehow confirm that, yes, this is the Messiah that we have been waiting a long time for. Now, if there were no Jews around to do that, Christians would never, ever really know for sure if that was true. I've talked about this in many other classes, so I don't want to go into more detail here, but it's kind of like if you think of it like here, I'm an iPhone user. I like my iPhone a lot, and I use it all the time. I've been an iPhone user for many, many years. If someone were to give me a Samsung, and I were to say, "Wow, this is so much better than my iPhone. I'm never going back," that would be a huge win for Samsung. But if, on the other hand, I was already a Samsung user, and then you gave me a new Samsung, I would say, okay, yeah, this is definitely improvement. I don't really know what's better than that. The only way I know is if I was originally an iPhone user and then I switched. Then I could validate the Samsung choices. So that's essentially how St. Augustine envisioned this doctrine of witness. But there was a big downside to it, and we see this very clearly in the 13th century. The downside is that the whole system only works if the Jews are in a slightly degraded state. Meaning, if the Jews are successful and profitable and prosperous and happy and all kinds of things like that, then their constant presence while Christians wait for the second coming is corrosive to Christian faith. And people will say, well, wait a second, why are we doing, why aren't we eating, meat during Lent? I mean, the Jews are eating meat and they're pretty happy, So all kinds of things like that. And it only works, the whole doctrine of witness only works if the Jews are socioeconomically on a lower status, and that Christians see that, they're being continually punished for their obduracy, for their refusal to accept Christianity. And then when the Messiah comes, then they'll be able to confirm his thing. Now, this is actually not so bad in many ways. As one of my teachers, Professor Alan Davies of the University of Toronto, said, in many ways, the church preserved the Jews for 1,500 years because this allowed them a space in Augustinian doctrine to exist in Europe as a minority. It made it difficult for them to sell, and anti-Semitic legislation held them back as a result. But they were allowed to exist, and in fact, it was considered a crime to do anything to harm them beyond that ill-defined boundary. This brings us up to the 13th century, and we'll conclude with a discussion of Innocent III. He reigned from the years 1198 to 1216, and he represents in many ways the high point of medieval church power. One of the ways in which he expressed his power was through the Fourth Lateran Council that met in 1215 and issued a whole slew of anti-Jewish regulations because he felt that the Augustinian doctrine of witness had kind of ignored the prosperity of the Jews. And he felt that the Jews had to be put back in their place, and he instituted all kinds of negative anti-Jewish legislation in the church, perhaps the most significant of which was the imposition of the Jewish badge, in order to prevent the communication of Jews with non-Jews and the development of a civic society in which they're all relatively equal. He said Christians have to always be aware that Jews are separate, and he demanded that they wear some kind of indication of their separateness on their clothing. In some places, this was a round badge called a ruel. That was a sort of a reference to the coin that Judas received for betraying Jesus. The name Judas and the name Jews sounded very similar. It was easy to kind of associate them in that way. But in other places, different symbols were used. Sometimes it was in the shape of tablets of the law, sometimes in the shape of the drawing of a pig on it. And there's a significant amount of debate over the possibility of the use of a Jewish hat. We know for sure that the Jews in medieval art were depicted with these strange sort of triangular hats, but it's not clear if this was simply a convention of art and artists as a way of labeling people as Jewish, or whether it was actually something that Jews were required to wear. At any rate, this is the period of Innocent III, and relates very much to the next subject we have discussed, which is unfortunately the advance of very significant Jew hatred in the 13th century.
Obviously,
Thank you very much for watching.
versions of that slight craziness are running first, but what's the next logical step? Is
Hello,
that
fellow
you
students of Jewish
go to
history.
source,
It
you
would
get
be
the actual
totally
craziness,
inappropriate for us to discuss the history of medieval Ashkenaz without looking at the subject of medieval anti-Semitism, or the, I think, the more appropriate term for this period, medieval Jew hatred. Let me just take a couple of moments to talk about anti-Semitism in general, and then we're going to focus in on the medieval period and the unusual forms that anti-Semitism took at that time. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question joyeuse, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. And I think at its foundation, this is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews, it's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews, it's a problem of the anti-Semites, who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on. That's why you see anti-Semitism quite often associated with misogyny, because many anti-Semites, male anti-Semites in particular, are also upset with women for whatever reasons there are. And you also see that anti-Semitism tends to be especially strong when there is social flux, when there is rapid technological change or social change or political change, as we see unfortunately in our own time as well. So anti-Semitism basically does not have to make sense, except in the mind of the anti-Semite. And it's a fascinating psychological phenomenon in that, people can invent these massive, bizarre sort of QAnon conspiracy theories that, even though they are patently absurd, they'll nevertheless hold on to them because it supports really basic things that they hope are true. So the term anti-Semitism, by the way, is a modern term. It was coined by this man, Wilhelm Marr, in a book that he published in 1880. And he wanted to find a polite term as an alternative to the more vulgar German terms, Jew hatred, Judenhass, or Judenfeind. And so he borrowed a term from linguistics of the late 19th century that was beginning to group families of languages together. And he said, I'm not anti-Jew, I'm anti-Semite. I am against the Semitic peoples, which also includes the Arabs and so on, but it's not really concerned about the Arabs. It was just kind of like a veneer to try and hide the ugliness of Jew hatred. So that's where this term actually comes from. But one of the most fascinating things about this anti-Semitism is that it actually describes many different types of hatred. That one of the most powerful aspects of anti-Semitism is its ability to adapt to very, very different societies and cultures and historical considerations. Many scholars believe there are 4 distinct periods of anti-Semitism. Let's go through the first 2 very quickly, then we're going to focus on the medieval period. So classical xenophobia is the first stage. This is basically when the Jews are hated, distrusted because they are different. And what I think is especially interesting about this is that although it's not nice to be hated or distrusted or so on, it's pretty normal. It's something that all human groups experience as, people try to categorize the world around them, and they'll make these grand sweeping assumptions about all people who look like this, who come from this place, who speak that language must be bad, must be good, must be better, must be worse, and so on. And so Jews are, victims of that, just as they are undoubtedly perpetrators of that. This is kind of like a basic, normal human phenomenon. You see it, for example, in the Arch of Titus, which was a big memorial arch that the Romans erected to celebrate their victory over Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War, and it depicts Roman soldiers carrying off spoils from the temple. So, it's not nice, It's not really complimentary to Jews, but it's not really like a pathological kind of hatred. It's, all societies, when they win a war, tend to create monuments to celebrate their victory, and the losers simply have to put up with it. That's what we basically see in the Greek and Roman period. There's a lot of distrust of the Jews observing the Sabbath, of not eating pork, of requiring circumcision, things like that. Then you get to the medieval period, which we looked at in the last video, a little more detail. This is where it's really more of a debate between churchmen and rabbis. It's kind of a theological debate. It has real world significance. It will actually, translate into violence, particularly when we get into the 13th century and onward. But, it's basically Christianity is better than Judaism, and these are the reasons why, and Judaism pushing back. And, that's really what we see in the early medieval period of Christians who was anti-Judaism. But then we get to the period that really gets weird, and that's really what it's like to be Jews of Ashkenaz in particular. This is the period of medieval anti-Semitism, where absolutely bizarre beliefs that have no basis neither in reality nor even in religious texts for these bizarre behaviors that people attribute to Jews. Most notoriously is the blood libel, which is one of the most hated and feared charges that are labeled at the Jews from the 12th century on. This was the absurd argument that Jews somehow needed to consume the blood of Christian children for one of various purposes. So I'm going to come back to that in a second. I just want to take us to the modern period, and then let's go back to the medieval and focus on that a little longer. I just want to mention that the fourth period of anti-Semitism, which is the period that we still exist in today, in the early 21st century, is called modern anti-Semitism. This is a period where we can use the word anti-Semitism because that's really what it was invented for in the 1880s by Wilhelm Marr. And it has the characteristics of two basic things. The first is an idea of racism, which is a fairly new concept in Western thought. The idea that people can be divided not only by language and by religion and color, but specifically by a real-defined sense of race. And the Aryan races, which are associated with Northern Europe, lighter skinned and so on, are superior. Darker races associated with Africa and so on are inferior. And the Jews have a unique role as a kind of parasite race that live off the healthy societies around them. Tie that together with another very modern element, and that is the notion of conspiracy. That the Jews are locked in a world conspiracy to somehow dominate the globe, and it's definitely a sinister conspiracy. And you can see that, for example, in some Nazi propaganda, and you see it also in modern propaganda with things like, Jews are accused of making 9/11 or making the COVID crisis. Either they make the germ or they make the vaccine. It doesn't really matter as long as it fits the mind of anti-Semitism. So that's really what we are in today in modern anti-Semitism. Let us return now to the medieval period, which is associated with the period of Ashkenaz. And there are two really crucial aspects of it. The first is the notion of the blood libel. This originates first in Norwich in the 11th century, 1144. And like many of these blood libels, there's typically, it begins with the discovery of a body of a child that is, sadly, horribly murdered and abused. Now, this is something that occurs in our times as well. This is something that happens in all societies. Unfortunately, there are sick people who are predators, who attack children, God forbid, and the population, when they find the body of a child, they're justifiably upset and enraged, and they look for a victim. Quite often in the medieval period, beginning in 1144, there was this charge that, the Jews must have done it. And typically what happens next is there will be like a popular anger against the Jews. There may be a pogrom. There may be a judicial affair, some kind of trial that results in the punishment of Jews without evidence and so on. And in fact, in some cases, like in Blois in the 12th century, sometimes there's not even a body, but nevertheless this rumor goes around and people get this idea in their head and they go out and attack the Jews. But it proved to be an extremely sticky concept, to use the modern marketing term. It's a term that people latched onto. People really thought about the blood libel and believed it. You can see in this remarkable map from the remarkable spread of this strange notion, which maybe we call it an urban legend. It went all through Europe from that 12th century initiation, and it exists right up through the 19th century, and there are a few cases even in the early 20th century. Absolutely terrifying example of the spread of this noxious idea. Simon of Trent is perhaps the most well known. This is an illustration from the Weltchronik, which has been colorized. Bizarre, but you can see that the child is a 15th century example. The child is held in a cruciform position, and he's undergoing some symbolic wounding that's meant to kind of mock the crucifixion of Jesus. He's being circumcised because, after all, Jesus was circumcised, and the blood is being collected there by Jews. They're all labeled with the ruel, the round badge, and what are they going to do with the blood? There's all kinds of stories about this. The thought was that the Jews had a particular stench called the foitor judaeus, and they needed to bathe in blood to get rid of it. There was this idea that Jewish men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss with Christian blood. There was especially the association with Passover and the belief that the blood had to be mixed into matzah, into the unleavened bread, and so on. And these things are, of course, all absurd. I think one of the most fascinating ones is the idea that the Christian blood was a fertility ritual that actually ensured that women would conceive. And some scholars even point out examples where Christians would come to Jews and say, listen, we're having trouble having a family, and could you sell us some of your Christian blood? My gosh, absolute craziness. But nevertheless, it is important to note that the higher levels of the church were consistently against this blood libel. That you have, the Jews would run to the Pope and say, hey, this is crazy. We're being persecuted for these crazy ideas. And the Pope would issue proclamations and bulls and things like that to say it's not true, the Jews don't do it. With very few exceptions, Simon of Trent comes to be one of them, where he was actually, as you can see in this image here, he reached the stage of Beatus Simon Martyr, the sanctified Simon Martyr, which is actually along the path of sainthood, really remarkable kind of progression ideas. There was this, the upper church, really tried to defend the Jews here, but it was something that bubbled up from the lower elements of society, including the lower clergy, who were often illiterate. They couldn't even read the proclamations if they wanted to, and they tended to push this idea along. And it was an ongoing scourge of the Jewish community, so much so that if you look in the laws of Passover in the Code of Jewish Law, you'll see a 16th century comment by the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who says, hey, listen, if you live in a place where the blood libel is possible, then on Passover, even though red wine is generally preferable, don't drink red wine. Use white wine, so there will be less temptation for people to think that maybe, God forbid, you're drinking Christian blood. Nevertheless, the idea of the Jews attacking Christian children and then killing them for blood is something which is still widespread throughout most of the medieval period, even though it has no basis in reality whatsoever. Related to the blood libel is another rather bizarre charge called post-desecration, which actually had a little more enthusiasm from the church because it ironically reinforced the transubstantiation debate that was related to something that was called the Eucharist controversy of the 14th century. And this is basically the idea that Jews, if they can't, God forbid, steal a Christian child to abuse in this nature because of their vicarious desire to reenact the passion, then in fact what they would do is they would seize the communion wafers that are consumed during Catholic ritual, and they would torture those wafers instead. Here's an example from Passau, Germany. You can see it's kind of like this whole broadsheet sort of tells a story in the comic book form. So you can see on the left, there is a Christian accomplice who's usually involved in these stories, both blood libel and the post-death desecration. He's gone into the church and he is scooping the communion wafers into his bag. And then the second panel, he's selling them to the Jews. You can see the blue well there that clearly identifies him as Jewish. The Jews take it back to their synagogue, and then in the last panel, they torture the wafers by stabbing them, and blood drips from them. You can see in the background an attempt on the artist to reproduce the Hebrew lettering of the Ten Commandments. Then, going to the second register here, a Christian police officer essentially, hey, what's going on in there? And the Jews attempt to get rid of the wafers. They throw them into the oven, and miracles happen. Like the figure of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out, and they're caught by waiting angels. But the next, all of that part is kind of like ridiculous and doesn't happen. But the next part, unfortunately, does happen. Angry villagers come in, they seize the Jews, they behead them, they torture them, they take them off for further punishment, including in the third panel here, the Christian accomplice, and then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. These kinds of things, the post-desecration was also quite prevalent in Europe. It takes a little bit longer because it borrows from the ritual murder charge, and you begin to really only see it from the 13th century and onward, but it also spreads in many Catholic regions. One ongoing question I have is, why was it not popular in France? You can see from this map here, but nevertheless very popular in East Central and Eastern Europe as well as in Spain. One last reflection before we leave this very difficult topic, which is an unfortunate aspect of the experience of the Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, and that is to note that, my father, Oliver Sutherland, would say, blessed memory, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Even in the 21st century, you have prominent people who continue to push some of these crazy ideas. This is a work by the Italian artist Giovanni Gasparo that is a modern, hyper-realistic representation of the story of Simon of Trent that we saw in earlier images. And as you can see, it's such a gross representation of anti-Semitic depictions. Here you can see the picture in his fullness on his website. There's like these angels that are crying and above when they see this horrible thing happening. And here's these awful Jews that are represented with really actually modern faces, like modern Hasidic style, chaotic forelocks and so on, and horrible elements of torture and so on. So hard to understand why people are seized with this hatred even today. But unfortunately, that is part of the Jewish condition. Okay, so to take you through this difficult period, and have much more confidence discussion once we get past the expulsion. Oh, and the Black differences. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, as we near the end of our discussion of early Ashkenaz, the main feature that characterizes the 14th century and on is the movement of Jews from Ashkenaz primarily to the east. This is partially a negative phenomenon as Jews are driven out through the rise of anti-Semitic motifs that we saw in the last lecture. And the Black Death in particular, but it's also a kind of a positive movement in that Jews are welcomed, invited into Poland, and we'll discuss that in the last lecture. So as you can see from this map here, there are repeated expulsions of Jews for many reasons. Look at France, 1182, 1306 is the largest expulsion, 1321, and then 1394, very large one as well. You might ask the question, wait a second, why are you expelling people twice? Once you expel them once, obviously what happens is they are invited back because their role in the economy is so crucial that they are actually invited back, sometimes on a limited basis, sometimes on a larger basis, because the economy simply cannot move without having the flow of credit that Jews are largely responsible for. So this is something, a phenomenon that really pursued the pace in the 14th century in particular. Now, you might wonder, like, what changed? Why is this different? Why did this all of a sudden happen? So here's a remarkable depiction of the expulsion from France in 1182. You see the Jews who were identified by the well there they have worried expressions on their faces as they make their way to the east. And on the left you can see the king there. He's got this very evocative gesture of please run along now, but this represents in particular the 12th century expulsion from France, which really set a tone that would be followed for the rest of the century. What changed? Why expel them now? Why didn't they have expulsion before, but now all of a sudden we have an increasing number of them? One reason is certainly the influence of the church, which expands dramatically over the 13th century, in particular as we saw under Innocent III. Secondly, one of the ways of dealing with the debt load, particularly if it is the nobles who are borrowing money from the Jews, is simply to get rid of those whom they owe the money to. We see this happening, for example, in England, the expulsion of the Jews and so on. It represents a one-time payout because all of a sudden that debt is discharged. But on the other hand, you have no more income as a result of taxes generated by the Jews who are involved in money lending on the lower parts of society. And third, you have the popular hostility that is accelerated by the spread of ideas like blood libel and host education. So these kinds of things are coming together and increasing the pressure and the attractiveness to nobles who are indebted to Jews to simply get rid of them. We also see a kind of a larger phenomenon that's especially clear in the major expulsion of Jews from Spain in the 15th century, of this kind of like drive for purity, this drive for the purity of the blood. Like we should have a homogenous society. We should tolerate pockets of minorities of people who believe differently than we do. It's a very frightening idea that will not only affect Jews, but will affect dissident Christians as well. The idea that Europe has to occupy a kind of monolithic piece of having no other faith other than this one particular faith. It's something that we see building in thought in the anti-religious. Now, this is accelerated. This phenomenon is accelerated by the Black Death, which was a horrific plague, bubonic disease that ravaged Europe in the middle of the 14th century. It took decades before it abated. You see it here, for example, in this terrifying retrospective by Peter Bruegel the Elder, that's titled the Triumph of Death. And what a horrific kind of image. If you zoom in here a little bit, you see that there are like skeletons that are carting away corpses and finding individuals who are still alive here and there, picking them up, cleaning them up. They're dying in all kinds of horrible ways. And here's this terrifying image. It seems all very modern. That there's this coffin that's open on one end, and this army of skeletons, army of death, are herding people into the coffin. Whereas you can see on either side of the coffin, there are other armies of the dead that are preventing people from escaping. A horrific kind of depiction of the terror that must have been experienced by Europeans. As like in some places a third to almost half of their population was killed. We see this also expressed in more anti-Semitism in the sense that people were looking for, who do you blame for this death? You have all kinds of different Christian movements, like self-flagellants, for example, who were walking around literally whipping themselves, thinking that God wanted their atonement to a pain, and that would take away the Black Death and so on. But of course, it's always very easy to blame the Jews. So here's an interesting example of one of the legends that was very prominent at the time. This is from also a 16th century representation, and it's in English, so it's especially valuable for us. This is a depiction on the left of a Jew, and this is printed, around the time of Shakespeare. There have been no Jews in England since they were expelled in 1290, so it doesn't even know what a Jew would dress like, but so he's sort of given him this kind of turban-like outfit, which is not historically accurate at all. And what he's done is, as this particular English depiction will describe, he's made a pact with lepers to collect some of their diseased skin that's been shed through their Hansen's disease, and then he has gone to the aquifers of Europe and has dumped this poison mixed with other things, as we shall see, into the well. And that poison the drinking water, which of course had nothing to do with bubonic plague, was spread by a particular kind of bacillus that was on a flea, that was on a rat that spread throughout Europe. But anyway, as he dumps it into the water, then spinning up out of the well comes this demon that urinates back into the water, and that creates the poison. And of course, part of the basis of the concoction that would create this poison is the blood of a Christian child. As you can see on the cross, there is a Christian child. Let's look at the next page here, where we can actually read some of this here. It's quite fascinating. If you look at the top line, we can read it together here, and you can see the shoulder note says, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in their wells was poisoned. From the top line it says, they allied themselves in concert with the diverse lepers, by whose succors and means they made an ointment. Kind of strange spelling, but the 16th century. With a confection of the blood of man's brine, composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped within a little linen cloth, tying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. They nightly cast in the said infection into all the fountains and wells of the Christians, whereupon this corruption engendered such contagious diseases in all Europe that there died well nigh the third person throughout the same. Roughly 1/3 of the population dying. So this is, you can imagine if you're living in the middle of the 14th century and these horrible deaths are happening all around you, and you look for someone to blame, and you hear a legend like this, in the medieval mind, there's a certain amount of credibility that is associated with such an absurd statement, especially if you build on top of the blood libel and the host desecration charges. And in fact, what we see frequently throughout the period are collections of Jews, as in this one in Strasbourg, for example, and their public burning seeking vengeance for the deaths of the horrible kind of period. And this is when you have an accelerated movement of Jews away from Western Europe and towards Eastern Europe. That will be the final chapter of this particular series on the early Ashkenaz. It's actually a positive chapter, but for now I want to say thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So we've come to the end of this particular series of classes on the early Ashkenaz. And the last couple of classes have been really tough because we're looking at blood libel and post-desecration and Black Death and expulsions. Yikes. But thankfully, it's on an up note because although Jews are being driven from their homes in Western Europe, Eastern Europe is turning out to be a haven for Jews. In fact, Poland, which is later united with Lithuania in a massive commonwealth that stretches from the Baltic to the Black Seas, will actually be like this beautiful new home for Jews for several hundred years. And Jews will sort of riff on the term Poland in Yiddish, Hebrew, as Polin, which means in Hebrew, here we will rest. Here we find refuge from fall. And this is because Whereas in Western Europe had all these negative things going on, in Eastern Europe there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And you see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of the Jews kind of like a Jewish family really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there, and the king who was up on the stairs is magnanimously saying, well, you know, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews, like the Statute of Kalis, which is shown here, a 13th century statute. This is actually a remarkable representation of it by the great 20th century Polish Jewish artist, Arthur Szyk, who was saying, like, look how amazing it is that the Polish kings actually viewed the Jews positively and would invite them to the region. Jews were heavily involved in the early economy, as some of the earliest coins that come out of Poland actually have Hebrew letters on them, like this one here. It says Meshko Karol, or King Meshko, written right on the coin, because the Jews were the early minters as well as engaging in all kinds of other economic activities. And so by the time you get to the 18th century, you see in this map here, large populations of Jews throughout Poland, and it would constitute really the bulk of Ashkenazic Jewry going into the modern period. Although Jews in Poland would still retain the definition of themselves as Ashkenazic, which harkens back to Germany, they would nevertheless be overwhelmingly concentrated in the East, far more than they would be in Western European countries. And at the pinnacle of their activity there, which goes beyond the time frame that I've really set for this mini course up until about the year 1400, they would create something absolutely fantastic called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Forelands. And this was basically a uniting of all of the communities, the municipalities of Jews throughout the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in a single coordinating body, which in many ways allowed the Jews to function on a meta level, almost on a state within a state level, making sure that they regulated their internal behavior according to Talmudic law that was particularly occupied with things like commercial law and marriage law, and ensured that men who did not give their wives a get were still under the authority of the overarching Council of Lands. This is a page of minutes from the Council of Lands. And according to many historians, following the thought of Shimon Dubno from here, a great historian from Eastern Europe, this represented really a high point in Jewish civilization as a whole, because the Jews had sort of evolved to a point where they could exist as a society, fully participating within the diaspora environment without having to have a state of their own. Dubno, of course, was non-Zionist. He lived in a time when Zionism proved to be an extremely powerful phenomenon, and most Jews actually supported Zionism. But he felt that Zionism actually was a step backwards for the Jews, that the Jews had already evolved past the need for a state, that they could maintain their communal existence without connection to a state. Sadly, Dubno himself was killed by the Nazis, along with most of the people who did not see the value in having a Jewish state, at the very least, as a refuge for Jews in the face of anti-Semitism. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to think about what the Jews could achieve within their diaspora environment under the Council of Lands. And that takes us to the end of this particular section of classes. I hope you found this mini-series useful, and I wish you tremendous success in your journey through the Jewish history. Thank you very much for listening.
That's what they actually get back to me. That's Kanu. That's the name. So I'm giving you information right now.
Let me start by pointing out that I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is Judaism? When we're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith, is one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and, of course, developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information, which is called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with: honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate this as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibilities, which you'll see a little bit later today, some distinctions between Ashkenazim and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and belief, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. Every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all-encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of texts, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is Well, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of the certainly Ashkenazic Jews and split off. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splinter groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazic history. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials, like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in, really deep back and forth and trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that this Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew, is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things, which are studied to this very day. And in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halacha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, where the actual Rashi that we have in it. But the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand, broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can pull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, Rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page. That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that was started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day, and you can travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because the folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary on the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary on the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of, Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we shall see shortly, and saying, what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. An incredibly important contribution to their thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you've had some time with Professor Lawi, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Ba'alei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I've brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text. It just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazic Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the Oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning. And there's a discussion of how do you exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. further questions, longer explanations, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you'll get to the next text, the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi. That you can see that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we've discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. The Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font. They're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi, and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements of the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometime even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continues right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat when we're looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the
Yo, can you hear me?
who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz.
Can you hear me?
Hasidei means literally
I don't think you can hear
the
me.
highest ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you've heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand its meaning. But anyway, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom. and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But at any rate, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidei Ashkenaz is this book. The front page shown here is Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, of stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim, as is printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will called a tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think it would be pioneered by the Hasidei Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors, you get the house and you get the car and you get my favorite painting of Zadie or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written centuries thereafter. This is one of the
there he is. Happy Thanksgiving, big dog.
Hasidei Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish.
Absolutely. Did you enjoy your day? Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Okay, I've got to ask, why do you eat so late? I've got to ask, why do you eat so late? Okay. But last night you were able to go to the store and everything. Like, I like it, but I don't think it makes sense. But what I do know is that you have an invitation.
Please join Robbie's Discord to help him one piece and your friend. Discord. Yeah. It's fucked up. The world fucked up. Hello there, Jar.
Come join.
I'm doing good, Robbie.
It's called Play-Doh. Play-Doh?
We go in different voice channels.
Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, that's my friend. Just one moment. I'm in so many different Discords right now. Just one moment. Excellent. All right. I'm in so many different ones. All right. We have my friend who just joined. B-Taz. We call him B-Taz. We call him B-Taz. B-Taz. B-Taz, can you hear me, man? Excellent, dude. Excellent. So I met B-Taz in the iShowSpeed Discord. B-Taz, this is my friend Riser. This is B-Taz. B-Taz, it is Canadian Thanksgiving today. I'm not Canadian, but shout out to all the Canadians out there who have been celebrating Thanksgiving. I want you to know, B-Taz, that, like I said, when I blow up, you're going to help manage this Discord. Let me tell you what I do. Do you mind? Excellent. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. This is a time capsule for society. This is a timeline of history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, dark energy, faster than light travel. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about nuclear energy. We talk about fission energy, where we take an atom and rip it apart. We talk about fusion energy, where we take two atoms and slam them together. We talk about geothermal energy, where we take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and use Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. We talk about wind power and how it is inferior to what we prefer, tidal power, where you put turbines in the ocean and allow the ocean to power things. We talk about life extension technology, things like stem cells, human growth hormone. We talk about using platelets from ambrosia therapy. We talk about things like nootropics, and we talk about things like cold shock therapy. We talk about float tanks. We talk about, I just said float tanks. We talk about things like life extension technology into mind uploading technology. So let me tell you this, B-Taz. I don't know if you everything. I don't know, B-Taz. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Oh, okay. Just B, no Taz. Oh, only Taz. Okay. So, Taz, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? You know you're going to die? Okay, so let me explain this to you. There's a way to maybe escape death. So when you were born, you were probably going to live to age 80, 100, 120. But there's a type of technology known as life extension technology that can extend that, perhaps to age 150, perhaps 180, perhaps 200. But eventually your body's going to break down. That's when we get into the next type of technology, which is why I'm telling you I don't think you're going to die in the traditional sense. And this is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan Taz's brain. If you want, if you don't want, you can die like a normal person. But if you want, you might be able to escape death by scanning your mind your brain into a computer. We scan. This technology is moving from hypothetical to the real world. So it's becoming real. And within the next 30 years or so, it will be perfected to the point where we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being. You could be a robot. You could be whatever you want to be. It's a really interesting opportunity. That's just one of the things that we talk about in this. So, Riser, you may not be aware, but Taz was telling me that Taz is a Discord developer. They took a look at our Discord and they said that it seems like a cool place for a lot of people. So. Absolutely. Well, I'm from the United States. Yeah. Nice to meet you as well. So I just want to make you aware, as you know, I'm always live, and they gave me a little bit of trouble in the iShow Speed stream because I don't know, one person did. This guy, he's mean. His name is Daddy Boykins. That person is really mean. They were like, "You smell. Stop VC camping." I'm like, "What do you want me to do? Like, am I spending too much time in there without typing to people? What do you want me to do? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. But I want to meet new people just like you, and that's how you do it." I'm not doing anything against the rules, so I am just excited to make new friends. And you should know, Taz, you're always welcome here. And yeah, I'm really happy that you're here. Excellent. I'm always live, so whenever you want to come in and talk, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you, okay? Excellent. Hey, do you know about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It's the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth 7 cents. It was worth 31 cents today. It's incredible. It's the best. You should know everything about it. Well, this is the shirt. This is the logo. It's actually English. It's amazing. So it's Harry Potter, and then we have Obama, and then this is Sonic, and then 10, and then Inu is a species of dog. It's like a meme coin. It's going to the moon. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. They're amazing, and you should. I just wanted you to be aware of what all this is. Believe it or not, see this? This is a Sproto. This was worth $700 this time last year. It's worth $7,000. It's red, it's blue, and it's yellow. $7,000. How about this one? $7,000 here too. $7,000 here too. This one, $7,000. How about this bad boy? $7,000. It's incredible. So you should know there's a lot of exciting things happening. We're gonna go viral, and when we do, we're gonna help bring world peace. It doesn't get any better than that, does it? These. Do you know what an NFT is? Taz, do you know what an NFT is? It's a non-fungible token. Yeah, exactly. But it's like the art behind it. So what this little picture is, it's art that is worth $7,000. Just incredible. And so you should know that we've got a lot of exciting things going on here. Oh, you're going to learn a whole lot here. Every single day, you're going to learn something. And then you're going to learn things that I will teach you that will change your life forever. And you'll never be the same. And that's a really exciting opportunity. Excellent. Well, hey, Taz, do you know what mini golf is? Yeah, mini golf. It's like golf, but like smaller. All right. Here's what you want to do. There's an app called Plato. Plato, Plato, like the philosopher. You want to download it as soon as possible because I have another person here and we're going to have you join our threesome and we're going to become fast friends. So it's on the App Store and it's on Google Play. Whatever one, if you have an Android, you'll get it on Google Play. If you have an iOS device or an Apple device, you get it on the App Store. Plato. Will be very patient. I'll show you what the icon looks like. So you'll be like, oh, I know what that looks like. All right, here you go. Here's the icon that you were looking for. Excellent. That's okay. We get really, really competitive, and it's a lot of fun. And you're going to learn a lot here. You're going to make a lot of friends. It's a wonderful community, and you can consider, having met a new buddy. And if there's anything you ever need, we're here to help you. We're here to support you, and we're going to learn a lot together. Absolutely. And tell your friends. You're in a bunch of Discords. Share it with your friends. Be like, hey, I met this person who has been live streaming their life 24/7 for more than 3 years. And they have over 100 YouTube accounts. They have over 200 Instagram accounts. They have 300 beautiful 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I am the most documented individual in the history of the world. Okay, excellent. Absolutely. I asked ChatGPT who held the record, and I broke their record. It was Regis Philbin. I whooped his ass. Number 2 was Dick Clark. I whooped his ass. I'm the man, the myth, the legend, baby. Can't stop me, won't stop me. Rockefeller. I'm bigger than Oprah. Go for me. I am. I'm here. I'm listening. And if you're wondering, like where I am, I'm right here. I just had to adjust. I just adjusted a Discord, but I'm listening. I would. Hey, I'm in the. No, 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 no. I'm listening. So basically, just so you know that I really did hear you. You said basically that like the idea of what if death, the idea of death doesn't exist. Okay. Can I argue any of these points? Well, let me just let me ask a question. Hold on a second. If we say that the universe is like currently 12 billion years old or so, and it's going to be like 60 billion years old, are you saying once that 60 billion years is done? Okay, well, like generally speaking, no. This is what I'm asking. Are you saying that you're dead just as long as the universe exists, or you're saying you're dead for an infinite amount of time? Because if it's dead for the length of the universe, then you're going to be dead for another 50 billion years or so. And then what happens? I don't know. Whatever happens once the universe is done, I don't know. But you're saying, yeah, because what happens when that is done? I don't know. Do we all have like a reunion or something? I don't know. Well, like basically what I'm trying to say is that I think death is just within this universe. So if the universe ends and perhaps the multiverse theory is a thing, then you may be alive in another multiverse, or you may be able to continue your life in another way. Okay, so that's the multiverse theory. And so when wait, if you have infinite, hold on. Let's you. I don't really. I haven't. I've done this before, but I really want you to get into your mind what infinity means. Okay, it doesn't mean a lot. It means everything, and it means everything going to the right. It means everything going to the left. It means everything up. It means everything down. Welcome, welcome. How are you? I'm so glad that you're here. That's a pleasure to meet you. Excellent. Well, we were telling Taz about what we do. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, even 366 days a year in leap years for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of it being on the news that there's war anywhere on earth, and I want it to stop everywhere on earth. So, more than 3 years ago, I started streaming my life live 24/7 on YouTube. And here we are 3 years later, having built a little bit of a community. I have a stream that goes back to the pandemic, essentially. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is the biggest event in global history. No person has as many social media accounts as I do. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. It's just an incredible amount of data for any one person to have on the internet. And I am actually creating a platform where I can discuss world peace. How does it have to be? How did it get to be? I made the server myself. This is custom made. That's exactly 100%. I don't, I've heard of it at times. Yeah, what's going on with?
Yes, that's a really good point. Looking like May or something, or April.
I appreciate it. Yeah, they are.
Everything on the Christ the Redeemer statue. Didn't realize it. This that's what Brazil. In 360 again. I was like, oh god.
Hold on, stop. Why do you do this? Hold on. Why do you do this? Okay, that's fine. We have respect for Muslims, so you should know. Though I don't want to get into the nuking of discords. I don't want to have that. I see. Yeah, tell me. It's pretty simple. Generally, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Darren. Yeah, what's up? I know you did. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, thoughts? Yeah, my thoughts are that I don't agree with permanent bans. So I think you deserve another chance. It's just a matter of time. As I said, I don't agree with permanent bans of any kind. I think everybody deserves a second chance if given enough time. So in this case, if I were you, I would do my best to appeal and wait some time to appeal. See if I could maybe make friends with the mod and see if I could maybe get a good foot in the door with them, perhaps. Like, do you know who? Do you? Okay, okay. Well, I'm not sure. I want you to know, Effendi, you're welcome here whenever you want. And just like Taz, I'm glad to have a new friend. And yeah, you guys should know that we are welcoming. Yep. No, you're not. I'm fine. Listen. Effendi, if you're here to do a server, I don't want you. I want to be your friend, but I don't want to have these conversations with you. You're gonna have to understand something. You're gonna have to understand something really, really quickly. I don't want your help with this server right now. When I do, I'll tell you. Okay? Excellent. How's your day going? Excellent. Excellent. What'd you do today? Who? Follow for follow in social media. I gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, I'm a, do you want me to join a server? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That's a interesting. Are you on other social media? Excellent. Very cool. Are you a fan of iShow Speed? Okay. Cool. There you go. Very cool. And how long have you known Tad? Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Darren, stop this. Darren, I understand. I understand. So here's what I can advise you. A few things. One, don't call people monkey. Okay. It's demeaning and it's rude. What I can tell you is this: there are some major players in the iShow Speed server. One of them right now who could get you back immediately. I'll get you her name. Just one moment. It is, I believe it's like Haley. It could be wrong on that. Let me find it for you. It's in. She boosted iShow Speed's appeal server. Okay, so what I can advise you is really what the same thing that Taz and Afen said, which is get into the appeal server. Now, I know you said they're never going to allow me to come back. No, you're looking at this with very closed-minded eyes. You need to have foresight. So what am I saying to you? You're going to write a nice message in your appeal, and you're going to say, on this date, I made a mistake, and I used a phrase that I shouldn't have used. I want you to know that I apologize for it or that I'm sorry for it. I will never let it happen again. I want you to know that I understand that it may take some time for you to consider my request to have my ban lifted. But I want you to know that I will never make that mistake again, and I would appreciate it if you would consider lifting my ban. They're not going to let it. Okay, so guess what? The next day, you do the same thing in a very nice way. Okay? They're not going to do it. Third day, you're going to do the same thing. Do it every single day for a year. I almost guarantee you they will just get sick of you. They will get sick of and you'll be able to get back. And then you never use that phrase again, and you don't joke like that. So, Darren, do you get? Okay, so then the way that you describe that. Okay, so the way that you wait, I understand. I understand why you got. I understand why you got banned for that. You should understand something. Some things are funny, and some things aren't, and that's not funny. Hey, that's how you learn. You won't make that mistake again. There are some funny things in this world, and there are some not, and there are places to make jokes, and there are places that aren't not to make jokes. Obviously, they didn't want you to make that joke. Now, what I think you could perhaps do, is ask for forgiveness and explain that you made a mistake. Whether they're going to let you back in or not, that's not up to me, though. But Darren, you really need to reconsider something too. If someone's a minor, they in no way should have any kind of sexual. You shouldn't have any kind of sexual lust for them. They should be off limits. If anything, you should be doing your best to be a good role model. And typing "yummy" when someone says that they're a minor isn't being a good role model. So you made a mistake. It's okay. So Darren, I can tell you this: if you want to get in another big, another big Discord, there are a few of them. There's the Daddy Discord. There's the cool. It's called Cool. Just one moment. And these guys, they know more, but Chill Zone, and then there's Dad Scored, and then there's another one like Mika. Mika is another one. Get into those. It's the same people. I mean, it's really like Discord's not that big of a place where people aren't in other people's Discords, and so just make sure that you make new friends in there. In the meantime, I'm not saying you'll never get back into iShow Speed, but for right now, you made a joke that was not appreciated there. It happened. So, do you know about Mika and you know about Daddy Scored and you know about Chill Zone? Okay. Yeah. So Daddy Scored is just discord.gg/daddy. You go in there. I'm streaming in there right now. And it's the same people. And they're basically it's a bigger Discord. It's the biggest Discord and most active Discord server on all of Discord. It's been going for 7 years. It has hundreds of thousands of people in there. In fact, if you go in that Discord, you may never leave. It's so big. Just go in that Discord and you'll forget about iShowSpeed. The reason why is because iShowSpeed right now has 8 people in the VC. That one has 700, and that's people with cameras. I don't even know about people who. Yeah, do you see now? Absolutely. I'm gonna tell it to you. It's Discord. That's okay. I'll repeat it. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna send it. I have it memorized. Go to the Discord and you type discord.gg/daddy, DADDY. I would. Sure. You shouldn't even write it though. Just join it right now. At the very bottom, there's a little plus. You press the plus button, and then you just type in exactly what I'm saying. Discord.gg/daddy, DADDY. You got it. It's the biggest Discord server there is. Okay, then go to Chill Zone. CHILLZONE. It's the same people who do Daddy. It's the same people who do Mika. They're all the same, run by the same people, and they're the biggest Discord servers. If you want to go to a Discord server that has people in it right now, there are only like 15 of them that are really active with a lot of people, and they're all basically run by the same people. So you can go to it. It's Chill Zone, CHILLZONE. Go to that one. Definitely. Do you see how many people are in it? Yeah, I want you to see it because it's impressive.
Support your opinion on intuition as well. I do feel the same way about it from what I've heard about all the centralization and stuff like that. I just think really ambitious. Centralization.
Did you have the opportunity to join it?
When you can understand, like, Ethereum's innovation, Solana was 2020 and now, like, everyone's coming out with that new blockchain, which is, like, coming out with new iPhone, and it's just going to get upgrade. It's not going to.
They're all the same people. Like, I don't know how. Right. I'm glad you got it. Excellent. Darren, enjoy yourself. Absolutely. If you want more Discord, a little. Yeah, but here's the thing. Hold on. I can do it I can do it fluently with this. Just one moment. Yeah, so I don't really need to. I can speak as much Hebrew as I need for my services, but because I speak biblical Hebrew, but when it comes to speaking with people, my Hebrew is still a work in progress. So I use this, and I can speak Hebrew better than most people who speak Hebrew. So just so you see, I can speak Hebrew with this, and it goes immediately. And I'll do the same with these guys, and I'll show them Pakistani.
אני יכול לדבר עברית עם זה, וזה הולך מיד, ואני אעשה את אותו הדבר עם החבר'ה האלה, ואני אראה להם פקיסטנית.
Just for a moment, and I'll show them with Pakistani. Pardon me? No, this is a it's called a pocket talk. It's a pocket talk. It's like it's like a pocket translator. Okay, excellent. That's what I wanted. Just a moment. Yeah. No, I'm not from Israel. I'm from the United States. Yeah, most certainly. All my prayers are in Hebrew. Absolutely. Here, big dog.
Write our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, our blessings that we want to confer on them, and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives, and so on. It's a very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda Chassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother. Right? So if Reuven's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is rigorously adhered to today. It also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuven falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to her, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to the teaching of Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, either in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have.
Yo, dog, I'm here. What?
Centuries later, the great.
I'm adjusting one of my computers.
Kutzker Rebbe, who was of the Hasidic
I'm adjusting one of my computers.
19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, God willing. He once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his life, he should have included the Ten Commandments in there as well. I don't know if I'm speaking through Zoom, but I hope you're enjoying that. Okay. One last detail about the study of Judaism in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later their migration from Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well.
Jewish history lectures.
And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history.
Pardon me?
It represents a...
Sure, what's going on? We're learning about it right now. I'm telling you, this is the history of history of Judaism. So if you want to learn about Jews and Israel and all of what we do, this is exactly how to do it. Just listen, and you will learn everything that you need to know about Jewish history. I want world peace. I don't want anyone else to die. So I want everybody to put down their guns and their weapons. I want all the hostages to come home. And I want people to sit. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want anyone else to die. I want literally no people to die. Zero. I think that what you've said may be accurate. Because I am live streaming my life. I'm 38. Yeah. How old are you? Dude, I have to kick you out. I'm sorry, man. It says you have to be 18 to be in here. You can. Apologies, man. Then come back next month. I don't want to ban you. Just come back next month, okay? Okay, come back next month. Taz, I'll answer all your questions next month, okay? Sound like a deal? Excellent. Take care, buddy. Excellent. Excellent. Hey, but I mean this. When you turn 18, on your 18th birthday next month, come here and we'll wish you a very special birthday. We'll have a party for you, okay? Excellent. We'll see you next month, big dog. Take care, my friend.
It's not being as visible because it's not as like I don't know, as direct or just I don't know what the adjective I'm looking for, but it
everybody's like, fuck basketball. Like, I don't want a piece of that. Like, metal music. Punk rock. But yeah, like all these little subcultures that start. People are all dressed together. Or like weed. People really love weed. Like we had a weed cover band come to town. Like everybody turned up for that. They all dressed like I started playing shit. Is the Rabbi's camera on or am I druggy? Yeah, you know that. I like muscle. When is the Rabbi's camera? Is it on? I just thought it was on. I can't see it. He's waving. He's waving. Okay, let me leave and come back. I must be ready. Anyone want to play mini golf?
I do. I do, Zoot.
Let's play mini golf.
All right, well, we don't play in there, big dog. Zoot, get some people in there to download it.
Oh, Possum is so uber today. Yeah, try. I eat Jewish too. Yeah. Maybe. Dad, put your camera on. You're always my camera. Oh, I can't. Like, I lost ability to live like a normal person, and I don't look like a normal person, so no. But you've never looked like a normal person. That's why we love. Bro, I haven't showered in days. Okay. I know that. There, I can smell you through here. We got it. No, I can't see Zoot either. I can't see. Oh, you're missing it. What's that? I'm missing it. Zoot. Can you do that again? Oh, damn. Yeah, Possum, you're missing out. I've seen Zoot plenty. Oh, yeah, but it's not like how he looks. It's what he's doing. Full rotate. Why is it not working? I'm so annoyed now.
The uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that, God willing, in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generations, the Yeridat Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that was kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still remaining in a human body as a mortal. And then as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Hasidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So one of the things the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. There are, in traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, the 10 Commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment. Other people say, no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazic figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a seam-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Karo, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When you get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, the great Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith. Meaning, I will tender for argument that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and I, like my guy friends, we show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere, in home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, would have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halakhic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into two types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things, and negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, here's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. Let me give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatch roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment, sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be, from the Ten Commandments, honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like the positive, but it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night, doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay? So positive commandments, defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover, right? No leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. It's a thou shalt not, do not eat, but it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, and your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, 10 Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is a basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them. And certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have, a nursing child or, things that you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of this. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that where certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority over men on, and it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, that unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is the universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. And one of the things that is definitely associated with death is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this picture, a modern mikvah. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually made in connection with my synagogue, so I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video, where we will enter the mikvah of Carpentras, France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you can get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because you get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so the interior has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see this 14th century mikvah, which I think is absolutely. So look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in Jewish Karriere, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them. Look at this beautiful Baroque interior that's strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe. There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can sure. Yeah, of course. Wow. Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were to warn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Hey, Solomon, say something for the camera. The privilege to be holding a 1771 census bureau.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikveh, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds. Dites quelque chose.
Pour le cas.
Dites quelque chose aux États-Unis.
Je l'ai dit en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
As I told you, you're not allowed in here, big dog. You gotta wait till next month. Please leave.
Et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite. Et shalom à tous.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà ce que je voulais dire. Guinness, oui. Il faut le voir. OK. Et c'est une maison de documents. Il y avait des documents. Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Je n'ai pas vu ça ce matin.
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça, qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Des couloirs ici, toutes les maisons.
Des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles un peu tous. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guinness de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Livres, des vieux, comme on appelle ça, des tefillin, tissés, des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589, 1590, oui.
Wow,
1540, 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's, I hope you enjoyed that little quick trip to France. So we got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue, in particular to look at the medieval mikveh underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikveh anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikveh either. By modern standards, they're kind of like yuck. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, and then of course the 20th century looks more like a spa than anything else. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. In generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say. My grandmother, Allah Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of a boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then for women, of course, the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy was definitely not a big thing in medieval Ashkenaz. It was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than mitzvah. But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, it goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue. But nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of attaining literacy, although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazic documents. They may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. It's far more likely for women to be able to read and write, at least in Yiddish, than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, is a pattern that would hold true right up until modern periods. Then you have, of course, and the last element of life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the Chevra Kedusha. I shouldn't actually say that. It's not like death was actually controlled. Death is largely out of our hands. But the process of burial and mourning and so on was largely managed by this high-status committee called the Chevra Kedusha. The weekly cycle is something that Jews would have experienced most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holidays, once every 7 days of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today, in the 21st century, is even more remarkable because of its removed from our contemporary activities. But basically, on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, it's forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire, it's forbidden to cook food, it's forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and in the public thoroughfare without a device called an Erev, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it's so much more radical today is because, we really operate in a 24/7 environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which, like a digital fast. Whereas for observant Jews, well, of course you turn off your phones. Of course you ignore communicating with the broader world. You communicate with the ones you love, your family, your community, and so on. And it's a very different kind of approach to the week. For modern day Jews, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off, food is not prepared on the Sabbath, it has to be prepared in advance, just like medieval period, and so on. The Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which shared some features with the Jewish Sabbath, but that disconnect between these two different days of the week had implications, as we shall see as we get to the modern period in particular. And then, of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly with the seasons in the land of Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern climes as well, including, for example, that holiday of sitting in the outdoor booths on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October, and that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, those are the dates that are followed. So there's so much more to say about the daily, weekly, and yearly cycles of Judaism, not nearly as relevant to our more narrow study of history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching. Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism in Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly we mean when we use this term, anti-Semitism. As we shall see, we're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. And it is a term that is unfortunately au courant. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazi experience in medieval period in particular. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the longest hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable little brief post-war work he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, if we had more time to discuss it, we could certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow, explain their situation by looking at the Jews as to being to blame. We certainly, unfortunately, see that today in contemporary America. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works, a forgery of a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy, that, even though there's a tiny, tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of a reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious anti-Semitic work. So much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now, this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marr, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developing language families around this time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, it also includes Arabic and so on, but anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic talk. And so saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern age as kind of this bizarre imaginary world Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe, and therefore many scholars today, since there is no such thing as Semitism, there is no such world Jewish conspiracy. I'm embarrassed I even have to actually say that, but because there is no really such thing as Semitism, therefore anti-Semitism should not be spelled with a hyphen, which implies that one is anti an actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled generally with a lowercase s and no hyphen, anti-Semitism, meaning it's a word used as a phenomenon of hatred towards specifically Jews. Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the idea of a world Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively to the medieval and certainly to the biblical period, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use the term in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focusing on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger, that reflects a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. And there's a whole bunch of things, like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership in the group only to men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There was two pretty significant revolts against Rome, 3 if you count the Titus rebellion as well, that resulted ultimately in destruction of the Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in a further persecution under Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Fine has actually done some great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it would have looked like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple for Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrated in war victory propaganda. And it seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. We can debate the finer points, but basically it's a normal type of human hatred in the ancient period as far as we can see. Now, it changes significantly with the birth of Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews who refined their faith, specifically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the 2nd century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogue, still keeping kosher, still observing Passover, things like that, and a much larger group of non-ethnic Jews who adopted the Christian religion, you see a kind of a family feud, us versus us arguing to an us versus them kind of environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and in the Church Fathers and so on. You can see here in a couple of medieval representations, which are actually from the period of time we're talking about. These are both representations of the articulation of the difference between Christianity and Judaism, which would be especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to illiterate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism, so it would be easier for people to understand what their relationship was to the frequently wealthy Jews living in urban environments, and understand what their relationship was. On the left, you see they're typically portrayed in pairs like this. One represents the church, always on the left side, which would have been under the right hand of Jesus. Sometimes you see him in a cross in the middle, and he's got his right hand over the church, and the left hand, the weaker hand, over synagogue. So on the left of the Strasbourg sisters, you see church with a crown and a solid staff, holding a chalice, and she's clear-eyed and she's standing erect and so on. On to her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall. She has her head down in sadness. Her crown is gone. She's blindfolded to the truth. Her staff is broken, kind of like a symbol of her loss of power. And even the 10 Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually towards the ground like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place, so to speak. On the right, you see a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Werben, Germany, 15th century. On the left is the church riding on a tetramorph, a dignified-looking mythical creature, with the upright staff and the chalice, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her with a halo, so you get a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue, who is riding on a donkey, holding a ram's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps to the binding of Isaac and the carnal nature, as argued by the church fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. These motifs appear over and over again in the literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue images that we have. Her staff is broken, and just in case you missed the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of her skull, indicating that she is no longer in favor. So this is a special kind of animus that is largely a result of a religious dispute between the younger faith that emerged from the older faith and a rejection of the older faith. It's qualitatively quite different from the earlier Roman Greek xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You couldn't say that, I don't know, let's say Buddhists would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to Jews, because they don't have the same relationship with Jews historically. And then the period that we are entering now and you see all of a sudden anti-Semitism just goes off the rails, and it goes into bizarre pathologies, which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. Ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Like, where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very conversant in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onward, and have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 21st century, believe it or not. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really beginning. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. Jews have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian Crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath, and Christians murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are able to get a foothold in Jerusalem and in Israel, and it goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several crusades, but what's especially relevant for us looking at Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many different people are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined troops associated with the nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take upon themselves some kind of neo-prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to Christian glory. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't use the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. And so from the horrible year 1096, and then repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, the tri-town on the Rhine River, also in Köln and many other places, where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, of riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these horrific stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews. who see this as kind of like a choice with no alternatives. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic lands when forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which Rashi, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized, and then later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question, really, of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish and they are accepted back into the community, but there was, at any rate, a significant amount of debate at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of these turning points in Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. A large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century in particular. Pope Innocent III, shown here actually leading a massacre of the Cathars, that is a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there was a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. As you can see here, this representation of a Jewish man and a woman, and they have the ruel. It is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus, may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But and sometimes it's the tablets of the law. Sometimes it's red. Sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation that comes much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David very heavily. But in this Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which was not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously had very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but now from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as servi camerae regis, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church begins to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. Now, how we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. It first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 1144 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who will prey on children. God forbid, should not happen to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are murdered, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered and they want to find a culprit. It is remarkably easy to blame the Jews and say, aha, the Jews did this. And they ask, well, why would the Jews do this? And say, oh, the answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the argument, basically, of the charge of ritual murder. From England, it spreads to the continent, and here you can see it throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands. It actually penetrates Sephardic lands as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was specifically charged against the Jews. So I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion, that devolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of this story, that not only did the Jews need to kill this Christian child, they need to drink its blood, drink the child's blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could only be resolved through Christian blood, that Jews were infertile, and this was a way of restoring Jewish fertility, that Jewish men menstruated, and they needed to replenish their iron by drinking Jewish blood. Absolutely ridiculous, insane kind of assertions, but each one built upon each other in a conspiracy-like mentality. And it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. It was just simply, the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered. No body was ever found. No one ever reported a child missing. And the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. It was an absolutely horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If we move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I feel constrained to point out this is completely imaginary. This never happened, but nevertheless, the belief that it did happen was sufficient to cause these terrible riots, these show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, perpetrations of this idea right up until the 21st century. This is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist named Gasparo who actually, painted a scene based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I can possibly justify. So the blood libel just races through Europe from the 12th century onward and has a lasting hold on the popular imagination. Let us move to the next element, which is related to it, and that is the charge of host desecration. And let's just recall, in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually, there is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins and will receive penance and an absolution. And at the end of that, they are allowed to participate in this ritual of communion, which involves the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer, like a little round cracker, could be a cube bread, like in some churches, and drink some wine, and this has significance, obviously, within Catholic practice. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents through the doctrine known as transubstantiation, the actual body of Jesus. And so the thought goes, and by the way, during the 14th century in particular, where you had the Eucharist controversy, Eucharist is another word for this thing called the host, which refers to the cracker. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There's a certain amount of pushback. I'm not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the food actually was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically, but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the abuse of children, but do involve the abuse of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is very similar. Jews are rounded up. There will be a trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public burnings and massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of the host desecration from Passau, Germany. And you can see the story is laid out kind of like almost in a comic book form, which makes it kind of interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church. And you can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has at his side. In the second panel, he goes to the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the ruel there. And he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel. And in the fourth panel, you can see that they are stabbing the host. You can see in the background, the artist is obviously unaware of Hebrew typography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on the two tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously, it is bleeding. Right? The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument to begin with. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with the host. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The rounded hat like that is also, with the kind of pointed top, is associated with Jews as part of the Fourth Lateran Council as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian, who originally was the accomplice who betrayed the host, this is a very common theme, is taken away. And then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, the violence against Jews was something which was characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the host desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland, also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who would see conspiracy afoot. Now, it's also important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? It's quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The higher levels of the church and the popes for most of these periods were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder charge. They saw no point to it. Jews, when there was rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and assistance was forthcoming.
Yo, what up, Miss Sinville? How you living?
Printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees.
Hello. How are you? Okay, that's cool. Hey, how are you? Miss Sinville. Hello, how are you? How is your day going? Absolutely. Well, is this the first time we've had the opportunity to speak? Excellent. Oh, well, even better. Let me tell you about my project, if you don't mind. Excellent. Are you ready? I think so. I see that it's yes, I do. Yes, I see it. Hello, how are you? Wow, pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I have made it my life's mission to end it. I also want to help with world hunger. I have a 6-point plan, all backed by technology, including the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land and make it drinkable. I stand up for women, particularly on the internet. I don't think that it is right that the corporatocracy or the technocracy discriminates against women, specifically on in terms of their skin. If I show my chest on camera, nothing happens to me. But if I would have a sister and she did the same, she would lose her account. That is de facto discrimination, and I want to end it. I don't feel that these companies should be able to discriminate based on the color of your skin nor the content of your skin. People have to use these platforms to provide for their families and themselves. And when the punishment is perhaps the loss of an entire account because of a nip slip, I just really think that that's unfortunate. So I'm here to stand up for people of all backgrounds. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed. Okay. Hey there. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Tal, I told you need to leave. Come back next month. Tal, this is the last time I'm going to tell you this. If you come back again, I will have to ban you for a month. Please, I told you. Tal, please leave. Tal, can you hear me? Or Taz, I apologize. Taz. Taz, can you hear me? Taz, now you told me that you would leave and that you would come back in a month. Oh, maybe I can't hear you. Maybe I can't hear you. Hold on one second. Just one moment. All right. All right. Miss Info, can you hear me? Hello. Pleasure to meet you. Amazing. Uh, I don't at all. Wow. How amazing are you? You're like the most amazing person in global history. Wow. You're amazing. Miss Info, do you know that I don't think you're going to die? I don't think you're going to die. And let me explain why. You're going to be a very rich person in the future. Just because you are an influencer and for having an amazing body and all of that, you're going to be very rich. But additionally, wow. There you go, girl. Look at you. Look what you were blessed with. You're amazing. Good on you. Well, I don't think you're going to die, and this is really exciting. What do I mean? You're going to be able to take advantage of different type of technology. You're going to be able to afford it, like human growth hormone, like stem cells, like ambrosia therapy, perhaps, like perhaps uh, cryogenics, perhaps cold shock therapies. You make it really, really tough to talk about science, but I'm going to do my best. And you're going to be able to extend your life past age 80, past age 100, past age 120, into perhaps 150, 180, 200. But eventually, that beautiful body of yours is going to break down, and you may want to continue living. And how are you going to be able to do it? You're going to be able to do it perhaps through a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Have you ever heard of mind uploading technology? Excellent. Well, I think you're going to be able to take advantage of it, and we'll be able to store that beautiful brain of yours into a computer if you want. If you want, you don't have to do this if you don't want, and you'll be able to be an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, perhaps a clone of yourself. Perhaps you could be a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. I hope that that makes you happy. Excellent. Excellent. So we talk about some other really cool types of technology as well, like de-extinction technology. Do you know what de-extinction technology is? Do you know what de-extinction technology is? Okay, this is really, really exciting. Boy, I wish all my audiences were as attractive as this currently is. All right, so we have a type of technology that has already been utilized in 2003. The Pyrenean ibex, basically a type of goat in northern Spain, southern France, went extinct. Scientists were able to bring it back and impregnate uh, an ibex in 2003. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific comes about, and they have within the next 3.5 years, by 2028, they want to make it their goal to bring back the woolly mammoth. Have you ever heard of the woolly mammoth? Excellent. Well, the woolly mammoth is perhaps going to be back with calves that are going to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle within the next 3.5 years, and that's really exciting. Absolutely. Following the woolly mammoth, they wanna reintroduce the Siberian tiger, and I'm sorry, the Tasmanian tiger, and then, followed by the dodo bird. So you may be able to have a dodo. You know what? Let's make it our goal for Miss Info, if she wants, perhaps, if we can bring back a dodo bird, one day on your stream, we'll have a dodo bird, and it'll be like, "Wow, remember when Rabbi talked to me about having a dodo bird on my stream, and now I have a real dodo bird?" I think it'd be great. Excellent. Yeah. Hey, so Can I tell you what is a game changer in terms of sex toys? Excellent. Right here. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a Sure, girl. Amazing. 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 We are going to have when this goes viral, you're gonna have your own model of that. You're gonna have your own line of things. You're gonna be an icon and a trailblazer of this industry. In particular, the haptic feedback industry. In addition to all that stuff that you're doing, lovers are gonna wanna be united from thousands of miles away, and they won't be able to unite immediately, and there will be these types of technologies, and you're gonna be a trailblazer in them. So you should be very excited about that. All right. Pardon me? Sure. Well, isn't it Rabbi's fucking lucky day? Welcome, welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm glad you're here. Well, isn't misinfo a breath of fresh air, folks? We were not expecting this, but very intelligent, very, very cool person. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed it, and I hope you all did too. I know y'all did. High fives, kids. And when I say kids, I mean friends who are 18 and over. Dogs, that was fucking amazing. It's that kind of shit that makes me proud to be a man. That was fucking amazing. If I went into somebody's Discord and that happened to me, I would never, ever leave. Ever. So, Salwani, if you're like, dog, I'm never fucking leaving. I understand why. I just be 18. That's all I hope. It says you have to be an 18 to be in here. And that's why, kids. Because you never know what's going to happen. We saw tits, and it was amazing. There she is. Welcome, welcome. Well, look at you. You are amazing. All right. So, we were talking about mind uploading technology. Do you want to have your... Oh, it's definitely my lucky day. Absolutely. So, do you want to be one of the people who has their mind uploaded? You would? Do you want to have your mind uploaded, or do you want to die at age like 80? Can you repeat that? Just a moment. Maybe I'm having trouble hearing you. All right. If given the opportunity to have your mind uploaded, would you want to have your mind uploaded, or do you want to die at a normal age? All right. So I was wow. All right. I was telling you about a toy. I'm going to be a spokesperson for this toy. It is known as the Womanizer. Are you familiar with this bad boy? Oh, yeah, you are, girl. Good on you. Well, I'm going to tell you what. The way I got my hands on this was many years ago. I was on Amazon, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go to the Amazon reviews for women's sex toys that are 5 stars and above and go by the absolute best ones, and I'm going to buy them all, and then I'm going to have my friends try them out and tell me which are the best ones, and that came out number 1. There you go. Damn, girl. You know what you're doing. All right. So you said that I can download some kind of app and control that thing? All right. What's the name of the app? I'll download it right now. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Wow. Good on you. Mhm. Okay. You just sit back and relax, and I'm going to play a song. Here we go.
We got the afternoon. You got
Room for two. One thing I've left to do. Discover me, discovering you. 1 mile to every inch of your skin like porcelain. One pair of candy lips and your bubblegum tongue. And if you want love, we'll make it. Swim in the deep sea of blankets. Take all your big plans and break them This is bound to be a while. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonder. I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Out the way your hair falls in your face. I love the shape we take when crawling towards the pillowcase. You tell me where to go, the way I need to find out and never let your hand hit the bed without my hand behind it. You want love, we'll make it. Swim in a deep sea of blankets. Tickle your big plans and break 'em. This is bound to be a while. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonder. I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Yeah, baby, you frustrate me. I know you're mine, all mine, all mine. You look so good, it hurts sometimes. Just relax, put your head down. You're amazing. You did amazingly. Good job. 100%. Perfect score. You're amazing. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is, I'll use my hands. Your body is a wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na, da-na-na, da-na, da-na-na, 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 na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. Well, that was amazing. Good on you. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah. What if we can make that happen, though? That's okay. That's not. Well, we're going to be able to solve all of those. Let's talk about it, okay? Because this is going to change the way that you love, the relationships that you have, this conversation that we have right now. If you do have the opportunity to live forever, which I think you will, you're a very talented individual. You should know that psychologically, in any relationship that a human has, within about 7 years or so, the eye starts to wander. And so in the future, when people say that they're going to get married forever for the rest of time, that's going to vary in the future when people can perhaps live forever. Now, I know you're saying I'm predisposed to cancer and alcoholism and all these other things. You're going to be a very rich person, very, very rich person. You are an attractive individual, but you are also, in addition to that, smart and extremely, extremely outgoing. Those are some major, major benefits. You're going to be able to write your own ticket. You are. Let me explain. You're a creator. You create content. You're either one of two things in this world, a creator or a consumer. You create. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than air, than clothing, than shelter, than anything. And I have more data on the internet than anyone. And I'm going to make you a very rich person. I'm going to have more money than I know what to do with. And I'm going to make sure that all your hopes and dreams come true. And you'll be able to take on any kind of that you perhaps have in the future. And you'll be able to perhaps live indefinitely digitally. And that's a really exciting future. You should know this. You are the first person to do this. And you're an amazing person. You're a trailblazer. And you're just going to continue to be seen as really a leader. So you should be excited about that. What's that? What's this? So you may not think that I see. You may not think you'll be able to take advantage of this type of technology, but you will. Let's talk about another type of technology. It's known as I call it revivification technology. I think we've all met someone in our lives who we've lost, and we want to bring them back. And I know that you think that things may be limited, but you're gonna have so much money, you're not gonna know what to do with it. Look, let me just tell you. You see this shirt? It says let's accidentally get rich, and all this. Guess how much an NFT of this is worth? Take a guess. Do you know what an NFT is? It's it's a non-fungible token. It's basically digital art. When I started with that project, absolutely, and they do. And the cryptocurrency that sponsors me, when I started, it was worth less than a penny. 3 weeks ago, it was worth 7 cents. Last week, it was worth 22 cents. This week, it's worth 31 cents. That's more and more money. Eventually, this is going to go viral. I'm live in iShow Speedster, Aiden Ross's Discord, and a litany of others. I'm a very famous person on Kick already. You already knew who I was. Pardon me? Yeah, I love Orlando. He's my man. Well, you should. He's wonderful. Let me tell you about Orlando. He took chances on me when no one knew about me on Kick and allowed me to stream my life in his Discord for quite a long time. And Orlando Jet will always be the first Kick streamer who allowed me to spend a lot of time in their Discord and stream. I think really highly of him. I like to watch him game. I love his accent. I love his demeanor. I think he's a great streamer, and I'm glad that he's KCIP. What are you doing? You look like you're doing art. Are you doing makeup? You are doing art. Your face is art. Do you know what the most attractive characteristic is to either sex? It is symmetry. What do you think of that? Do you agree? Do you disagree? That's okay. Do you multi-stream? Why not? I won't distract you if that's bothering you. Mascara. Mascara. Oh, eyeliner. Eyeliner. Apologies, I didn't see. Close enough.
So to make it simple, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions here. What would be the one thing they could do right now to change the money
I have a challenge for you. You ready? I'm going to give you a time to start sucking in on that thing, and I want you to hold it. Take as big a inhale as you can and hold it as long as you can, like as big a hit as you can. I want to see how long you can go. You take your time.
What are you looking at?
Everywhere you turn, I can't let you go. Everything you done is great. Nothing you really know. I'm gonna go viral very soon, and you are too. So you better be excited.
It doesn't matter if you love him or capital HIM.
Girl, you're gonna be famous. You're gonna be able to write checks and make sure that they cash for millions of dollars, billions of dollars. You're gonna be on top of the world. Everybody's gonna be jealous of you, and you're gonna love it.
My mama told me when I was young,
Kat, hold on. This guy keeps coming. I'm leaving him. I'm done with him. Look at you. Damn, girl. Wow. You're going to be so famous in the best of ways. Everybody's going to be jealous of you. You're going to be top of all the pages. To take private planes wherever you want. You'd be a pop star if you want. Your kids could be pop stars if they want. They'll be whatever they want. They can be librarians if you want. All right. There you go. You want to be a Playboy centerfold? Excellent. Well, make sure it's done. What month do you want? I'll make it happen. What month do you want? You know, they like give you Playboy comes out monthly or did. What month do you want to be? Absolutely, 100%. Listen, right now, if you're listening to me, so I believe it's Hugh Hefner's daughter who has taken over the Playboy Corporation. Hear me now. We have our friend here, and I want everyone to know that Miss Info is going to be able to choose whatever month she wants. We don't want to put any pressure on her. She'll be able to choose what she wants, but we're going to make sure she wants to be in Playboy. And that is something that I think is amazing. I've read every single Playboy centerfold since the magazine started on this stream because I think very highly of these women. And so I went through to read every single one of them. And our friend here, Miss Info, is going to be one in whatever issues she wants to be in. And that's her dream. We're going to make it happen. Good on you. So you don't have to pick the month now, but you should know that you're going to be a Playboy centerfold. But that's not why you're going to be famous. You're going to be famous for a lot of reasons. And I think they're going to be for some of the charities that you start. Do you have any causes that are close to your heart? What's a cause close to you? Excellent. Okay. If I could tell you that I knew the cure to cancer, would you want to know what it is right now? No, it's not no sugar. I wish. It's vitamin B17. It's in seeds of apples, cherries, peach pits. There's a reason why animals in the wild don't get cancer. There's a reason why people in the wild don't get cancer. Eskimos or Inuit people, Native American tribes, they don't get cancer. 0%. There's a reason why. It's because the Western diet, the modern diet, has us remove all of the seeds from our fruits. But if you actually give fruits to animals, the first thing that animals do is they eat the seeds. They tear through the fleshy outside and they eat the seeds. There's a little bit of what's called cyanide in every one of these seeds that is unlocked when it meets a cancer cell. That's why you'll never get a cure for cancer from the pharmaceutical industry because it's a natural cure. And it seems important to you, and I know. So if you never want to have cancer, eat your apples. You've heard the saying, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." There's a reason why the saying is, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." So that's that. Okay, so what do you want to do aside from being Playboy? I want to know all your dreams. Do you have any other dreams? Okay. Well, just if you ever do have any others, you let me know, and I'm going to help you with them, okay? I want to help you. I want you to be successful. And I think you will be. So with that said, I one time spammed you in Kick. How else did you hear about me, or just Kick? Was it just Kick? That's okay. So I've told you a little bit about myself. I'm currently in the middle of some Jewish history lectures. If you'd like to listen alongside, it's up to you. I'm just going to hit play. If you want to talk, I want to talk. But if you just want to listen, I want to listen, okay? Okay. Well, if you need to get ready, you get ready. But I want you to know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever want to do that in the future, I'm here. I will serenade you. I will sweet talk you. I'll do anything you want. Thank you so much for that. That was wonderful. Thank you. All right. There it is,
do
kids.
not drink Christian blood. Please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and, God forbid, kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade this indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popularity, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be, at any rate, unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the popes. And they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy and the local population charging the Jews with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards the host desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host was the body of Jesus, and the host desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove, largely unsuccessfully, to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fomented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood libel, and then after it, the host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazic Jewry, particularly in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages going into the 14th century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element, which proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards the eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which, as you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe, and results in phenomenal demographic devastation. You know, sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years, and cause tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, you know, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews. We simply have no data to support that or even to deny it, but it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazic history. There's a discussion in the Talmud of a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. Even a dog that barks a lot is potentially hazardous to other people, and therefore you will be subject to or liable for damages if your dog harmed another person, even if they barked and frightened another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animals as pets, in particular cats. So the theory, which is kind of fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice. The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible for the plague. So therefore, Jews were less likely to get the plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat cleaner. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed, hardly changed their clothes at all. Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So it's not that much cleaner. And, you know, washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. You know, washing with cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to contract bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge. If I remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentrations in urban settings, which was more characteristic of Jewish patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and to catch the contagion because they simply have many more people they come into contact with in a given day. So that urban debt or that urban charge would suggest that Jews probably suffered more from the plague than others. There are some interesting studies of local activities. We do have some memoirs from doctors, Jewish doctors, who were active in the plague, but they do not give us any real indication one or the other. At any rate, sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more anti-Semitic theories because one of the popular ideas was, well, it must be that Jews caused this plague somehow. Some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the devil and they had received the help of lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison the waters of Europe. And you see in this image here, there's a representation of a Jew standing on the left, and he's wearing some kind of like a turban, which is like the artist's impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern garb. There is the victim of a ritual murder on the cross there and wounded, probably also of the blood libel. And using, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag he's about to drop into the well. The Jews were able to concoct some kind of secret recipe that would create the plague, and then he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the waters and poisons them. So the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. So taken together, this rather nasty period of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from Ashkenaz is accelerated by numerous expulsions. As you can see in this map, there's a whole range of them. This includes, of course, the great expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century. But the expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration, and but nevertheless very much connected with arguments over debt load and things like that. We see the same kind of thing happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various human-hating activities. That's really what misanthropy means, or misanthropy, hating other people. And we see that expressed in the blood libel, the host desecration. Both of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, have a powerful hold on the imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions which are related to panic over contagion related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic, the anti-Semitic, and various cultural popular movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a far less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. As they move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine, there they find not only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed, much like they were earlier as servae camerae regis, as servants of the royal chamber. They're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss in a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. I thank you very much for sticking with me through this difficult lecture. Let us begin right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Jewry. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Here, I hope you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert, because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial and has actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold von Ranke, who is one of the most important 19th century historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. He says that historians should really concentrate on, in this famous phrase, was es eigentlich gewesen war, what actually happened. I just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. And that's, a little bit more complicated than many would think, as von Ranke would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who was known more for his discussion of ancient Israel and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more